No light? Okay. We're ready to go. I was waiting for a introduction video. Welcome everybody to South Summit, where we embark on a journey to the year 2030 and a remarkable time in history. We stand at the pinnacle of one of humanity's greatest milestones, a momentous 55% reduction in green gas emissions. And at South Summit, where sustainability is at the forefront of our commitment to zero emissions. So today we're going to be learning a lot about sustainability and how we can sort of make more of an impact. But obviously we're going to have other themes today. And I'm your host, Katrina. I'm going to be the MC this morning. It's great to have you all here. This will be my third year of being an MC, so very excited about it. Also, I want to sort of thank our global partners at South Summit, Endesa, Toptel, Sabadell, Mutua, Madria, Wyra, and BBVA, just to sort of mention a few for partnering, and also Google for Startups. There's lots to learn here at South Summit. Please connect, download the app, connect with other people, and enjoy your day. I'm going to introduce our first panel, and today we're going to be talking about the future of money, and we're going to be exploring the potential benefits and risks of a token economy. So what are the key factors driving the token economy, the impact on traditional financial systems, and strategies to navigate this evolving landscape? So I want to welcome our first panelists, and our first speaker is Heidi Barroso, co-founder and CEO at Atani. Come to the stage. Jesus Perez, co-founder and CEO at Crypto Plaza. Eneko Noor, who is co-founder and CEO at Stabilut. And then our moderator, Javier Villamaz, operating partner at SoftBank Investment Advisors. Welcome to the stage. So, moderator at the end, and perfect, there we go. Over to you.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you everybody for being here early and navigating through the traffic of Madrid with rain. We're going to have a very interesting conversation here about the token economy, very timely, considering what is happening in the world, both in terms of how the crypto market has been behaving in the last few months and the most recent regulatory challenges that are happening, particularly in the US. So it's very timely to have this conversation. As mentioned before, we have Heidi from Atani that is building a unique solution, a broker that allows users to have access to basically every exchange, every protocol, CeFi, DeFi, making it easier for consumers and enterprises to basically operate with crypto assets. Jesus, being in crypto for many, many years, not only with Crypto Plaza, but also now Roble Ventures, right? Yeah. Being one of the most prolific investors and builders in the space, now with a venture builder, helping new founders, new entrepreneurs to build in the space. And then my good friend that is building Stabilut, right? So a new version of a stable coin, this one tied to Bitcoin.
Exactly.
So we have a very different points of view in regards to the token economy. I'm going to start by asking our panel, I'd say probably Jesus, if you can give us a little bit of your view in terms of the primary benefits that this token economy offers to individuals, to enterprises, even to small and medium businesses. We're seeing this migration that is taking more time than we all big believers in crypto thought, but we are in that path. So Talk to the audience a little bit about those benefits and how you see those benefits and that value proposition of the token economy kind of evolving in the next few years.
Okay, I think to begin with the basis, I think we have to, first of all, to understand what is private property. I think that that's really, really important. We understand better that our society is really, really very dependent on private property. And that's what really incentivizes to do things, what really makes the economy really grow, and what's really the important things. I think when we talk about tokens, we talk about digital private property. That, I think, is probably the main, really groundbreaking innovation in our space. So when we talk about Web3, we talk about ownership economy. So we talk really about ownership, really. And that's really what I think is token about. When we really have a token, we have this digital property. And that's really, really amazing, because if we see what has really habilitate that kind of technology, we can first think some data about that. First of all, we are probably in one of the most important movements that has bring capital to all over the world. So right now, if you really see what are really the market cap of tokens, that is 1 trillion, what is the amount of people that owns tokens, it would be like 300 millions. It's not so far from what people owns stocks in markets. Yep. But we are probably see one of the most amazing distribution of capital or worldwide. And it's not really to GDP. It's really, we have been really ownership of capital in a lot of countries all over the world. So that, I think, is what rehabilitates. It's going to rehabilitate a lot of activity out of economy. And that, for me, it's amazing that there are a lot of people that with so small right now market cap is really permitting people to have digital ownership.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And I think that's where, really tokens create a lot of disruption, right? When you can have this digital representation of money or physical assets, and then people can start using, the pipes of the internet, the digital pipes, in order to transact. But that takes me to something that everybody that makes an investment is always thinking about, that is volatility, right? And yeah, capital markets are volatile, and we have seen stocks go up and down and bonds go up and down. But I think what happens in the crypto markets, in the token economy, is that volatility is wider. Is bigger, right? And we see that, and everybody looks at how cryptocurrencies and tokens oscillate, and that also prevents some people from jumping into the space. It's too volatile. So Eneko, you're trying to some way solve that problem, or bring a product to the market that addresses volatility. How do you see that playing? Going forward.
So it's interesting that at the end of the day, crypto is like, it feels like it's for speculators, for rich people to be richer. At the end of the day, like crypto, Bitcoin, so it's a big deal regarding social welfare. They are doing really good things for the humanity. It's like, so crypto can make people escape from their local currencies, and they can.
It's an alternative.
It's an alternative. So they can escape from they can save their life savings. They can keep them from when they're in Venezuela and Turkey, whatever. And the thing is that Bitcoin has been the solution for that. So instead of losing all of your life savings, so you keep your money in Bitcoin instead of on your local currency. And what's happening today is that surprisingly, that the stablecoins are doing that. So people, instead of putting their money on Bitcoin because it's too volatile, so it's like they are opening wallets and using USDC, USDT, whatever. And the stable coins are now this tool for people to escape these disastrous monetary policies.
And how stable are stable coins?
That's a big question.
Don't talk about, Terra and all the things that we saw last year. So
So the thing is that so a lot of things are happening. So we are in this industry, which is amazing because every day things happen. You know, you go on vacation for a week and you don't read anything, and it's like you I mean, you are totally lost. And in innovation every day. So with stablecoins, in the last months, different things happened. It's like for the first time ever, it feels like the traditional banking, a problem in the traditional banking.
It's affecting the crypto market, right?
Yeah, affected USDC. So that was something that nobody could imagine. So that was really surprising, and so that's why at that point USDC was not that stable. And in the
You could buy $1 for 92 cents.
Yeah, that was
That's a very good trade.
Yeah.
Only lasted for a weekend, but yeah.
very good trade, yes. So what do we have at stablecoins? It's like everybody uses Tether, USDT, but nobody trusts it. So BUSD was very good, but you know we have this problem, and maybe we can address that later with the U.S. government. We have USDC, like it's too regulated, whatever. I mean, so there is in a 130 billion market cap market, so there is room for new alternatives.
Right. Good, but let's talk about regulation, because you mentioned that, and I think it's important. This is still a very, let's call it, underdeveloped industry in terms of regulation, right? I think regulators have not embraced completely, and there is no real consensus around the world about how to create a regulatory framework for tokens and crypto. I think the Europeans are getting ahead of the US and other markets, and this is going to probably enable this industry to grow faster. Tell us a little bit about your view on that, on the regulation, because for you it's important, right? You're building a broker, and you want to be everywhere. There is no reason to have a broker for Spain only or for Europe only. So how do you see regulation today? How do you see regulation kind of a roadmap in the next few years?
Yep. So I think regulation has changed a lot in the last years. So the crypto community, we've been trying to work with regulators for some time now. And I think a big success is MiCA, which is the new regulatory framework here in Europe. And it's quite like what they offer crypto startups, company, everyone, is just a clear framework of what companies can and cannot do. Something so simple as that is not happening worldwide, right? So I think it's amazing for crypto companies because now we know what we can do and what we cannot. But it's also very good for individuals and to gain confidence in the market, right? Because they have also established some minimum requirements that companies have to follow. So there's like, let's say, I think there are going to be like less scams and less dodgy companies that we are quite used to in crypto. And this is good for crypto companies, but it's also good for companies, right? Why? Because one of the biggest benefits that tokenize the economy brings is that companies can access finance easily, right? Like if I need to finance my operations, I can just go launch my own token at minimum cost without having to ask for permission, and I can get out there right to the markets. If you compare this with traditional markets where you have to try going to the public markets, which is just for like really big companies, or even private markets or bank accounts and stuff like that, that's not for everyone, right? So I think regulation is core to unlock the tokenized ecosystem. Once again, I was speaking about Europe, which I think we've done a fantastic job, but then you have like the opposite side, which is the United States, which what's going out there is just crazy.
The opposite direction, right?
Opposite is like the regulator won't say anything. So they won't say if something is a security or it's not. It's like, okay, you've listed whatever, right? Solana, and now Solana is a security. 2 days ago, that wasn't. So what is happening, in my opinion, in the United States, this is going to kill crypto companies there And actually, the biggest successful companies, right, like Coinbase, Gemini, they are just looking forward to moving abroad, like Middle East and different countries. But the thing here is that you cannot kill crypto, you cannot kill innovation. Innovation will just move from one place to another one. So they will move to Europe. I think this is a great opportunity for us. They will move to Middle East, Asia, like different places. And I think that's quite bad news for the United States.
It is putting the US behind the rest of the world in the industry. Along the subject of regulation and considering that there is a framework that is coming, right? And we know that it takes time, right? But it's the first step. And then you have adoption across the different countries. Jesus, do you think that the emergence of these frameworks and the adoption of these frameworks will, at certain point, make the big financial institutions jump into the token economy? Are we going to get to a point that I can have my BBVA, my Caixa account, and then suddenly I don't only have euros, but I also have BTC and ETH and things like that, or are we far from that?
I think the question is if this is really a competitive advantage. So that's the point. I was when I was the president of the Spanish FinTech Association, we were working a lot in the SANDBOX. I think when we would talk about regulation, we talk about taking some risk. So yes, if we are so conservative, we can prohibit all. So we can, okay, you cannot fly it because it's so dangerous to go fly in a flight. Or you cannot even do a vaccines like in the COVID. So it's clear that we have to have some balance between risk and between innovation. So there are things that we have to test, probably in a sandbox, probably in an environment that we can have more control. But we need that because it's a competitive advantage. So my point of view is the regulation will come for sure. But the thing that we are right now discussing is how are you going to position your country in terms of competitiveness, in terms of financial competitiveness. So I don't really think that any bank that is going to be succeed or maintain in the future could really avoid crypto space in the same way they can avoid web. So I think that's the point. For me, it's very, very clear, and I think all the data is that is really be very, very competitive to use crypto. Right now, there are more USDC settlement in Circle than in Visa. So yeah, in all terms of data, we think that really probably payments, the best way to do payments globally is crypto. Right now, it's the best case. It's really a market fit case.
Eneko, what is your point of view on that, on regulation and how financial institutions embrace crypto?
So look, what we are seeing in the United States is, something that nobody could even believe in the worst nightmares. So it's like.
Do you think that?
I mean, even
a lot of people saw it coming, right? Like
even myself, that I understand, and I talk to regulators, and I understand that they don't understand it, and they think that all of bad things about crypto is like shutting down this company, suing Coinbase, also shutting down this bank. They went like too far. So Binance, okay, Binance, maybe it's arguable that they did like shady things, whatever, in the past, whatever. But Coinbase, Coinbase, they have been trying to do things properly for a long time, like asking the regulator, how can we do this? How can we do this? And nobody was answering them. And what they have is they are suing them. It's like, come on. So I'm very pessimistic with the United States. I'm more optimistic in Europe. But the thing is that at this point, I find that maybe MiCA is like overrated. It's like MiCA is the solution for everything in crypto, and it's like MiCA. So DeFi is out of MiCA. I don't think that today in Europe you can build actual innovation in DeFi without being like, it's a bit risky doing that in Europe. So I don't know, but it's a good point. Europe is taking the right steps, and the UK, I think that they are going to do their things properly because they need to recover. They need to be again this financial hub, right?
For you, Idea, what do you think is going to happen with traditional institutions? You're building infrastructure, and you're building APIs for a day when these big banks want to offer this as part of their fintech stack.
Yeah, so just to add on what Eneko was saying, I think the United States know crypto, understands the advantages, disadvantages, but they have one thing that no other geography globally has, which is capital formation happens in the United States. So if I want to take Atani public, I'm not thinking on listing Atani on the Madrid Stock Exchange. I'm thinking on NASDAQ, right? And that happens globally. And going back to what I was mentioning about access to finance, the United States, I think they are trying to protect that capital formation still happens in the United States, still happens in USD, and crypto is just competing directly against that, right? So I think the strategy they are following is a conscious strategy. They know what they are doing that.
They know what they're killing.
They know. Perhaps I'm not going to say if I think it's a good strategy or bad strategy. Time will tell. But I think that's like their positioning, which is more dangerous, because if it's just it's a big unknown, they will learn, right? But they know what it is, and they are fighting it because they see it as a competition on capital formation. It's not about money laundering, and money laundering happens in traditional banks. That's where the money is. And going back on your question, I think all financial institutions are going to offer crypto. And crypto can be Bitcoin, but it can also be liquidity, a tokenized real estate, right? Like BCG, in like a month ago, they published this report, and they said blockchain could unlock $68 trillion by 2030 of illiquid assets. And that's amazing for the financial sector. Just get like large markets, real estate, private equity. The biggest issue is that it's not liquid, right? Bring that to the blockchain, and you have unlocked almost $70 trillion. That's amazing. That's happening. It's just, I think, regulation has to be there. MiCA is not perfect, nothing is perfect, but if there is a regulatory framework that big companies can comply with, that brings confidence to the ecosystem, and that's a huge leap, right? That's in my opinion, I started in crypto back in 2013, and this is just amazing. This is what we need for massive adoption.
Absolutely. So we talk on two important things that everybody talks when you discuss the token economy, right? We talk about volatility, we talk about regulation. I think the third thing that gets people confused or spooked about this new economy and these new asset classes is this idea of multiple chains, right? Tokens run in chain A or chain B, all these layer ones, all these complexity in the system, right? When you think about traditional capital markets, right? I go into my broker and I want to buy any stock. It doesn't matter if it's in the US, if it trades in Japan, there is an ADR. Like, it is simple. It is, I can buy bonds, I can buy, equities, I can buy ETFs, it doesn't matter. When you try to do this in crypto, it's just like you almost need a PhD in order to understand it. I always tell people, technologies get to the real inflection point in adoption when my mom can understand it and can use it, right? And today, unfortunately, a lot of these things are not easy for people like my mom or some of your parents, right? So we have this issue of multi-chains and interoperability of that. How do you think that is going to evolve? Is it all these going to converge? Are we going to have some of those chains that are just going to die and disappear? Or the world is more of a world where these things are going to interoperate, and there's going to be some kind of a middleware that connects everything. So, can you give us your view on that?
Yeah. So actually, we started at Atani just to solve that issue. So I used to do trading in traditional markets, stocks, forex, and so on. And I used interactive brokers, the Giro. And that's an amazing experience. You just log in, you can access any capital markets, right? But when you go to crypto, this doesn't exist. Everything is so fragmented. You've got CeFi, you've got DeFi, you've got NFTs, lending, blah, blah, blah. And this does not make sense. And even moving like to DeFi, that's a world right there. So in Atani, actually, what we've done is we've built a broker that what we do is, okay, you just need one account. And what we're doing is we have aggregated all the cryptocurrencies and liquidity of centralized exchanges, and the same for DeFi, right? So what does this mean? If you want to buy a new coin, which is listed in Arbitrum, a user shouldn't even know what Arbitrum is, right? They should not have to have their own wallet and a seed and do a breach and what's this and lose their money and so on. So it's like, okay, let's say you've got your USDT and you will be able to buy like the newest token that is listed in Optimism. So in one click, and Atani, what it's doing actually is doing all the bridges, everything that is in the backend. And I think this is how crypto Web3 is going to scale. There are going to be more and more and more chains. This is just the beginning, right? Because each chain makes sense for something, depending if you are looking for security, for speed, for many reasons, right? But there has to be companies such as Atani. What they do is actually streamline the backend and make this invisible for the user. And the user, just with one click, they have to have access to absolutely everything.
Everything. Jesus, is that the same view?
Yes, I think
side?
Atani is doing a very good work in the usability experience. That for sure is a pain. The thing is, if you want to, first of all, you want to invest in the new Facebook, you are not going to find it in NASDAQ. So that for sure. If you want to invest in one of the biggest technology companies that is Ethereum, is not in the NASDAQ. So we are for sure, we have the new NASDAQ is not there. It's not there. So when you deploy, so this kind of change is like a new deployment infrastructure. It's the new Amazon Web Services. So when you build a new Facebook or you build, I know, a financial application, what are your needs? You need a lot of security. You need a lot of transaction. What kind of deployment or what chain do you need? So that's why there are some kind of chains that probably are optimized for different things. But the thing is, you are not going to, the next technology companies are not going to stay in NASDAQ for sure, are going to stay deployed in this kind of these chains that are optimized, depends on the use case. And that's why they are out of connectivity problems that Atani and other kind of projects are solving. But for sure, I think that's the way the new tech companies are going to launch.
So if we believe that, and we draw that comparison with, let's say, cloud storage or cloud services, right? At the end today, there are 3 providers of cloud services, right? It is Google, it is Amazon, and it's Microsoft. So from your point of view, Neko, do you think that we're going to get to that point? Like, we're going to have, maybe they don't exist yet. Maybe it's not Ethereum, maybe it's not BTC, maybe it's not Polygon, maybe it's not Avalanche or Arbitrum. Are we going to get to a point, maybe 5, 10, 20 years down the road, where there's going to be 3, 4 that are really going to have, I don't know, 80% market share?
So the thing is that we are in the very beginning of this world, and it's like innovation constantly. So the smartest or brightest minds in the world working on this, and this is very good for us that are building stuff, because there is a lot of innovation. So now there is this, so everybody's building on Polkadot because this, and then is Polygon, and then is Cosmos. Is a lot of innovation. And at the end of the day is what we need, because we have better infrastructure to build things. And at the end of the day...
But it's inefficient when you have so many things, right?
Yeah, but this is the beginning, and the big players are going to be like in the next few months or years. So we'll see who are the biggest players, the 3 main players. So there is something that's going on.
We have to compare in efficiency. I don't know if really payments are more efficient in the traditional market or in this kind of. If you want to send some $1 or 1 cent to a people in Nigeria, I really think that the traditional is more efficient than this. I think in terms of efficiency, is no doubt that it's more efficient, the new infrastructure.
Right. So just to close, we have a couple of minutes left. If you have to make a prediction in terms of when the recovery of the token market is going to happen. And thinking about, you know, the macroeconomic, thinking about interest rates, thinking about what happens with the equity capital markets, what would that prediction be? When are we going to see that change in trajectory for tokens and for crypto again? And I'll probably do it in order, start with you.
So the public and the press, they only see the price of Bitcoin. And meanwhile, we know that a lot of things are happening, like more usage, more wallets, more people working on this. So we can see the growth, but the people only see the price. That is like this. No? So.
But is it going to be end of 24, end of 25, 27?
So wishful thinking, like in this ending, I mean, by the end of this year, we should end this like a kind of bear market.
Let's try to understand the big picture. So crypto asset has been the best asset class in the last decade. And it's been the best asset class in this decade. And it's been even the best asset in that year. So yes, there is a lot of volatility. We have been, our strategy from 2017 has really been the best strategy if we compare with other funds. So really, yes, we are right now in a sector that is really growing a lot, and they have a lot of expectation that sometimes go too high. But for me, it's sure that the next, the best manager or the best fund manager in the future will be a crypto asset manager. So I think this market are going to be to the 10 trillion, I don't know, but because there are a lot of companies, the new generation of Facebook, Google, Amazon, wherever, are going to be crypto companies, and that are going to be in the asset market, so in the crypto market. So that's why I think, yeah, we will have volatility, but for me, it's sure that the next big, or the next most successful fund manager will be a crypto fund manager.
Okay, Aide?
I think crypto markets doesn't matter. I think tech companies doesn't matter. Anything matters just what the Fed is doing with interest rates, and that's where I think everyone is looking at, right? So once we see there is consensus about the Fed stop increasing and start even decreasing, that would be just amazing. But even pausing, and when there is consensus that that's going to happen because core inflation is
still high.
Yeah, it's still. That's when there's going to be a shift, a big shift. And in my opinion, the crypto market is the one that is going to move faster. Why? Because that's always what happens in crypto. It moves faster up and down, right? That's crypto volatility. In my opinion, I would be expecting 2024. Hopefully first semester, don't know. Hopefully the Fed stops increasing interest rates and
yeah, I think, and there are some interesting, tailwinds for that new election in the US happening next year.
Yeah.
That definitely will create incentives.
Absolutely.
For politicians and the system to actually go that way. Excellent. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your insights. It's great to be here to kickstart South Summit. Thank you for attending, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Heidi, Jesus, Enrico, and Javier for moderating. That was a great talk. Learned a lot about risk, innovation, compliance, and regulations in decentralizing, digital assets and money, etc. And we're going to be talking about the future of money again. We're going to be talking about, actually decentralizing finance, killer enterprise apps, and in ways blockchain technology and token economics create transparent, secure, and accelerate financial systems. I want to welcome to the stage Alberto Malpeceres, who is co-founder and CEO at Devengo. Are we, hello? Are we ready for the next talk? Okay, yes, here we go. So welcome, Alberto Malpeceres. Do you want to take a seat here? Bias Simon, Head of Capital Markets at Orbin. And then Edwin Mata, co-founder and CEO at BrickKen. And our moderator, Alvaro Rodriguez Aregue, senior lecturer at HBS and co-founder and managing partner. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Do we need to wait for people to come in, or we are okay? You tell us.
I think just start. Yeah, because we're on a schedule. So
Okay.
if you could start, that would be great.
We'll do that. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I have the pleasure to moderate this great panel. And the topic of today is decentralized finance. So I decided to ask the oracle of the 21st century, the new oracle of the 21st century, what decentralized finance, or as it's sometimes called DeFi, what is DeFi? And what the oracle told me is DeFi and cryptocurrency markets are both part of the broader crypto ecosystem, but they have different purposes and characteristics. DeFi is more focused on providing an alternative financial solutions. The cryptocurrency market is more focused on providing a medium of exchange and store value and different types of transactions. DeFi aims to provide a full spectrum of financial services such as lending, borrowing, trading, insurance, and more by using smart contracts of decentralized applications run in the blockchains. The cryptocurrency market is where people buy and sell different types of cryptocurrencies, such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc., using exchanges or peer-to-peer platforms. DeFi is powered by cryptocurrencies, especially stablecoins, which are pegged to the fiat currencies or other assets to reduce volatility. So I just wanted to set the stage on that, and obviously we have different opinions of what DeFi means. But also, let me give you some stats. The total crypto market cap is right now 1.5 billion. The daily trading volume of about 220 exchanges is about 50 billion. It was 150 billion a year ago. Now, specifically in DeFi, one of the interesting things is when you deposit a dollar into a bank, how much of the revenue that dollar produces? By definition, that dollar will produce revenue for the bank. How much of that revenue that the bank receives from that dollar do you get? You get 23%. In DeFi, your dollar, you get 90% of the revenue. Now, right now, there are about $10 billion of outstanding debt in DeFi. In 2021, there were about 20 billion. There's, as the oracle told us, it mostly works under stablecoins. The stablecoin supply, which is like M1, it's about 130 billion. And the daily volume of stablecoins is about 2 billion. So I just wanted to give some sense of the volumes and what is it we're working on. So why don't we start with first, what's about DeFi that has you excited? Why don't we start from here? And then, Alberto, when we get to you, what financial services technology excites you right now?
Perfect. Well, yes, thank you very much. My name is Edwin Mata, the CEO and co-founder of BrickKen. And what we're trying to accomplish is tokenization, and we could probably talk about that during the conversation. But in the end, DeFi, it's about how a person, a natural legal person, can acquire certain financial instruments directly without intermediaries. So it's an exciting time because we're used to having all these kind of like intermediary flow, where there's a lot of commissions being made, and the people who wants to get to acquire to the financial instruments does not get all the goods, right? Like you're probably with the bank. I lend money to the bank, they make massive money on my money, pretend that I'm a millionaire, of course. But the important thing is, in the end, my APY on the money that I lend is what now, 0.5, and they say that as a success. Versus when you go into DeFi, you can update that to your APY because you're going directly to the market, and that just amplifies opportunities. Yes, there's a lot of risk. regulation 1, uncertainty 1. Now we're talking with technology, so obviously there's hacks and everything. But I mean, it's the early stage of a new era, right? Where people can really establish how to benefit from the financial markets directly. And it's something that maybe we did it 100 years ago when there was a P2P and we went directly to the source, and now we had all these intermediaries because the market, security markets, everything just become way too complex for a person to go directly to the market. But now we're trying to create that new version and say, hey, you know, kind of like, if we are the one earning the money, we should be the one benefiting from lending it to the market, from lending it to the company who needs it, from lending it to the person who wants it. And then we're just creating that new system, which is kind of like, it's my money, it's my benefit. So pretty much on my side, I'm super excited of what is to come on DeFi, regardless of what is the vision currently in the present about cryptocurrencies.
That's,
Okay, so my pleasure as well. I'm Blas Simon, my head of...
I think, is his mic working? Try it again.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Maybe it was not right. So I'm Blas Simon, like head of capital markets at Orbin, like an alternative investment bank. Well, I mean, DeFi topic in my mind is so wide. But if I have to like kind of make a summary of it, it would be like the...
But what has you excited about it?
The access, the speed, the elimination of boundaries, and the capacity of like having like all the access to every product that is available without like the need of any intermediaries on it. So for me, like all the steps that we are going through at this moment. Much better.
Wait.
Welcome.
Welcome. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, all the steps that we are like living nowadays, like as Edwin said, like this is just the beginning. There are just great things to come on it. I think that the democratization of the financial industry, just the elimination of boundaries, always with the step on regulation and all this, like it is like a great step, like for the new creation of the new capital markets that are to come. So I mean, at this moment, this is a mix of many things. I'm like, so, you know, like I'm on the regulated markets right now, but we have the step as well on the DLT markets. So I mean, this is just so amazing to live at this moment. So that's what really attracts me.
So I'll go to Alberto in a second, but there are a couple of concepts that you threw out which I'd like to double click on, which is, you said speed. Tell us a little bit more about it. What do you mean by speed?
Well, what I meant the speed is, I mean, at this moment, like we are having some, I mean, DLTs have not solved yet all the problems of the speed that...
For the benefit of the audience, I don't know if everybody knows what DLT is.
Okay, so apologies. DLT means like decentralized ledger technology. So at this moment, like for example, like Ethereum is a kind of DLT, okay? Well, it's based on blockchain, which is a DLT, okay? So at this moment, many DLTs have not the speed of like traditional systems at this moment. This is an evolution that has been happening at the moment. So what I meant the speed is the speed of access to unknown tools. Like at this moment, if you want to invest in whichever company in a remote country, you won't have access through traditional finance, so you will have to go through several banks, several contacts, wherever, but you have this access on the DeFi systems. So that's what I meant with the speed. Okay. Not a speed on transaction, that is not yet solved, it will, but on that.
Great. Alberto.
Hi. I'm Alberto Malpeceres, co-founder of Divengo and CEO. We are not into DeFi as a company, but we have been working in corporate finance for the last, I don't know, 15 years or something like that. Regarding DeFi, what makes me curious is everything that goes beyond lending, especially in your definition. I know that most of the people is looking at lending. I think there are already opportunities to invest and get a bigger portion of the revenue. If you can, I don't know, you can invest in Letras del Tesoro in Spain or whatever from your home. That's no problem. There are many more opportunities to invest in different companies. But the thing is that the financial markets are really, really inefficient. So I think there are a lot of opportunities in I don't say, trades or whatever. I don't know, if you want to import something from China, it's a mess with insurance and the Incoterms, you know, the term and whatever, that I think there is a great opportunity for everything that has to do with DeFi or tokenization or all of this. And that makes me curious.
Great. Now, something that you said, Alberto, and also Blas, is the efficiency of no intermediaries. Tell us a little bit, the three of you, whoever wants to start, what does that mean, that there are no intermediaries? And why is it that you can have no intermediaries?
All right. I mean, the beauty of this is kind of like we're going through a revolution which is based on technology. So we're dependent on that technology because so many tasks are being performed, obviously, by other companies who have to become the intermediary in a process of you hitting the security market, you hitting the lending market. But now, instead of those intermediaries or those companies who tell you how things are going to go and they just give you the revenue back or the connection or whatever you're trying to do, now you shoot it directly into the DLT, which is the blockchain. So there's something called a protocol, which is what is built on blockchain, which allows you to really lend directly your money to the technology. And that technology, that's why I believe he was also saying about the efficiency and speed, because it becomes borderless. It just becomes relentless. You lend the money directly to the protocol, which is how are you lending money to the technology. But right now, everybody is trying to use AI, so are we so crazy to say like maybe the best mechanism is the technology itself being the middleman? So this is kind of like the answer that we were trying to provide when we go into the DeFi. Because you being intermediary less just means that you are directly reacting to the technology, which is doing everything on their own, and then pulling it back for you to lend the money and then get the revenue back or claim your dividends or claim your interest. So that's the beauty of it, or how I see it, is just because the intermediary itself just become a technology whose whole reason of existence is it was built for that specific use case. So it's kind of like you really built a machine that can become the intermediary that used to be a company looking into their own pockets, because the protocol itself doesn't have any pockets, it's just technology.
So just to add on that, like I will just focus a bit more on the capital markets, which is my expertise. If we go to nowadays, on a regular transaction, I think we have like 7 parties, like the seller, the custodian, the settlement, the bank, the agent, like we have all these parties, so that can be just substituted by like, which is a protocol and which is called also smart contracts. At this moment, like a settlement is normally done in like in T+2, and this can lead us to T0. So, I mean, it's not just the speed, but also like the erasement of all the problems that may arise on all these little steps. Probably Alberto has more knowledge on the payments and on the freed of funds, but like, it's all that what I meant with the speed. I mean, it's just, you can do it like just by writing down the protocol, by writing down the smart contract, just making that programmed, and it will go by itself.
Okay. Now, Alberto, you come more from the, as some people call it, the CFI, the centralized finance world, the more traditional world. Do you look forward for intermediaries to go away? I mean, they are telling us that no intermediaries is great. Do you look forward for that day?
Yeah, of course.
Why?
Why?
Aren't they great?
I don't know. I maybe because I also expect some kind of transparency that we don't have. And I must say that also in the traditional finance, this is happening. For example, if you are used to use Bizum or whatever instant transfer protocol, there are some central banks providing a new network because of the banking community is not always open as they should be. So I think it's the way to go. But I find that DeFi is probably the step that is needed beyond the localization, because globalization is everywhere, but in terms of traditional finance, it doesn't exist. And that is something that we need to solve in order to operate globally.
Great. So, Erwin and Blas, you threw out two important terms. You call it protocol you call it smart contracts, which in many ways is the same. What's a smart contract? I mean, it sounds really smart, but what is it? How does it operate?
I mean, like, as I learned it, like, as first, like, so many years ago, well, I really love, like, playing with Excel at the moment. So, like, it's basically just a set of, like, programs and, like, conditionals and everything that just, like, free the things when the things are, like, matching. I mean, let's say you have to do a transaction, okay? And, I mean, you want to sell for 1,000, and you put yourself on a list, and, well, there's another one that wants to buy for 1,000. So when the conditions matches, just the funds are freed, and everything is just starting at that moment. So that's, like, long story short, that's what is a smart contract. Underneath that, probably Edwin can give us more light on it.
Well, it's just programmable objective executions. That's it. You just program something to go from A to B or B to C, so it has to always be an objective type of thing. I just want to establish that it comes to the term, or at least not anymore that much, but it was like, is it like a contract like the lawyers write? No, it's not. It's a technological program like the one that you run to execute Word, except like here, you program it for whatever you need. And the fact that it's in a distributed layer, you don't need to go to an owner of data, because the data is spread throughout all these machines and whatnot. So it kind of allows you to just program things without the requirement of a middleman, because you just go directly to the execution phase. But in the end, it's just it's a program. I mean, it's just tech people coding. That's it. It's code.
Now, if it's a program, can it be hackable? Can somebody go in and change that smart contract? These days we're afraid of all these things. We hear hacks all the time. I mean, how secure is this? How secure is this smart contract? As you said, it's a program that defines how that transaction will be settled.
Of course.
Right? Can somebody go in and change that so that transaction is settled differently?
Yeah. Just gonna add my 2 cents and then say, as long as humans are the ones programming, there's human viability of error. So you always have to take into consideration that. It doesn't matter how many times you audit the contract, you test it, there's human interaction in the back, and humans by default tend to make mistakes, and that's fine. So yes, every single technology out there, it's hackable. Let's not pretend that it's the safest or not. So yes, of course.
As Edwin said, like, I totally agree, like, this is hackable. That's why there are so many audits of all the protocols and all the coding. But I think it's also, like, worth mentioning here, like, the difference between, like, what I like to call, like, decentralized or centralized. I mean, depending on the protocol, depending on the product you are doing, like, all this coding and all the nodes based on it, like, can be, like, centralized or not. Depending on that, like, also the security and the access to those ledgers, like, are bigger or not, and the security is weaker or stronger.
Okay. Now, Alberto, I'm hearing that this is great technology, the stable, the smart contracts, the protocols, the speed, the lack of intermediaries. But if we go specifically to the biggest use today in DeFi, which is lending, the outstanding portfolio is $10 billion. I mean, from the grand scheme of financial services and the financial services market, it's tiny.
Peanuts.
Maybe not even peanuts. So why, if it's so great, why it's peanuts? Why do you think it hasn't grown faster?
Well, it takes time. Companies have been out there for the last, 600 years or something like that, from the company of the Indias in Netherlands and so on. So they are used to work in a way, and this technology is new. So right now they have the feeling, this security feeling with this traditional way, because they have the feeling that if they are working with banks, they have a counterpart in another country that can say that someone is going to pay you, and this technology still needs some kind of backup in this part, to create trust from the other part, and I'm sure we are going to solve that in the future. So, but it's only 5 years or something like that. It's not.
Now, Erwin and Blas, how easy it is to do a DeFi transaction, specifically lending? Is it something that you can just go into a website and find a counterparty and it's very user-friendly and you can just do it? I mean, today you can buy or sell a crypto very easily in Coinbase or in Binance. But if you want to lend to somebody through DeFi, is it that easy?
It's getting easier. It's not that easy at the moment.
But from 1 to 10?
I mean, like a 3 or 4.
10 being easier?
No, 3 or 4 probably. No.
So it's not that easy?
No, I mean, for me, like, I mean, I think they just said it like in the previous like talk, but I mean, this has to be easy, like for, I don't know, for my mom. Like, if...
So could your mom do it?
No.
With all respect to your mom?
No, I mean, no, of course. But no, I mean, what I meant is, it's like you need to do like some kind of research. I mean, you do need as well if you want to go to traditional finance. I mean, it's even though it's easy to go to your bank account and just make the transaction and the purchase of stocks, you need to do some research. But it's not even close to that because you need your wallet, you need to do everything through the different, you have to search all the products that there are, you have to understand them. I mean, if you want to do like not a speculating, just doing like a good transaction, you really need to understand it. And it's not that easy because the information is not like, the flow of the information is not clear. And that's, I think, which is the problem and in which everyone working in the DLTs is working, which is in trying to like make this flow go over like all the markets so that everyone can have access to it. I mean, even though you have access, you need to know things. You cannot have access to what you don't know. So you have these tools which help you go through those products, but you need to understand those products. You need to understand what is underneath that, even though you are agnostic to all the technology and the architecture. So it's not that easy. That's why I say it's 3 or 4 probably, yeah. But it's getting easier.
All right, so on this same point, Erwin, let's compare it to the life cycle of the internet. When the internet was born, it wasn't easy to go into the internet. You need to be basically a coder. Until the World Wide Web was born, which for most of you that are here, you weren't even alive when the World Wide Web was born. Some of us were. Where are we there? Is it, for DeFi, is it the World Wide Web already exists, or is it in the time where only coders could operate in the internet?
I mean, let's make an experiment here. How many people of you have cryptocurrencies?
But I'm focusing specifically on DeFi lending, in trying to lend. How many people here have lent through DeFi?
It's not a bad number.
It's a minority.
It is still a minority, but I mean, we have to understand it from the perspective that, okay, the protocol or DLT has like 12 years of existence, right? So we're saying like, we're growing faster, and the DeFi that we used to have, DeFi is not that old. Actually, it's probably like 7 years old when it started booming. So what we're saying is like probably here we have like 1, 2, 3% that are already trying to apply to DeFi. So it's getting easier because there's a lot of products being made to facilitate the interaction. Because at the beginning, when I entered into crypto 2016, I got lost. I was like, this is crazy. I'm a lawyer. Like, what is happening here? I have no clue. What is a wallet? How do I have to interact? Why do I have to click? Why does it tell me that I have to sign a transaction? There was such much uncertainty, but now we're seeing products that are filling that gap of know-how. And we're getting new innovations and evolutions that allow people from the comfort of their home to go directly to the market with 3 clicks. I mean, 3 clicks for me, it's amazing. There's still kind of like the euphoria that it's too complicated because it's easier to put that than the research process. Oh, it's too complex. Why have you tried it? And then you ask them, hey, it's too complex, why have you tried it? And then you come and say like, no, I've never tried it. And it's like, so how do you know it's too complex? Because now we're building a lot of structures around the DLT technology that is making it simpler. So maybe the question is not if it's hard, it's have you tried it? I think that's the first question that people should be asking themselves before judging what is hard or not. Because I can assure you that some of the protocols, it's way simpler than logging into the bank, custodian, they give you all the information. Now the DeFi, you have all the data, and it's hard to get that data because we're not used to having access to all the information. We're used to go on a narrow channel where they deploy the information, so we grab a package of their
funding deal, whatever. So we just do the narrow data, and here you have everything. If you want to go into DeFi, you can have an aggregator of all the protocols in the world. You can see what is the long-term value. You can see what is happening at all time, 24/7, and that's kind of like booming because we're not used to having all that data. So it's kind of like maybe we should think about, are we dependent because we're getting used to being dependent? Now that we have freedom, we don't like it. So I mean, it's just maybe more of a psychological, sociological answer, I believe.
Okay, so it's impossible to be in a panel about DeFi without talking about regulation. And I know the previous panel talked a little bit about that because this week has been a big week in terms of news about regulation. So you coming, Alberto, you coming from the traditional world, should this be regulated? Will this be regulated? What's going to happen with the regulation? I mean, if you were able to speak to the ear of the commissioner of the SEC, what would you tell him?
Oh, what a question. I mean, I think most of us will agree that there is some need of regulation. The thing is that regulators must be open for a new reality, and this is not happening. And also in the traditional world, I mean, we are a startup doing things with money, and when I talk to the Bank of Spain, they head explode every time. So I imagine people talking about crypto and DeFi, and maybe there is a need to a change in the regulator, so new people entering the regulator and with an open mind to help on this, because as I said, I think some kind of regulation is needed, but probably not the people who is now deciding about that.
Okay, thanks. Blas and Erwin, 60 seconds each of you on this subject.
Okay, I'll go fast. So I think that there is a need for regulators here, and I think that, as Alberto said, at this moment, this is as I see it, it's like a new technology just pushing the door, getting inside it. At the beginning, I don't think all regulators were really aware of it, and they were thinking it was just fashion or whatever, or a trend. But at this moment, there is a need for this, and I know most of regulators are working on this. They are open-minded. They are showing it with different sandbox where you can try all these applications, where you can just make all these trials in a little controlled space. So I think there is a need for this. There is regulators are moving forward. They are moving slow because these are slow departments. But I mean, this will come, and I think it will be really good news for the industry.
I don't know if there's a panel on sandboxes, but to organizers of the South Summit, if you don't have one next year, you have to have a panel on how sandboxes operate.
Yeah, so I would like to establish that there's no single action in this world that is not abided by the legislation. Because people tend to think oh, it's illegal or there's no regulation to apply. But in the theory of law, there's always application by analogy, similitude, and whatever, right? So in that sense, everything that happened in blockchain, it already had a regulation. So you were applying something that was similar, but that creates uncertainty. But it's super clear that every single action in this world, there's a regulation to be applied to. The fact is that now there's going through specialization, because there was so much uncertainty and gray areas that the regulators had to come in and say okay, now we need to deep dive because A is not the same as C, and everybody's doing the same thing because they're all applying their own legislations, analogies, so it became kind of like a mess. And that's when they got the courage to say okay guys, I guess we have to regulate because things are getting a little bit nuts here. So now we're going through that specialization phase. We're seeing the updates in security markets law. Spain just had one, Italy had one, Germany is about to go one, Japan had a new directive. I mean, we're going all over the world saying, what is happening with the DLT? Security markets are going to be running on tokenization. We're seeing that stock exchange is being created, DLT pilot regime here in Europe. So do we need regulation? We already have regulation. I would like to say is we need a specific regulation. So all of us players building in this space, don't have to confront the regulator every once in a while and say, yeah, we already talked about this, we have everything under control, you gave us this indication, because they didn't even know. They were like, yeah, but my opinion last month kind of changed because then this half factor came. And it's like, you cannot change because my business does not change. I'm not already lean, I'm a company. I need to know what is the fact, I need to know how to move. So now we're gonna see what's gonna happen with Coinbase, Binance fighting the SEC, because this is what the SEC did. The SEC was just pivoting, saying, oh, they like me here, I'm gonna go here, they like me here, I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna attack the main players. And now we're going to see what's going to happen. So my belief is by the end of this, the SEC is going to regulate deeply because they're going to be forced to. They have to put their toes on the water, or whatever the expression is.
Great. So join me in thanking this great panel.
Thank you very much, Alberto, Blas, Edwin, and Alvaro, for a great moderation. Good questions. So much to learn about decentralization and regulation for the future of money. So we have another talk coming up on future of money, and we're going to be talking about the all-in-one and one for all fintech infrastructure, exploring emerging trends of all-in-one fintech apps that integrate multiple financial features and entities into one platform. And I'm going to welcome on the stage our next speakers. So we have Oriol Tintor, co-founder and co-CEO at Belvo. I'll just wait for these guys to come through. Are we seeing the next panelist coming up? Here we go. Okay, so Oriol Tintor, co-founder and CEO of Belvo. Julia Termbani, VP Sales Spain at Swan. There you go. Founder and CEO at Card Dynamics, Mario Cantero. Are we seeing you coming up, guys? Yep, Julia. And Mario Cantero, do we have you here? Yep, coming up. And then Arvind Singh, co-founder at Hula and Partnerships at Shopback. Welcome. And welcome Arvin, and welcome Mario. And then our moderator, Rory Alvarez Cadavieco, who is General Manager EMEA at Jeeves. So welcome everybody, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you listen? Yeah? Okay, so as you were saying, we are going to speak today about all-in-one platform. As you know, this is an emerging trend that is all around the world. So first of all, I would like to introduce a little bit about myself. I'm Rory, I'm the General Manager for EMEA of Jeeves. Just to let you know about Jeeves, Jeeves is an all-in-one platform. We are a expense management platform that we have credit, debit, we have cross-border payments and local rails. So this is a little bit about myself, and then I would love that they can introduce. We have a really great speakers today, so please feel free to introduce yourself. Uri, if you want.
Yes, hi everyone. This is Uri Tintore, co-CEO at Belvo. So at Belvo, we're building a financial infrastructure for innovators in Latin America to allow them to access financial data, process financial data, and move money through very easy APIs to connect. So probably you can imagine similar models in Europe, open banking models such as Tink through Layer. So some call us the Tink of Latin America, of the Plat of Latin America. And what we're allowing is to companies to access financial information in order to provide easy financial services. So kind of in a way for this panel, I think we are so part of the building blocks that some of these all-in-one platforms are using to provide services.
Thank you, Uri. Julia?
Hello, I'm Julia. I'm the VP of Sales at Swan, and Swan is a banking-as-a-service platform, a European player that is also lending to other countries such as Spain. And basically what banking-as-a-service does is helping companies that aren't banks to issue banking features such as opening accounts, issuing cards, doing SEPA payments, etc., without the need of the backbone technology or the license that we provide in white label. And just as a quick example, because it's a bit of a complex matter, just imagine retailers such as Carrefour in France that want to launch a debit card loyalty program, and they want to do it fully white label, but they don't want to fully develop everything from scratch, so they could rely on a banking as a service like us to launch this project. Similar to Uri and Belbo, we are here to a bit democratize finance and help these companies that are all-in-one finance platforms to reach their goals.
Nice, thank you very much. Mario?
Yeah, so my name is Mario Cantero. I'm CEO and founder of Car Dynamics. I'm probably the older founder here on time after 36 years in payments. And Car Dynamics basically is a B2B platform that connects the world of banks and the world of merchants to soften frictions in the subscription economy. And basically, we understood 4 mega trends under which to create what we are doing. One is we believe that the act of paying, as separate from the act of purchasing, will disappear. And that, the consequence of that is that you will have payment tools on file for everything you do in your daily life. The second trend is that we believe, joining Uri, that open banking is happening seriously, meaning the basic spirit of open banking, that it is my data as a consumer and not the bank's data, and I can share it as I wish. The fourth trend is that there is an emerging obsession of banks to take care of everyday banking and create convenience all around what they do, and subscription is a good part of that. And the last trend basically is that merchants want better and more data every day to better segment and better serve their customers. And underneath that mega trends, what we have created is not only a technical platform, but a legal platform that allows to interchange data between banks and merchants for a number of things. So right now, what we offer is that you can enroll at a merchant from your bank, or you can take care of replacing your payment tools with one click at a variety of merchants if you change bank, if you change product within the bank, and so on. But we see a feature in which data flows to both sides, like, for example, merchant invoices being able to be stored at the bank's app so that you have the charge and the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Arvind?
Thanks. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. My name is Arvind Singh, co-founder, CEO of Hula. From probably the farthest distance, I'm based in Singapore. Hula is a buy now, pay later credit business that looks at bringing merchants and consumers together and allowing customers to essentially buy things and pay for it over short-term installments. Lots of reference businesses across Europe that do similar things. And I think where my perspective is probably a bit different from the rest of the panel is our business leverages a lot of the infrastructure that others build in order to provide this service to both consumers and merchants. So we tap on existing payments infrastructure on the merchant side, and for identity verification, other solutions like that on the consumer side, we're tapping into other fintech providers, infrastructure providers to do that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So as I was telling you at the beginning, Gibbs is an all-in-one platform. We are born to help companies that they operate all over the world. So the first question, that is super open question, is what is all-in-one platform? Which is the difference between all-in-one platform versus the traditional finance providers, banks? What is an all-in-one platform?
I mean, I would say that is what characterizes an all-in-one platform. It is openness, meaning that you can connect to your target markets very openly, very easily. So I would say openness is the key to that thing.
Okay.
I think in our part of the world, there's each country, essentially in Southeast Asia, has a few giants that typically stem from some other digital service. So whether it's transport or e-commerce, and they've gone into financial services to essentially build an ecosystem that provides everything, day-to-day payments, lending to both the service providers, merchants, consumers, full essentially banking services to the point where they're now getting a pseudo-banking license that's digital banking to be a non-FI, but able to even take deposits. So that's kind of the lens that we see in Southeast Asia.
I think also technology is the key also to that question. whereas traditional banking is now doing a lot of efforts to, stay up to date in terms of technology and innovation. Still, I think there's a gap between new coming companies that are completely disrupting the way that we as consumers operate and the way as businesses offer their solutions. And I think it's a bit self-explanatory, but they can offer quite a few more options than traditional banking.
Yeah, I think we've been very used to, some all-in-one platforms, which are actually banks that are trying to provide all types of financial services to us. In many cases, maybe not through the best user experiences, but what we're seeing is that there are a lot of companies, and it's very similar to what has been discussed here, which is there are many companies that maybe we didn't think them as providers of financial services that are integrating a lot of the building blocks and a lot of the financial infrastructure to actually do that, right? So we're seeing, big companies, big retailers, e-commerce platforms that are getting into financial services. And I think for the way we see it is that every software company has, I think this is pretty commonly heard in many conferences, but every software company is a financial service company. And a lot of the focus that these companies have might not be the financial services themselves, but they need that. So these type of platforms are adopting more and more these type of building blocks to provide the best experience and the best service to their users.
Oh, okay, thank you. One important thing, for example, for us at Jeeves, we wanted to launch Jeeves in many countries really fast, so it was impossible for us to build everything in-house. How can different providers can help us to launch in different countries at this, faster and in an easiest way?
Well, I think you first need to kind of assess which kind of countries and which needs these countries have. And finding the right partner is, of course, something crucial to your growth as a company. I think there's first an assessment in terms of product and business, two teams that need to be perfectly aligned, and especially when rolling out to different countries. And as I said, assessing every country locally, finding the right people also on the ground that can guide you through that process, and that should make economic sense for you as well. I mean, that should be quicker than going by your own or than building things from the ground directly from your teams. So I think that's a bit the general or the strategic idea.
Yeah, I can just touch on a very specific example of how we did this when we expanded. And I mentioned that ID verification for consumers was one of the challenges that we had. In Singapore, there's a national digital ID infrastructure that's API-driven from the government. We can tap into an API, pull information on a consumer with their consent, and onboard them to our platform in seconds. But as soon as we go to a new market in Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Thailand, this type of infrastructure doesn't exist, and we need to use alternative service providers that are localized for those markets. So we built the middle layer in between so that we can plug into multiple service providers in order to get the same outcome, the same solution, but being able to do it in multiple markets. And we needed to make sure that we knew who the players were in each of those markets, do the research, get some guidance on the ground to the earlier point.
Yeah. My feeling is that it is getting more and more complex because basically the lines between a competitor and a partner are getting very type of weak. And it's a little bit like an art. I mean, for example, we would love to cooperate with Belvo, but there is also a line in which we compete. So it's you know that the very question is, what is the very core you need to own and control? Other than that, I mean, there is no other way to grow as to partnering, obviously.
Yeah, I would say probably very. So I agree a lot on that. I mean, as a business, you have to really define what's your focus and what is that you are adding to the market. And today we need to be hyper-focused. And there's one thing that we do well, and everything else, is it worth building? Is it worth buying, right? So as long as it does not compete with your value proposition and it doesn't make you weaker, you have to analyze, right? So is it better for me to build or buy? And it depends on how, so can I find a partner that provides high quality service Two, how dependent I'm going to be on those partners. And also, very importantly, I think a lot of people might compare just the cost of building in-house versus buying it outside, but it's the opportunity cost. Are you going to have your team focused on building something that is not core for you, and versus having your team fully focused on one specific mission? And that central piece of being really on target, being very focused, is actually, it has a lot more impact than one would imagine. Right? So having the teams distracted on things that might be needed for your business but not core, it kind of diminishes the vision that even your employees in the company have around what is important for you. So it's I think it's a tough conversation when you analyze providers versus building in-house. I think even for infrastructure players, we have the same question. So there are some layers that we have to define. Do we connect to other players, or do we go even one step down? So I think it's this balance between focus and opportunity cost.
And also on that, sorry, because sometimes it's not only building, it's also maintaining, of course, and building maybe some X hours or some hundreds of thousands of euros, but it's also then having the teams that can provide the maintenance of that service, and also the regulatory part. Sometimes as infrastructure providers have been pursuing a license so that others can piggy blind as well. And that's also super, super useful. Sometimes it's not only about technology, but also about the regulation.
Yeah. Any other best practices that you think that is helpful for these kind of integrations that sometimes are really complex when you're trying to do it?
I had a boss at Citibank many years ago that told me a sentence that is very clever. He told me, you cannot be all things to all people, which sounds very stupid, but if you are a 15-people company or a 30-people company, that becomes more true than ever. So it's what Uri was saying, how you stay focused and control and develop your core capabilities to make a difference.
And validate that. We didn't want to build a middle layer infrastructure. It was a necessity. Ideally, we would have direct connections and similar type of setup that we did in Singapore, but distracting the team, having them dedicate that time to building that infrastructure was necessary, but it wasn't something that we wanted to prioritize, but for expansion, we just had to do it.
Okay. Coming back to the topic of building an all-in-one platform, which are the key blocks or components that you need to build it?
I think it's a tough question, right?
Any specific technologies, APIs?
We can probably find a lot of examples of all-in-one platforms and how they use different building blocks. So I wouldn't say that there is one all-in-one type of application that could describe what companies do, right? So, you can be talking about all-in-one, I don't know, marketplace where you can have an account where you can make payments, you have a credit card, you can actually get a loan. So for that type of all-in-one service, so obviously you have the first things that you have to do when you tap into financial services is the movement of money, because these are platforms that essentially they get into financial services because they move a lot of money and they process a lot of payments. The next, I think, the most logical step is allowing people to hold funds in accounts. So then is when you start talking about, how do you navigate the regulatory landscape, and how do you build a product that is actually complying with all the regulations that are locally, etc. And then that's when you start adding components to the entire flow that can really improve the user experience and make a difference, right? So if you think about a marketplace where you can store money, where you can make payments, why is it different from something else, right? It may be because it's easier to get a loan. It may be because it's actually easier to approve a credit card because you already have transactionality there. You have to really understand where your users are going to, where your users are coming from and what is the benefit that you're going to provide them in the financial services. So I would say there are many, many building blocks. I think it's a hard question for me to answer, and I think it's very specific for the value proposition of the business.
Yes, I completely agree. From Yves' side, one of the main blocks is the regulatory side. To be honest with you, to be able to operate in more than 30 countries in less than 1 year, we had to partner with different providers because we were not able to operate by ourselves, for example, here in UK and Europe. So how will you solve a problem like regulatory? Will you partner with some companies that they are already on those countries operating? How will you do it?
If you ask me, yes, of course, because that's what we provide. But I guess I'm a bit biased. But yes, of course, I mean, also aligned with the previous idea, doing a proof of concept or kind of doing an MVP of what you want to achieve, it's really valid. You can rely on a partner maybe for a temporary phase. You prove your concept, you have your results, you analyze them, and then you start building your own product. And I think that also relates to the modular approach that kind of the all-in-one fintechs have, which is, okay, I want to have all-in-one, but I want to arrive there, step by step, kind of proving that every step that I'm taking is correct. And that's why relying on partners, even if it's for country expansion, product expansion, or just because you want to test something that has come upon your customers, it's super valid. Even if you're planning to do it for the rest of your product life, or even if it's just for a phase of testing.
Yeah. In our case, in terms of building blocks, we have learned something the hard way. I mean, we sell to big merchants, big gateways on one side, and big banks on the other side, and basically, very long sales cycles. And then on the bank side, once the sales cycle is completed, you go into the periodization of consumer-facing technology. And at the end, we have built like a super simple package in which they tell the bank, listen, you don't need to take a final decision, and we will give you a hosted solution for the customer experience within your secure environment. And that has alleviated the process enormously.
Very interesting.
Okay, so one interesting thing, you were speaking about expansion and different things. For example, at Gibbs, since the day one, we were thinking to be a global corporate provider, financial provider. If you are starting a startup from the scratch, and you have to think about the expansion, you have to think about to build one company, which will be the steps that you will do? You will first build something in Spain or Mexico, for example, and then look at the different data and try to expand to different countries. What do you think that we should do to create a all-in-one platform or any kind of financial tech company to be able to provide this service? You will focus just in one country, you will focus around the world?
One thing I would say is that unless your business model is based on the value proposition of internationalization, you should be very focused in one country. I mean, expansion is extremely hard. And operating in different countries, different regulations, different cultures, it is a lot harder than one would imagine. So, I mean, a company like Jeeves has been born as a platform that wants to operate directly in different countries, because that is what is going to add value to your customers. For companies like ours, for example, I mean, we operate Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil. Is extremely hard to operate in these three countries, and then you have to prioritize resources, and I'm going to develop this, I'm going to develop that. So I think the best strategy is always to start in one market, except, obviously, if what you want to do is to prove that the value that you're going to add is on being present in different markets, right? But to me, by no means, the focus is important, and validating single markets before expanding is key.
I completely agree. I think being consumer-facing and trying to acquire customers in a single market after, say, your first fundraise and trying to utilize the funds in an efficient manner, you've got to be really focused on that market. You do need to pick up on some cues, though, on whether or not product market fit could be better in a different jurisdiction as well. So for us, the first 12 months, we were really focused on Singapore. It's where we raised money. It's where our headquarters was. It's where our staff were. So for us, getting that market right was really important. But we were also able to start doing a bit of selling into Malaysia. It's a 45-minute flight. It's very, very easy to be there on a frequent basis. And a lot of our customers, on the merchant side at least, in Singapore, also operated in Malaysia. So we were able to, at least after the 12-month mark, start to do some business cross-border, but it was very, very challenging, and even hiring there was quite difficult as well. So yeah, the talent aspect, the regulatory aspect, setting up, and focus again of distracting staff potentially to build something that's fit for purpose for a new market is a big trade-off.
Yeah.
And even having a regulatory common background, such as our example, right? We are European, so we hold a European license. So from day one, we could serve companies from across the European Economic Area. And although that, we found that every time we launched a new country, even though we were covered, localization was key. And I mean, most of you will come from Spain, and you will understand how it's like to have negotiations with El Banco de España or Iberpay or other institutions. It takes time. Also localizing small things such as onboarding links, ID verification, etc., etc. So meaning that, okay, we're fully regulatory covered, we can work across European countries, but then again, localization is key to understand the cultural and the day-to-day of that country.
So I guess it very much depends on also on the type of customers you're serving. So, for example, in our case, we were to visit a big subscription merchant, and they would tell us, listen, come back to me when you have banks, at least in Mexico and Brazil and another country. Or you would talk to an international bank, and they would tell you, you know, unless you have merchants in 3 countries, don't talk to me. So we didn't have a choice. I think it would have been much better to concentrate in one market, but we didn't have the choice.
Okay, so we have in GIFs one sentence that is be a global company and operate as local company. So one of the most important things when you are building a company is the people, the team that we hire. What do you think that is more interesting? To have a team concentrate in one country or try to have multiple teams in different countries in which you are operating? What will you do if you have to do it again?
From the talent perspective, I would say let them work wherever they want, if it makes sense. But this is maybe from an HR perspective. Strategically, I guess you will always have a headquarter. Sometimes it's more virtual or hybrid or even physical. We believe in an hybrid model, although everyone is free to work a bit from their home, etc. But besides the headquarters, I am super fond of having local teams. And a local team, in our case, for example, it's someone that it's especially in the law, so a compliance officer, marketing, sales, etc. But for instance, product people could work from Paris or from Germany, because we today have tools to kind of communicate and have a proper, working framework. But yes, I am firm thinker that being on the ground, it's important, especially for business development.
I would probably, for us, I would disagree a bit on one point, which is, for example, the product team. We operate, I mean, probably Europe might be a bit similar across countries, but for us, the local product knowledge is super important. And having the people who are going to develop your technology and your product be able to feel, be able to experience, be able to be at the other side of the spectrum, because we provide infrastructure, so being able to test the products of our clients, being able to understand how banks operate in different regions. So we've felt the difficulty of trying to build product without being super local, and that has been challenged. So in Belvo, we say the same thing. So in Brazil, you have to be Brazilians. In Mexico, you have to be Mexican. In Colombia, Colombians. And that not only agree on sales, marketing, etc., but for us, product and technology development is also something where we need local knowledge.
Okay, from the customer perspective, why is more interesting to have a multi-financial service all-in-one that have different providers? I don't know if you understand my question.
No.
Like, For example, at Gibbs, we offer debit cards, credit cards, corporate cards. We also offer cross-borders. Why it's better to have one platform like Gibbs instead of having a specific companies?
I think it's very different. I mean, you may need to have legal entities in several places, but unless you do the core central, escalating properly will be very, very difficult. That would be my feeling.
Yeah. I think solving one core pain point, we talked a bit earlier about what is your focus, what are you really solving for your customer base. Over time, that can expand into other things as you understand, maybe have the local product perspective and understand the challenges on the ground. But really solving that problem better than anybody else can is going to give you a lot more stickiness with your customer base as well, because it's not that easy to replicate what you're providing.
Okay, so we have one minute left. I don't know if you want to share any ideas that you have in your minds that you think that is useful for the audience, or probably we can ask the audience if they have any questions.
Yes, sir.
Questions? So anyone has any question for the speakers? No? Not really? Anything to conclude? No? Okay. So thank you very much to be part of this panel. Hopefully we can help you with some insights, and if you have any questions, please let us know. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. That's great. Thank you to all our speakers, and also Rory for moderating. That was great. A lot to learn about all-in-one fintech platforms. We're going to be, again, on the subject of the future of money. And our next panel, we're going to be talking about fintech platforms embarking on the digital frontier. Finding ways, what are the transformative benefits, challenges, and security considerations that come with this digital frontier. I'm going to welcome our next speakers, Gabrielle Thomas, who is Investment Director at Blackfin Venture Capital. Welcome, Gabrielle. Alejandro Banegas, VP Business Development at MasterCard Spain. And we have Eduardo Petit Quiros, Partnerships Manager Spain at Contour. And then our moderator, Gonzalo Parejo, co-founder and CEO at Camino. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, good morning. So we're going to talk about all-in-one financial platforms. I think it's a very connected topic to the previous panel. For those that are not familiar with financial platforms, we're talking about a combination of payment and software solutions, mostly focused on SMBs and growing businesses, but also moving up market. They solve pain points like spend management, expense management, payables, receivables, treasury management, better financial reporting, FP&A, etc. We've seen some successful models in the US like Brex or Ramp or Airbase. We also see some successful cases here. We have some examples here together with us. So we have Gabrielle Thomas, Investment Director from Blackfin. She's also a board member at Agicap. Alejandro Banegas from MasterCard, leading payment provider. And also Eduardo Petit Quiros from Conto, operating out of France, but also in Spain, Italy, and Germany, and myself, that I'm CEO and co-founder at Camino, which is a similar all-in-one financial platform, but operating out of Brazil, an emerging market. We also solve treasury management problems, spend management, very similar, but with the particularities of an emerging market. No? Going right to the point, there's always an important topic in these financial platforms, talking about payment versus software. And I would like to talk a little bit about monetization and stickiness. So Eduardo, first, if you can give us your take on what brings the stickiness into your product for your SMB's clients at Conto.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Gonzalo. So just for those that maybe don't, I don't know if... No.
It's not working here, the mic.
Now I think.
I think now it's working.
Wait.
Yes.
Hello? Yes.
Yeah.
Now I think it does. Yeah. Sorry about. I was saying a lot. I think it's this maybe that it's going a bit. I don't know if if it does. I don't. Hello. Yes. Well, I'll try. Sorry about that. Might take this off so it does. Okay, now much better. Yes. Well, thanks a lot, Gonzalo. Just for those that don't know us, Conto is the leading European banking finance solution. And in order to answer your question in terms of stickiness, just to give you an example of when we launched in 2016, first in France, we really launched as your day-to-day banking platform. So really we were trying to cover this pain that it was how banking transactions for SMBs, they were very complex and they were taking a long time to do very simple stuff. But from there we evolved into the all-in-one solution that we're talking about here today. And why did we do this? It's because we saw that actually in order to bring stickiness, we needed to offer a platform that it was a platform of all trades. Why did we do this? Because we saw that our customers, they evolved because they had other needs, SMBs they evolved, and the fintech segment or industry, it evolved too. So we had to go from offering, making your transactions easier to actually offering other type of features such as invoicing, expense management, even financing or even accounting, let's say, functionalities. So for us, that's what actually brings stickiness, being able to adapt to your customer and that your customer feels like they're getting added value from your software, let's say in this case. And that here, the challenge would say in terms of stickiness is how do you manage to deliver this value for the customers at the same pace that they need it. So because, customer demands are getting higher and higher and higher. So in that term, something such as partnerships, that is what I'm in charge of at Conto, it's essential and it's very important because we're able to offer our customers, let's say, additional services at a fraction of the time, and it doesn't really have any impact on our product roadmap or on our product resources that in tech, as we all know probably here, they could be quite scarce. So yeah, that's for us what brings the stickiness.
Okay, great. Thank you, Eduardo. So that's about the stickiness, but also some of the challenges that these models are facing is obviously focused on monetization. Gabriel, if you can give us your take about the revenue models, payment versus software, and your experience at GCAP.
Yes, sure. So I'll try to give a VC perspective here to add another perspective to the panel. So first of all, subscription models have appeared as a very virtuous model for startups. When we are analyzing startup, we really like when it's a SaaS subscription because we think it's resilient. We think it's solid and the churn may be low. Whereas when it comes to transaction or commission models, it's a way to align more easily interests between a service provider and the end user and the customer. But at the same time, it can be more volatile. So of course, we are looking at it with a different angle. But if I split the last 10 years, I've been a VC for the last 10 years, so if I split the last 10 years in 3 periods to analyze our perception of these models and these models mix, from like 2015 to 2019, we were very bullish on all the transaction-based model because we thought like for product-led growth it was very explosive and the scalability was uncapped. So it was very exciting. Also, so the valuation were sometimes like 50% higher than for a SaaS subscription model-based fintech. And then the COVID came and the lockdown. So for many fintech, especially in the spend management or expense management, the usage dropped a bit or it changed a lot. And so the SaaS part appeared to be more resilient. It was very hard for all these companies at the time because there were also there was also an increasing competition. So they were all trying to compete on the pricing on the SaaS part to get new customers on board. So it was very contradictory, and it was a tough paradox for, I think, many fintechs that were trying to have the right mix between these two models. And now that the economic context has changed a bit too, for the last 6 months, we see a new change again, so the third period I was mentioning. And we have the feeling that the transaction-based and commission-based model are like kind of back a bit, and so this is the new, again, a trend that we are very close to, and we are trying to monitor, and we are very curious about how it will evolve over the last years, the next years.
Great. So on your side, Alejandro, Mastercard is a great partner, enabler of these platforms, and also a partner that is not only regional, local, but also global. What type of trends do you see now, present and future?
So this is an amazing landscape. We've seen, what the colleagues have said, an interesting evolution, also in terms of the niches of our sub-segments of SMBs that we've seen. So we've seen an evolution of what different groups want. So it's not the same what a tradesman needs, which is basically cash flow support and able to access to capital to manage their inflows, versus what a small professional service lawyer needs, which is more in the think of how they can expand their business globally. But in essence, we've seen three things: how they need to manage their payments, so going back to the old days of the basic accounting and card propositions. Second, cash flow management, which is now more in the sense of smarter solutions to access capital. And the third, which is how they can grow their business, and going back to the subscription models and what COVID spurred in terms of new business models. We've seen how they need to go digital and how they need to digitalize the whole payment flow. And what we've seen, it's a switch from the traditional MVPs that were provided by the bank 5 years ago, starting to focus on the assessment with the same proposition across all the sub-segments, to what we see now, which is a more fintech-based approach, platform-based, in the form of embedded finance, where now more and more SMBs are being attracted because they go into a one-stop shop model where they have everything what they need in an easier format. So this is interesting, and we'll see how this evolves in the future.
Great. So we've talked about payments, software monetization, subscription models, transactional models to grow fast. But there is a second challenge of these platforms, is the go-to-market. So some of them focus on SMBs, others are going up market too. You've seen that trend at AGCAP and also at Blackfin. If you could share with us some learnings about that experience, please, Gabriel.
Yes, thanks, Gustavo. So yes, we have seen this trend very much. Both companies moving from startups to SMEs, and from SMEs to mid-market or bigger SMEs. So these are very solid trends. Why do we see that? What are the reasons for this? According to what we saw, the reason are like to better the unit economics. So first of all, to better the average basket, because of course, if you go to a bigger company, you can have maybe a bigger SaaS or commission revenue. And the second reason is to better the churn, because the bigger companies are more resilient to the economic context. And this was a big concern over these last 2 years. I think many companies, many fintech, decided to go up market in 2 years ago or 3 years ago because of the doldrums, kind of. And the third reason why they are going up market is to better the payback. So payback has been one of the main metrics that was analyzed by VCs over these last 2 years because of the scarcity of money and the need of more operational efficiency to adapt to the new market context. So like these two unit economics are more can be better going up market. But when you go up market, it comes also with a lot of risks. The first risk is the product market fit risk. I mean, your product maybe is not adapted, is not fitted to your new customer. So you have to analyze who will be your new customer, how many people will buy it in one company, who will be the decision makers, and sometimes it changes a lot when you're facing just one founder, and now you have the CFO and or the treasury manager and many other stakeholders to the decision. So there is all these product market fit things to better handle. Then you also have a huge risk regarding the sales and operation structure in your company. So how can you organize your sales team to tackle and to go up market? For Agicap, they started with a very strong outbound team, and they were more focused on SMEs. They spent a lot of time with the customers, trying to feel what was the right feedback to adapt the product and the sales strategy. Going up market, it means having account managers. It means changing a lot the way you are organized to go to see the customers and then to manage the relationship. Another risk also you can face when you go up market is the sizer effect. So it means that you are investing a lot to go up market on your product, on your sales team organization, and on your marketing. But at the same time, you invest less in the SMEs and the legacy customer base. So you face a churn, and it takes more time to go up market, so you can face a kind of a sizer effect. In the case of Agicap, they are handling this situation well, but it's something we have seen many times, because sometimes when a company comes to us to raise a round, they say, we have a new strategy, that's why we want to raise funds. And yes, we need to have a kind of proofs for this traction to be convinced. So it can be hard also in this regard.
Taking one step back, Eduardo, why SMBs? Why do they prefer these new solutions versus incumbents, which at the end in Europe, the financial institutions are quite well developed?
Yes, well, giving the perspective, because that exactly as after giving more like, let's say, the investment opinion on that, like what do actually SMBs need and why would they come to new solutions? Here, like what we really have to think first is historically, the SMB segment, let's say, well, it's not a segment, but the SMBs, they were neglected in a sense. When we talk about banking or financial institutions, it was more focused on the B2C, right? So on the retail, how do we get those clients, you know, etc. But we have to see that actually these SMBs, what they need is they're putting the money of their business onto a bank account or a financial service, and they need to actually see that it works, that it's reliable, etc. So they need a solution that maybe is a bit more digital, because it actually covers their needs in terms of security, you know, what the features they need, etc. At Conto, we always say, or we try to define Conto as reliable, easy to use, fast, that are really terms that describe what the SMBs they need to see. And in this sense, when we transition, as I said before, from this, you know, your day-to-day banking to your all-in-one solution, what we were trying to address was 3 very specific pain points. The first one that I mentioned before, and that, of course, as a fintech, it's implicit that it has to be like that, but it's technology that works. As I mentioned before, making a transfer or ordering a card should take you 2 clicks, and at tops, a security factor. It shouldn't be, you know, processes and days and talking to an agent, etc. So that's something that for us is key. Second of all, transparency, talking before about the subscription models, etc. When it comes to banking or financing, here what we're trying to do is offering, let's say, a transparent subscription model where you know monthly what you're going to pay for and why you're paying for it. So it's not, again, not knowing why you're paying commissions for a service that you don't even use, or what is actually bringing you the value of having to get other products so your offering is cheaper. So that doesn't make sense. To give an example, at Conto, it can go as little as from €9 a month, that you can have basic needs for your business, and it can go up to 249 based on the needs that you have. If you need cards for your expense management, for your sales team, etc. So you can go up to that and other type of features. And let's say the third pain point basically is customer support that was mentioned before, but we're talking about B2B SMBs. Again, they have their money on these platforms, so they need to know that they're supported. What we're talking about is that you don't have to fight, let's say, to get an answer for a problem because your interface, your banking interface doesn't work. Here at Konto, what we offer is that in 15 minutes, you can get an answer to any type of problem, and that is not a robot behind. So it's basically a person that is telling you, look, you can do this on the platform, like it's gonna work, don't worry, your money's safe. So in general here, what I think like a lot of these B2B fintechs, and especially Konto in this case in Europe, what we're doing is putting again the SMBs at the center, let's say at the core of the business, that before they were a bit like separate, like, okay, we're gonna do this product, and if then SMBs, they like it, that's it, but you know, whatever. But we're trying to put them back at the center because that's where they should be. And for them to feel like, you know, they're getting this platform, they're paying for it, and they have like a good service instead of sometimes feeling like the bank is their client, you know, because they have to make them happy. It has to be the other way around. So for us, those are the main key points that SMBs, they're looking, and that's why they're going to these all-in-one solutions.
Okay, thanks, Eduardo. And MasterCard, what do you see the trends, the evolution on the value prop for both SMBs and going up market?
So I strongly coincide with what Eduardo has said. So what we've seen is, you know, traditional financial institutions started with trying to serve a segment that absolutely they forgot they have there. As a result of PSD1, they started to think on how they could make more profitable business out of this commercial cards business. So they started to develop very basic account and cards proposition, which were a little bit all for everyone. So there was not particularly customized propositions from the different segments. Towards what we're seeing now, which is a more one-stop shop where if you have a specific needs, you can select what you want in a single spot, and in a more open architecture model where you can integrate new partners, new services that every year we see new fintechs that are bringing new things. And one of the things that we've seen in Europe that is extremely relevant looking for SMBs is three elements that absolutely need to be incorporated in this MVP. One is invoicing. This is becoming more and more relevant in the way how you want to get paid and how you want to generate the process of issuing an invoice. The second is, as today exists in the retail space, so today in the B2C models, we see rewards programs. Of course, SMBs want to be rewarded for the financial services activity, but today the only thing what we see it's based on car activity, but we see it's more and more this has to be based on the SMB full behavior, so beyond the car usage. And last but not least, the third element that we are seeing getting a lot of traction is cybersecurity and cybersecurity solutions. As they are going digital, they are building their own, in some cases, e-commerce platforms to sell online. Fraud is becoming, as you probably guys know, as a result of the spur of e-commerce of the last 3-4 years, and a perfect spot for the hackers. So I think SMBs, which are not specialized on managing these platforms, are demanding more sophisticated solutions that can help them manage that flow. If we look on how SMBs evolve and we see more on the medium-sized to large corporates, we see a totally different thing. What we're seeing is an interest to have integrated from procure to pay flows, so from generating a purchase order to kind of generating the invoice and pay. Today, this is totally split up. Today, traditional banks are offering cards from one side, are offering financial service platforms that help them, in some cases, finance or discount these invoices. But today, this is not integrated. This is in a batch process, in typically ACH modes, which take several days to process. What we're seeing more and more is that our fintechs are collaborating with banks now to be able to integrate the whole process. And this is becoming more and more relevant because there will be mandated regulation on companies that have turnover above 8 million euros that will need to issue every single invoice on electronic format. So if this is going to be absolutely key to have a way where by every invoice I issue, I have payment reconciled, reporting done, and capacity to generate access to capital. In today's world, if you want to, you need to to pay up front and you want to get financing from a bank, this will take you, 1-2 weeks to get it done. And now with virtual cards, you can actually get that finance right off the bat when the vendor wants to get paid. So I think a lot of innovation happening there, and I would see a combination of platform-based players like you guys and financial institutions that need to accelerate the way that they serve today. In the future, maybe they will end up collaborating. No?
Good. So I'm going to ask you now a little bit about how the evolution of these models you see. For me, it's great to listen to these cases because at the end, we're talking about developed economies in emerging markets like where Camino with K, right? Like the planet in Star Wars. In Brazil, we are going to learn with models like you. In Brazil or in Mexico, what you see is large number of SMBs that represent a lot in terms of number, but very small in terms of GDP. They're starting to experience with a credit card difficulties with payables, with receivables. This is what we're building now in Brazil with Camino, but you guys are upfront on that. If you can give us, like in a very short period of time, like in 1 minute, what's your vision? Where do you think 2 years from now, 3 years from now, your companies will be, these models of all-in-one financial platforms will be here in Europe, no? Starting with Conto. With
yes,
Eduardo.
sure. I can start. On that sense, just to, you gave a few numbers like about Brazil. In Europe, we have to look that there's more than 25 million SMBs and they represent 56% of the GDP.
Brazil is only that. Just all Europe, Brazil is that.
Yeah, but but if you compare size, but we do what we can with the market that we have with the and in terms of we're lacking in the sense because with different countries, even if you put them together, it's almost the size of Brazil. But we have similar regulations, so we have the opportunity, to go to a lot of markets on a friction of the time on that sense. But I was gonna say that at the end of the day, it represents like a very big economy and it's a thriving economy, even if right now the economic situation is not as good as it could be. But in terms of that, really the mission of Conto that we see is go even more on this all-in-one banking solution for all of these SMBs that we see in Europe, because there's a lot of work to be done, and a lot of them, they still rely on these more traditional solutions. So we have to see exactly how can we get to them through other different solutions, and in the sense of Conto, how can we actually help them grow in the way that we can. So for us, the main challenges, let's say, would be how do we keep delivering, let's say, quality, which is essential, not just, fall back. You need to keep delivering all this quality. Also, something very important in terms of how do we keep bringing this delight to our customers at the time that we grow, because it's not the same thing. Well, right now we have 350,000 customers across Europe that we're bringing this delight, and when you see at the Net Promoter Score, we're at +75 compared to traditional banks that is at -13. So there you see that there's like a big difference, but how, when we scale, can we keep with this delight for the customer? So that's essential. And in the terms of product, how can we keep delivering product or no functionalities fast, but that it keeps that, let's say, value and that quality, so that we stay on the lane of the market trends. And finally, yes, so the mission is in 2025 have 1 million SMB customers, bringing all of these functionalities to them.
Focus on SMBs.
Yes.
Good. Alejandro?
In 30 seconds, I mean, we see two things happening. One is we talk about embedded finance. This is especially relevant on the acquiring space, especially when in Europe we have a very complex APM ecosystem where we have cards, we have ACH, we have players like ID, LB2, etc. happening. So I think more and more these platforms that today represent only 5 to 10% of total volumes will need to become much more relevant for SMBs to help them manage all the payment flows. And I think more and more we're going to see an acceleration of platform models where either by the fintechs, models like Quanto or ICAP or you guys or banks trying to get into that model in combination or collaboration with fintechs. This absolutely needs to be the spot, because we see still a huge opportunity of SMBs that today are not being served. And they are lacking this service. So in the future, I think it's going to be a platform-based model.
Thank you. Gabriel, please.
I won't be long on this one, as you said already many things, but I think the future is very exciting, and there are a lot of opportunity to be grabbed in Europe. We are sure there will be also consolidation on the market because all the players want to capture all the market and to be the only one tool for the CFO at some point. So it has already begun, but I think big players will concentrate and buy others towards more payment features maybe, and maybe also deeper into the value chain. Yes, I think a lot of companies have met a difficult time these 2 last years, so there are a lot of M&A acquisition target for the emerging leaders such as Conto, such as Pleo, Agicap, and so on.
Yeah, great. Yeah, we already seen some M&A to emerging markets. Great. So we finished. Thank you very much. We have 30 seconds, maybe just a quick question, maybe.
Any questions, anyone?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
That was great. And thank you, Gonzalo, for moderating a great panel on fintech. We're now going to change topic to the circular economy. And on the back of that, we want to sort of encourage people to become a green warrior at Sav Summit by going to the green corner and getting stamps. If you have, come here by public transport, or you've brought your own water bottle to the summit, or done something that's going to create an impact, which without without sort of off trading carbon footprint, we will give you stamps for the after party for free beers on June the 8th, tomorrow, which is the after party, one of the after parties. So please, everybody, just go and collect your green stamps at the green corner in the South Summit. So I'm going to introduce our next speakers, and this time it's going to be a fireside chat. We're going to be talking about from linear to circular, redesigning consumption for a sustainable future. And we're embracing the principles of the circular economy for a sustainable future, discovering inspiring examples, discussing product design, technology, and collaboration, and envisioning a future where circularity becomes the norm. And I'm going to welcome to the stage our speaker, Laurence Fontenoy, Global Head of Circularity at Decathlon. Welcome, Laurence. And then our moderator, David Goodman, Dean at IE University School of Architecture and Design. Welcome, and over to you. Thank you for being here. Oh, yeah, perfect. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, good morning, good day. Shall we wait for the crowd to turn around? It looks like we have a little ingress.
Yeah, let's just quickly wait for these people to wander out. Because we might get some more people coming in. But we don't want to lose time either.
I call a timeout.
Yeah, I think start and people will come in, okay? Because we don't want to lose time.
Okay. Thanks very much. I'm David Goodman. I'm here with Laurence Fontenoy from Decathlon. I'm going to begin with the title that's behind us here. From linear to circular. I'll break it down into 2 bits. Let's talk about circularity, because I do think, to a certain degree, we're at a moment where circularity has become, like sustainability, one of those words that we all can agree is very good, something we want, but which many of us may have different working definitions and different applications. So I wonder if you could talk to us a bit about how Decathlon is landing circularity and your role in that process.
Yeah, thank you. This is working, right? Well, it is at the heart of the strategy of the company, so this is something very important to start with. There are really teams that are being created for sustainability and for circularity, with sustainability being more on the environmental impact. So, by example, working on how you decarbonize the production, how you shift as well with the sport and the conception towards a different mix of product that you have that are more durable. And then there's a third area, which is the area that I'm looking after, which is circularity, and it's thinking about how you create new business models around circularity to around the changing habits right now that are not always about owning the goods, but also using the goods. So by example, at Decathlon, it could be repairability, all the workshops we have. It could be as well second-hand. It could be rental, but it could be as well recycling. So really thinking about the whole reversibility of the product and how do you collect, sort and disassemble and then bring back the raw material into the production.
Mm-hmm. So the second part of the title presumes that it's about consumption, that we're really focused on consumption. Yet, as we all know, consumption has obvious implications for production, distribution, et cetera, et cetera. So let's talk about the part that isn't consumption. In the move to circularity, how much of this is a question of demand driving it, and how much of it is a question of supply, offering options, or are you responding to something the consumers are already actively asking for?
Yeah, consumer habits are changing, right? And they are changing about, there's not a necessity to own the goods anymore, but about using the goods. So the companies are really thinking about that and how they can shift their business model as well and the way of bringing the sport goods to this new habit. So this is changing anyway. By example, already 80% of people in these surveys are already ready to use, they prefer to use a product than to actually own it. So companies have to be proactive as well, and because it means a lot of changes within the company to be able to respond to that and to be ready. So that's a lot of changes internally as well, right? Because it's not about I sell a product, it's also about it comes back to me, and I need to be able to really be ready to have this product back in the company and then have the right processes back to the production.
And you see that 80% that are saying, yeah, I would do it. You see them actually doing it? Because that's a nice answer to give on a survey. Oh, of course I would. But you see actual evidence that this is actually
Yeah, of course. We have a lot of big ambitions, right, for the company and on shifting from circular from linear to circular business model. So, by example, today, it's always good to take a precise example. No, today we are offering subscriptions for products. So, by example, kids' bike, the bike has to be changed every 18, 24 months, right? So it's much better to actually done with not owning the bike, but that the bike is being changed every 18 months to the size of the kid. So there is a subscription that you pay per month, and then we change the bike of the kids, right? And already we launched that like 15 months ago in one country, and we are now deploying that in more countries because it's a very interesting model. We have already a good chunk, actually, of the products that are being sold this way, right? Which is not new specifically, but it's a subscription.
So in this, I guess we would call it sporting goods as a service. As we go to that model, let's say, you have a tech background, right? You were the founder of a digital business in women's health, previously at Google, at PayPal, eBay, sorry. eBay. Wrong side. But I wonder, can you talk about the intersection then, as we move to this subscription-based, service-based approach, in a business like Decathlon that has been for a long time a brick-and-mortar retail business? What is the intersection like of those two ways of business?
Well, I think one of the biggest challenges is on digital, right? So when you have, for example, a subscription model, it's not that you sell a product one time, you bill it. No, you need to be able to bill it every month and bill the client. It's a complete different system that the companies or retailers are not used to. They're not used to a one-shot thing, right? So how do you install a recurrency into the technology? And it's a big thing for a company, and it's also the time to market to do that and to do it quick when you have systems, right, that are not prepared for that from the beginning. Right, so that's a big challenge. Another big challenge, by example, we also do buyback. So we buy back sport goods to actually resell it secondhand. Today we do it at the store, but of course we want to do it as well at the house, right, close to the user. Because if you think you have like a fitness machine like how do you bring back this fitness machine at the store, right? So we want to be able to go to the client and then estimate what it's worth as well. So all the system for that, it's not digital only, but it's also logistical one, because like a warehouse is set today to bring something to the store, but not to take something back home from a customer. And for a company or big retailer that always have built the building blocks on that, it's a huge change to do, and it's all about reverse logistics, by example.
So it really becomes kind of a design question, right? I mean, it's not just about, let's say we're talking about how do I get my treadmill back to Decathlon. That's a question that isn't just a physical question, right? It may have implications for the design of the product. And here's where I'm going to go a bit off script, if you will, Laurence, because we didn't talk about this, but you know, I come from a school of architecture and design. We train future designers. We will be working in fashion, things like this. Some of that work in enabling circularity has to happen up front, right? So as an educator, what advice would you give me in preparing these next generations of people that are going to be working, presumably, for people like you? What do they need to know how to do?
Well, there are different things. I think to think as well about the users and these changes from ownership to usage, what it means really, and how, in terms of communication, you communicate or you adapt your communication, but also how you adapt your products. If you're actually going to rent a tent, for example, right? It's really interesting, the tent example. You need to make it more durable, because if you rent it, it has to be used on average 8 times, 6 days by 6 families per year, right? Which is not the typical, I buy it, I use it 8 days for my family, and then maybe next year. So the conception is different as well, right? So you need to conceive more durable products for circular economy, not only for rental, but maybe for second-hand, and just in principle, because that's actually the goal of what you're looking for. So I would say those two things are like two big areas to think about in terms of education.
So as circularity becomes something we're more and more used to hearing about, it already is something that we take for granted in a way, that a business will have a circularity strategy. If you're an investor or if you're a consumer, how can you distinguish between truly effective, impactful circularity initiatives and greenwashing? How can I distinguish between those things?
Yeah, there is a risk, of course, right? Like many companies have been in the lately quite actually having been in trouble, right, with greenwashing communication. So you have to be really, really careful. And at the end, what is it that you're going to communicate? And maybe there needs to be like a third party checking on that. It has to be aligned with the EU regulations or the APR of your countries as well. So if that is in line, and the way you choose your communication, you position your communication is very important. And here I think Decathlon is a very shy company, if I can say it this way, in terms of communication. So it's not a company that communicates or over-communicates, so I'm not too worried about that, because we'll choose very well how to do it in the future when it comes to recycling and when it comes to those type of strategies. But it's definitely something to really upskill the skills in the company. So we already have those talks, like how to upskill the legal people with that, like what is a good positioning in terms of sustainability and circularity. Same thing with our agencies when we are looking at the new communication. Yeah.
So you've worked in startups, you've worked in, let's say, not so recent startups, but still on the upward curve, and you've worked in an established business, one of the largest retailers in sporting goods in the world. Yeah. When it comes to circularity, are there any specific challenges that a startup would face? Any specific challenges that an established player would face? What are those challenges? How does it work?
Agility, right? If you're a startup, you're very agile by definition. You're a small team, you go fast, you take your tech, boom, boom, boom. You speak in weeks of production and put it into production. And when you're a big company like Decathlon, which is not native in digital, you're not talking in weeks, right? So that's basically maybe one of the biggest challenge for large companies that are not native in technology, because circularity the product is not new. If the product is not new, because it's second-hand or it's a rental product, it's unique by essence. And if it's unique, the only way actually, or the best way to meet offer and demand, it's going to be online. It's going to be digital. So normally, a lot of the circularity will happen online. And for us, we foresee that it's going to be the majority, actually, of the sales. So how do you upskills and how do you get ready within the organizations to have your time to market in accordance with the changing habit of the users and what you want actually to push, right? So there are things sometimes that we develop already in the store but are not online, and then we're just like working a lot to have it online. But it's definitely one of the biggest challenge. And maybe the second one as well is that like a retailer like Decathlon has always thought about how I sell something, how I produce is very optimized, 30, 40 years, very optimized production. But now how do you do it when you get your raw material back from feedstock back into the production, which is not always next to your store, right? So how do you do to have it efficient, right? And it's a big, big reverse flow that is a huge thing for a company that has been building the blocks, like fine-tuning, and now suddenly it's like, oh, it's coming back. Right.
So we've gone through 14 minutes, and I think I'm required by law to ask you about AI at some point. I'm not sure if the regulation has gone into effect, but we've gone 14 minutes, so now it's time for me to ask you about AI. As it relates to circularity, are there any opportunities, threats that you see AI bringing?
No, I think AI is actually an opportunity, right? Especially in second-hand or when a product is not new, there is a big pricing thing. So what is the right price for a product when it's not new? And AI can help a lot on gathering, like forecasting or getting by crowd, what is actually the exact price of this bike I bought 3 years ago compared to the devaluation of this bike, but also what is there on the market right now, right? On Vinted, on Le Bon Coin, on Wallapop, on others. So I think there is a lot of opportunity to get the right pricing, and actually it's not a fixed price, it's a dynamic pricing. And when you're in dynamic pricing, also for a new product, AI is a huge thing because you don't want to do it manually, right?
Mm-hmm. You made a really good point there, bringing up Wallapop, et cetera. So explain to me why, if I'm a consumer, here I'm going to ask you to sell Decathlon. If I'm a consumer, why would I go to you and not to Wallapop or equivalent for my sporting goods needs, right? If I'm looking for circularity, what's the advantage of going to the original retailer, let's say?
Well, because we do have a good guarantee, right? When we get the goods back, but we also repair them. Right, so that's a different angle, and then maybe the contact between the users is not always there. So I think in terms of quality of the offer, but also the quantity of it and the range and how many products we have, I think that's definitely a very good offer that we have.
So this is limited. The answer here is limited to the professional world. Okay, what worries you? What worries you? In your job? Well,
for me, now, being in circularity and working for a company like Decathlon, I think it's the perennity of the raw materials is definitely one of the big challenges for the planet in general. So how do you continue, or how do you produce goods that are durable with less and less raw materials, or every time more expensive, right? So that's one of the big things. And it's at the heart of the strategy of circularity. How do you bring back the goods so that it's not like thrown away? How do you bring them back into that loop? Right? And it's definitely one of the things, like how that can help on the perennity of the raw materials. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And let's do the flip side. What is it that most excites you about your work?
Innovation. Definitely, I'm all over innovation. I love it, because I worked all of my life in technology. And I think I was a bit worried when coming to a corporate world back from being an entrepreneur, right? Well, how is it going to be? And actually, the company I'm in now, Decathlon, is very, very entrepreneurial because of the founder, because they set this up from scratch, from nothing. There's like a huge entrepreneurial spirit within the company. And it's not like a company that you need to actually boost. It is more like sometimes you need to structure it, because it's like there are a lot of proof of concept a bit everywhere. It's just like, okay, but which one is the one with most potential of scalability, of profitability, right? And it's a lot about structuring, but my work, I love it because it's really like a startup within the company, and then really detect where is the opportunity and then scale that opportunity very, very quickly to other markets. So that's, for me, it's something I always have done, and I'm doing now. As well in Decathlon, it's something which is not digital, which is, for me, super interesting to work for the first time of my life in a physical product.
And do you have to engage in a kind of entrepreneurship within your organization?
Yeah, we do have a lot. Actually, we have some people here from the team. So there are some innovation teams in all the countries. Circular teams is all about innovations as well. So they are in each countries, and we have 60 countries. We have people at United global level as well. We have alliance teams, so teams that are thinking about, if we don't have the technology has seen like omni type of technology, who do we need to partner with, right? Or where do we need to invest, right? So that's definitely a lot of teams working on that, and it's a big thing in the company.
So we've got 1 minute and 31 seconds left, which would give us time for one concise question and answer. Do we have one?
Yeah, where there's a huge opportunity is to actually partner with others to collect the goods, because you cannot collect on your own. It's not enough to have containers at Decathlon. You need to be with others so that we collect more massively. And also because the users, he doesn't want to think, I have this pile of clothes. It's a good one because I just did that this weekend. You have a pile of clothes of your kids. You're not going to say a pile for Zara, a pile for Decathlon, a pile, no. You just want to have one single option, right, at that moment, because you're already thinking about recycling. But so you need, as companies, we need to think how we make it easy for people and how we put the right tools, and that could be actually working together. In Spain, by example, we're working with others retailers together to see how we actually going to collect the goods in a collective way.
Well, thank you so much, Laurence, for joining us today. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Laurence. So interesting to hear about the circular economy in retail. So much to learn from that. And next up, we're going to be talking again about circular economy. And we are going to do a panel, related to revolutionizing consumption, new paths in the circular economy. So we'll be learning about, traditional linear models of consumption where products are produced, used, and discarded, and how they're being replaced by more sustainable, efficient, and circular systems. So from design and production to use and disposal, does this new path require rethinking the entire life cycle of products? So I'm going to welcome to the stage our next panelists. First up, we have Julio Sanchez, Head of Innovation at Simfa. If we can, we have to wait for, are we here? Are we here, the panelists? I can't see from the back. Oh, we're waiting. Oh, perfect. Okay, so we have Julio Sanchez, who is Head of Innovation at Simfa. Do you want to take a seat here? Welcome to the stage. We have Ramon Lopez, Head of Innovation Ecosystems at Veolia. We also have Yael Shemer, a co-founder at CCO and Tulu. Welcome to the stage. And Gustavo Vinacua, co-founder and CEO at Net Positive Labs. And our moderator, Deborah Lee, who is principal at Mundi Ventures. Deborah, welcome to the stage. And over to you guys.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And we are following up on a very interesting conversation from Decathlon and how they're innovating in terms of circular economy for a large organization and very established. And so today we have quite a number of experts in the circular economy also having this discussion. And just to give a quick introduction and context to the people that we have on stage with us, we have Gustavo. He is the co-founder and CEO of Net Positive Labs, which is an innovation and venture building studio. We also have Yael, who's the founder and chief customer officer of Tulu. And Tulu is a physical and digital platform that operates so that residents in housing units can rent household items by the hour. And then we have Ramon Lopez, who actually has a PhD in environmental engineering, so I'm very excited to chat with you about that. And he's the head of innovation and ecosystems at Viola in Spain. And lastly, we have Julio, who is currently the head of innovation at Sinfa. And Sinfa aims to be the household, actually is the household brand for pharmaceuticals in Spain. So covering different industries from what we heard about in the retail. And I wanted to start off with Gustavo because we had some interesting conversations about different industries that are attacking circular economy. So I wondered if you can share some of those examples beyond what we typically think about in terms of, you know, our fashion or apparel, but there's a lot of conversations around circular economy in other industries as well.
Yeah, totally. So circular concepts have been around for decades already, and most people still think that that is about recycling only, which is very important, but there's way more that can be done. So at Net Positive Labs, we are on a mission to accelerate the transformation towards a more sustainable world, and that's why we're pushing to create new products, services, new businesses that are really leveraging on those wider range of business models that can really help create a more sustainable system. So examples of that, renting things and Tula, having Tula around, it's great. Tula around is great. Renting things and selling products as a service. It's a way to, of course, reduce carbon. I would say it's also a very smart way of consuming things. There's so many things we do only every now and then, I would say occasionally. So buying the assets that allow us to do those things and having them waiting for us at home, it's maybe not the best decision. So yeah, there's Tulu doing this, which is amazing. There's others renting clothes, renting tools, outdoor gear, lots of things happening there. There's also great opportunities in the B2B space there. And then, for example, second-hand marketplaces or repairing businesses. It's also a good way to reduce carbon footprint, and there are examples of these already working, of course, like Wallapop or Back Market doing electronics. In our case, at Net Positive Labs, we just designed, tested and launched a second-hand market business in GCC region in Saudi, where people and businesses can upload their furniture and we can clean it or even refurbish and sell it back into the market. So those are two examples of business models that we are using.
Amazing. And obviously we can innovate from the corporation and business side, but it also means in terms of us fully adopting into this circular economy, us as consumers really need to also change our habits. And so for Tulu, for example, what has been the biggest challenge in terms of getting consumers to want to rent items instead of buying items?
Hi everyone, my name is Yael, I'm from Tulu. If you haven't heard about us, we operate in 23 cities worldwide, and we essentially install a real-size vending machine with items people can rent in their building. From a vacuum cleaner to a scooter, they can use a printer, they can use a projector, really almost everything. I think the biggest thing we're finding is that people want convenience, and the really interesting section we're at is millennials and Gen Z in student housing or residential buildings that are just moving there for a year, 2 years. They maybe move to a new city to start a new job. And carrying the products, buying new products just doesn't make sense. But on the other hand, we need more infrastructure. So we're really focusing on just deploying as many Tulu units worldwide so people can adopt and change their behavior because the mindset is there. So I think, there's so much things that consumers can do, but we also need to create the infrastructure, and renting items in the past wasn't as successful because of the distance people had to go to, because of pricing. You're going to pay hundreds of dollars to rent something for a day. That doesn't make sense for people in our generation. So putting it in your building where you can take the stairs or the elevator, grab it, use it at home, and then bring it back helped us kind of change that consumer mindset and behavior.
Amazing. And Julio, I want to ask you, because we talked about renting, secondhand. I mean, you're in the pharmaceutical industry. I mean, renting secondhand, how does that work in pharmaceuticals?
It's a little bit different. And I just want to ask a question to the audience. How many of you take a medicine today or in the last week? A lot of people. So how can we combine the security you need in these medicines with circularity concepts? It's something that is a challenge for our industry because we want to reduce our footprint. And what we are doing is starting by the beginning, is how can we avoid that everything that is not the medicine can get recovered. Today, in the medicines, in the pharma sector around the world, all carton is recovered, of course, but the blisters is the principal packaging in a medicine. Most of the pills that we took come in a blister. In Europe, in the States, it's much more in a box. But this is not recyclable because it's a multi-layer packaging. It has like aluminum, polyamide, PVDC. So we are starting for this. I know that circularity is not just about this, but the first thing that we are doing is this. We just signed an agreement with a startup from Alicante to try to become the first company able to recycle the blisters of the medicines. It seems like something that is not big when you compare with big business model or innovation, but just our factories have just in industrial waste like 100 metric tons a year. If we think in the market, it's huge. So this is the first steps that we are doing. In terms of operations, I think it's also important that we bring this circularity in terms of recovery of waters that our friends knows a lot on try to not have this impact. But just want to make that the challenge, at least for industries as pharmaceutical, is to combine this, the security that you need with models that can assume circularity. Because you cannot send a pill on second hand, right?
No, unfortunately not. For the better.
Yes, of course.
And Ramon, obviously we were just touching a little bit about recycling and infrastructure and operations, and so you've also seen quite a lot in the industry. Can you share some examples in terms of operation and infrastructure, in terms of innovation in those areas that have been able to innovate in terms of building more circularity?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure, yes. Like the case of my colleague here, we are not selling products that can be used, second-hand products. In our case, it's an industrial process, We are, Veolia is a company, a leading company in the world in the management of natural resources, water, energy, waste. And what we do is change it, for example, in the case of water. I don't know if you're familiar with the urban water cycle, In sanitation, you have wastewater, The linear model is having wastewater. You treat this wastewater to remove part of the pollution, and you discharge the water in a better state, to the environment. It's a linear process that you consume energy, and that you have an output that is discharged, that is wasted. Now we are moving to another concept. We are not calling them wastewater treatment plants anymore. We are calling them eco-factories. Eco-factories because we are producing resources. Now the wastewater enters the plant, but we are producing a water that can be used in alternative uses, for example, irrigation, gardening, and so on. We are also producing a sludge, that is all this dirt that we remove from the water, but this sludge we treat it to produce energy, so we don't need to use external energy anymore to run the process. Then this sludge has also nutrients. We are using these nutrients to produce fertilizers, natural fertilizers. So now it's circular because we are producing zero waste in this process. So this is the idea, not having zero waste and transform a process that it was a waste treatment process in a process that is producing new inputs for other users, for other industries, and so on.
Okay. Very, very interesting. And I wanted to throw out a general question. One of you can start the answer. At Mundi Ventures, I also focus a lot on thinking about innovation in the circular economy. And a conundrum that I have is, obviously, one of the issues that we have is actually we consume too much. And so circular economy is just solving a part of that. And there's this balance between how much we consume and how much we can give back into the life cycle. And I sometimes think, like, is it worth us to really focus on circular economy rather than just the consumption part? And so I kind of want to get your thoughts on how do you think about it from building these new models in order to tackle more about how can we reduce consumption overall? Obviously rental, extending life, but is that really going to solve the biggest challenges we have in terms of resources in the planet?
Well, I would say it's a very good first step. One of the reasons I would say that one of the reasons why we're still where we stand in terms of those challenges is because there are not enough of those options out there for consumers to really decide in a more responsible way. I would say that we were hearing just now the previous conversation was already sharing data from consumers wanting to really have a more responsible way of consuming, and that's why we want to create more and more products, solutions, and businesses. So we gotta make sure that we have more density, that those options are out there, and then you see the traction. Tulu is again a good example. If you put that out there, it ends up taking up.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think about it a lot too. I started my company, I became a minimalist, and my co-founder is an architect who really wanted to do something in residential buildings and in already the pre-existing infrastructure. I think a lot of sustainable solutions want to build new things, and for me it was really important to say, there's so many buildings in the world, like what can we do as an add-on service? But I think the more interesting thing is to seeing retail and brands adopting these as well and realizing that it's not taking a chunk of their business, but rather opening a new business layer, which is the on-demand economy. And you know, with COVID, at least I'm from New York, you know, people stayed in their house more often rather than going outside to the city. So you really saw the need people had to change the way they consume. And I think the on-demand economy really makes it easy to get stuff to your house, but when you have more infrastructure and when there's collaboration between real estate, circularity, retail, circularity, that's where real innovation can happen, and that's where the bigger problems can be solved.
Yes, I think it's a change. You need to change your habits, no? Your way of thinking. Instead of buying products, now you are buying services, no? You don't need that product anymore. We were talking about a product that maybe you use once, twice, 3 times a year. Why do you need to buy this product, no? You can rent the service, and you are not producing then a waste, no, in this product. But I think it's not only circular economy strategy. You need to think also about how to measure, no, the impact of these services, of these products, no? You need to calculate the environmental footprint. Something that we do also is the water footprint of all the products and the services. That is very important, especially in countries, no, that we have severe problems, no, water scarcity, the carbon footprint as well. So I think it's just to combine all this strategy of circular economy, not buying products, and if you buy products that you can give a second hand with the measurement of the footprint of all the activities you are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree with what you say, guys. For me, it's not about consuming less; it's about consuming better. That I think is the key. But I have another conundrum that is between the value of the goods, because when we are talking about really high price or high value, because this is relative goods, models of renting have been there for years. If you think in the pharma or health market, if you have one familiar that is at bed at home, you can rent an articulated bed. Why? Because the price is super high. You are not going to spend for 2 months 20,000 euros. How we move from these models to things that can have a price of 150 euros, etc. Because the other word that enters is convenience. And we are used to consume, now I'm talking as the former marketing director I used to be, but it's about convenience. And when we lose the convenience for circular models, we have a pain. And this is one of the pains. If I have to go to a place to get the renting, I order it online. I mean, it's the conundrum from my point of view. It's about the convenience on that. And the other one is about disposable goods. I mean, things that are to be consumed once. I mean, we need to think in other ways. And this is, I'm not saying it's impossible. What I say is that we need to give much harder thought to find circular models on that. So I don't have the answer.
That's why we're having this conversation, to see if we can build on it. I guess another question that I have is, obviously, in order for us to really achieve full circularity, there's three parts, right? There's the consumer habits that we need to change and adopt and actually be comfortable with these new business models. And there's obviously also government legislations. I'm American. Here in Europe, the regulations are by far more advanced than what I see in the US in terms of meeting those standards and sustainability goals. And then there's the business side, and we're all on more on the business side of that. What can businesses do to promote more circularity into the economy in terms of, I feel like we're just starting, and there's still more to be done if we're thinking about 2030 and the future of the way we live.
Well, I would say that any type of business can start trying to figure out how to increase productivity of the resources, right, that they use, finding ways to avoid only eroding the things that the assets and the resources they use to create or the product or the service, and that is something you can do in any type of business. It's about following the way things go into the value chain. Is about tracking the resources. It's about finding ways to see what else can you do out of the things that are part again of that product or service. We have seen wind turbines converted into bike shading. Tires converted into roads, or plastic into clothing. I mean, EcoAlf guys are around these days here. They have done an amazing job, and they have so many others following their steps. Plastic into bricks. So there's so many other things that can be done. So I would just encourage them to hurry, because we are in big trouble. We're way behind schedule, so we need to do more, create more solutions and businesses, and make sure that those are available for consumers. Yeah.
And I guess from the
No, I just wanted to complement, and sorry for jumping, because from my point of view and linking with this, circularity is not the end goal. Circularity is a tool to be more sustainable. Sustainable in three ways: social, economically, and in terms of the
environment.
Exactly. Why? Because if a business is not economically sustainable or socially sustainable, it will not be a business. So it's the same question. It's like, I mean, to have a circular product, I'm gonna use more energy, be less, and have a bigger impact. This circularity makes no sense. So circularity is a tool to improve the footprint that we give to the communities, societies, and to the world, in my point of view.
And I think it's also important to notice that circular economy has the word economy in it.
Exactly.
It means that companies, yes, need to realize that it's something that will bring a profit. Of course, consumers are demanding, you need to respond to consumers, there is a legislation, you need to respond to the legislation, but if you only focus on your accounts, it's something that will bring you profit, so you need to think how to reconvert your business to be circular and to realize that the circularity will bring you profits.
Yeah, and just to add from our standpoint, we kind of ended up being in a really interesting middle between real estate, landlords, what's consumerism has to do with them, but they play such a strategic role. They're hosting people where they live and live their life, essentially, and then the brands. So luckily, we've been working with Bosch and other brands, and we're soon to be working with IKEA in Sweden, in Inca stores, which is the mother company of IKEA, to try and understand how to add a circular rental economy model to retail. But with landlords, it's really kind of telling them, you're in it with us. You are a business, essentially. People pay you every month to live in your building. So what can you do to contribute? And the collaboration is really essential.
Yeah, I really, yeah, go.
No, sorry, on your initial question, the last one, the other thing I guess it's there's converging forces these days. So there's regulation, of course, coming in, as you mentioned it. That would sometimes companies only understand that piece, right? So if they're forced to do more, they would just start moving and doing something else. But consumers are also pushing on the other end. And then from the banking background that I still have, the cost of funds is something that is already moving into choosing businesses that are more responsible instead of the ones that are less. It's more evident with oil and gas, but it's still going to move into preferring some of those businesses, and that would also end up being part of the cost of the funds. So it's also shaping and converting into pushing businesses to create more and more responsible solutions. Yeah.
Yeah. And us as a fund, we're looking more in that direction as well. So thanks for the nice little segue. I do like the point that, when you talked about circularity as a tool, and I wondered if you can maybe, we only have a few minutes left, unfortunately, but maybe just in terms of everyone kind of giving a key takeaway, how do you think that new businesses that are starting now, obviously we're in South Summit, a lot of new startups, a lot of new innovation, a lot of new businesses are happening right here. How can they adopt circularity as a tool, given what you've seen?
I mean, I can give the industrial point of view, no? As a producer of a product that we sell, we commercialize and distribute. And from my point of view, it's starting by small pieces. If you want to eat the elephant, you need to eat it by pieces. Why? Because, I mean, for corporations that we have been operating with a way to operate for many years or even hundreds of years, you cannot, create the business from scratch because you already have a value chain. So for me, it's starting by pieces. And we have a lot of initiatives on this, on how you can start using what you used to call waste back into your lines, into your producing. And at least in our point of view, I think it's about this. And the other point that I want to say is that if someone has any idea to make more circular or more sustainable the pharmaceutical industry, we are open to talk to any of you.
Yeah, I would take that last comment. I would say ask for help. So circular economy, it's been there for decades. I have to admit that I only entered the space a few years ago, but there's a lot of people that has been developing their working experience around ways to use circular and regenerative economics. So yeah, that's what we do. Ask for help for people that knows how to use those tools and start very soon, now, better than tomorrow.
And I just want to say something to fellow startup founders, is that this is the best time to think about circularity, and we have the benefit that we are working fast, we are really looking at the problem rather than the political organization we're in. So I really encourage people to also look at different markets and not just the repair rental market. There's so many other avenues of innovation that can be done, but startups is, I think, the most convenient way to start something.
Yes, and for me, circularity is, well, it's more than a tool. It's a tool, but it's also a strategy, no? It's a framework that I think that all the startups can contribute. What I would recommend to the startups, even if you are not in this business or you think you are not in the circularity, no, to think your business model as circularity, because maybe you can also give a new value to what you are offering, and also you can contribute to companies, to collaborate with companies that are searching for the circularity model. So I think at the end it's just a framework of working all together and responsible of open innovation. So of course we are doing that in collaboration with external partners because we cannot do it all by ourselves, so for sure.
Yeah, for sure, we can't do it all alone. We have about 3 minutes left, and so I wanted to see if there were any questions in the room as well. We have quite a number of experts in circularity from different industries and different spaces. So, one here?
So we're talking about changing habits here, and with things like rental, you could argue, okay, lower prices for consumers, but when something like rental, we're not talking about rental, how can we directly how can we directly reward consumers so that they're really incentivized to be part of this, where in reality there are a lot of costs, like even implementing all this infrastructure in, or even changing production lines?
I think that for decades, consumers who wanted to act more sustainably had to pay a price. And I think it's time for businesses to subsidize, at least in the next few decades, for the consumer to be more motivated to rent. Our prices are very affordable. We rent products for $2, $3 for 30 minutes or for an hour. And I think that's where businesses can play a big part, where they don't externalize the environmental costs because they're more sustainable, and then they're able to give a better service. But I think personally, the motivation has to be economic and pragmatic. Ideals are nice, but it has to be convenient, and we have to build solutions that are closer to the consumer home and where they're at.
So we were just having a chat around the business model, Tulu's business model, and one interesting piece is that they also charge the building. So that's a smart way to just find a way to subsidize, in a way, the cost of for consumers. So incentive models here are really, really important, and using clever ways to find a way to create the economics and the mechanics in the product or in the value prop to get that done. It's great. I wouldn't say it's only about money. I would say there's a strong drive for purpose, and I can see that in younger generations. As a father of a teenager, I have to say, and that is something that is going to move the needle quite substantially, because when you are consuming in a responsible way, you can of course also feel that you're doing the right thing, and also share with others that you're doing so. So there's way more than only money, I would say, in that incentive mechanism.
Yeah. Great. And I think we're going to have to wrap
There's someone looking at us.
Yeah.
So.
just one key takeaway. I think you touch on a really good point. I'm also a mother, and when we think about circularity and these new business models, it's really for the future, to make it a better place for them, and they're definitely the ones that are driving a lot of change. So thank you very much for having this conversation. I think everyone will be around if you want to speak to anyone one-on-one, and thank you, South Summit, for having us.
Thank you both. Thank you all. Thank you, Deborah. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to connect with them on LinkedIn. So it's probably the best way. So that was great on consumer habits and circular economy. And it's not only about how we deal with the outside world, it's also how we deal with the inside world. And we're going to be talking about mental health and wellness in our next panel. I'll just wait for the crowds to go out a bit so we can get people's attention. And feel free to follow SAV Summit on LinkedIn and Twitter and Instagram, and post hashtag SAV Summit 23. So we've been talking about circular economy. We're now going to be talking about wellness, and our next panel is Thriving in the Modern World: Mental Health Management. So it's exploring practical tips and tools for managing mental health in the context of life and work. Very interesting topic. And joining us are experts who share their own experiences and insights, as well as research-based strategies for maintaining well-being, building resilience, and managing stress at work, which we all have to do. So I'm going to welcome our panelists. So we have Alessandro Desario, co-founder and CEO at Therapy Chat. Welcome. We have Damien Bellumi, co-founder and CEO at New Life Health. We have Carlotta Mateos, who is co-founder and CEO at Ansia Life. And our moderator today is Gonzalo Solana, founder and CEO at Time. So just double M here, sorry. Add Time. So welcome, and over to you.
No? Okay, thank you all for coming. Let me introduce, when I introduce someone that I am an entrepreneur, always I receive the same question. Do you have another work as job as well? Do you have an office? And with the idea that, whoa, so professional. And also, what's your plan B? No? What's if the things is not going well? What are you doing? What are you going to do in the next time? And that's the questions that we are not facing, and the questions that we need to face are: how are you? How are you facing these problems? How are you finding your motivation with these problems? Because the entrepreneurship is highly related with the mental health. Why? Because the reason that we are learning with challenge and challenge that normally are with high uncertainty and a lot of situations that we don't know how to manage. Also, in fact, there is a recent study of the University of San Francisco that reports that 72% of the entrepreneurs interviewed report mental health issues. And it's highly related, as I mentioned, with this. And that's the reason that we are here to manage and to approach what's the mental health and how we can approach. As you introduced, let me start with you, Carlota. What do we know and what we are learning about the current situation that we are living? And because what are many difficulties with our entrepreneurs that we are talking a lot in the US, but what's the situation in Spain and also in the rest of Europe?
Okay. Well, I can talk a bit about Spain. We are working from Ancla.live. We are working about that intersection between entrepreneurship and mental health. Why is that? Well, because we have a huge problem and nobody's talking about it. So what we have done there is we have created a non-profit created by entrepreneurs, very well-known entrepreneurs in the country, for entrepreneurs. And the reason behind this is that we, the founders, we are like 14 founders, we have gone through mental health issues along these 7 years. And now we know how hard it is. And the situation is that nobody wants to speak about that. So once we have gone public about this and we have created Ancla, many entrepreneurs have come to us. So what we can say now, after have been doing some research with our entrepreneurs, is that the amount of chronic stress, anxiety, and depression they are managing with is super high. And they don't have any tools to really approach and tackle these problems. So what we are trying to do here is to give them tools and knowledge and raise awareness, not only among the entrepreneurs, but also with all the ecosystem, so that all of us can be part of the solution. So what we have learned in our recent research with a group of 30 entrepreneurs is that when they come to us, they are like above the average in terms of chronic stress, anxiety, and depression. The national average, I'm saying. And what we have discovered is that all those things that make us feel well in our lives, like emotional bonds, good personal habits, good sleeping, good nutrition, all that is far below the average, far below the average. And those things that really make it more complicated, like tobacco consumption, alcohol consumption, drugs consumption, are far above. So now we are starting to really understand that these people are working under such a huge amount of stress without any tools that it's almost impossible to have a healthy life like that. So first thing, talk about the issue. Next thing, start giving tools, and we will build it all together.
Yeah. If you want to add something, Alexander or Damian, to this question.
I would say they need the right drugs. I'm kidding, but not really. I run a company called New Life. We have pioneered the at-home psychedelic therapy in the U.S. So it's been a very interesting journey because I've been an entrepreneur for 2 decades, and actually through this company that I never imagined running a mental health company, I sort of realized, well, I guess I knew as an entrepreneur how hard the entrepreneur life is, but I now realize how prevalent mental health issues are in the US. And what's interesting, and if I could give my view of sort of why I'm seeing the US, is especially in psychedelics, which is, I guess, an area that Europe's still not as advanced as what's going on in the US. What we're seeing now in the US is companies offering psychedelic therapies as a benefit, a company benefit. I'm not talking about little companies, I'm talking big companies, right? Like big banks, because they realize that, a lot of their employees are suffering, and some of these therapies work very well and much faster than other alternative therapy or other traditional therapies. So that's an interesting aspect. And this weekend on Bloomberg, there's actually an article about companies doing corporate offsites with ketamine therapy for the executives, right? Where they all get together and have almost like I don't know how many of you have been in the forest doing ayahuasca, but an ayahuasca ceremony, but in a much more clinical and controlled setting with legally prescribed drugs, which could help to unlock not only individuals' issues, but also as a group, right? Because sometimes a company is like a family, and we have trauma, dealing with it. So yeah, that's a little bit of what I think could be interesting from the European perspective, because like I was telling you, he asked me, when are you guys going to Europe or Latin America? And I said, look, what we do is very unlikely we'll be able to be exported, because we literally ship controlled substances in FedEx or UPS to people's homes, which is incredible that you could do that, but we've already done it 100,000+ times. And we have super high effectiveness and safety and all that. I just don't see that happening in other territories for many reasons, but I do see traditional hospitals and traditional behavioral health companies sort of embracing these type of therapies, and maybe we could be a partner to them. So I think we'll see in the next 2 or 3 years, especially as MDMA, I don't know if you guys know MDMA or ecstasy, and psilocybin become actually legal in the U.S. Under the FDA. Actually, the FDA is such a well-respected organization that pretty much Europe, for example, is already automatically approving it once it becomes approved in the U.S. So I think we're going to have a lot more tools to work with, and that's going to open the opportunity to collaborate more with companies that are doing therapy, companies that are doing in-clinic. So I think we're going to see maybe a prevalence of more of this in Europe as well in the near future.
Yeah, from my perspective, and going back to your question, Gonzalo, I don't think it depends on the geography itself. I think that as an entrepreneur, whether you are in the US, in Spain, in Italy, or in Germany, at the end of the day, you go through a lot of ups and downs. And as Carlota mentioned, I don't have the experience that you have. I'm only an entrepreneur since 5 years, 6 years. But it's quite tough, right? So you at the end of the day, you don't have an umbrella above you covering, like when you're an employee or you're working for a big corporate, like I was before, right? So this, of course, has an impact into your mental health, definitely. And many times I think, Carlota, you said something very important. It's about like habits and good habits. And many times you just put yourself aside And that's probably the biggest mistake an entrepreneur can make, because at the end of the day, you need to be there. You need to have a good mental health. You're the one running the company. You're the one taking decisions. So taking care of yourself and of your mental health, it's also about taking care of your whole company too. So not much else to add. I would say that, again, I've gone through stress, anxiety, etc., and as many other entrepreneurs. And I like a lot the project of Ancla Life. For example, I've been following you since quite a few years. I think I've been one of the first newsletter subscribers. And yeah, you're very much focused on an entrepreneur, and I really like the job you're doing.
Thank you.
With this, I would like to focus or to address another question. There are a lot of entrepreneurs and people that works in startups that don't think that the mental health is important, no? Because we are always focused on the KPIs and on the objectives that we have to address, because you have some deadlines and you need to focus here. But I think it's a huge mistake, and the best example is that we are here in the South Summit in one of the biggest events of entrepreneurship, talking about mental health, no? Management. And my question for you, it's from your experience, what's the relationship between the mental health and the productivity in the company environments, no? In the business environment? If you want to start, Alessandro?
Yeah, I think it's very much related. Of course, you need the problem of mental health and productivity is that you need some time to see the results, right? And I think many companies are very short-term focused. It's like just doing like an example. Sometime yesterday someone was making the comparison between mental health investment and brand marketing investment or performance investment. The performance is going to give you a top line impact very quickly, but in the long run, it's not going to give you a competitive edge sometimes. Of course, this is someone that wanted me to buy more brand marketing. But I think it's pretty much the same. Again, like investing in brand marketing, it's investing in the long term. I think investing in mental health, it's also like seeing an impact not in 1 month, but probably like in 6 months, 1 year time. And that's pretty much what we see from the partners that work with us. I mean, today here in Spain, we work with insurance companies like Cigna, Generali, so also some tech company like Personio, Job and Talent. And going back to your question, right? Does it has an impact on productivity? Yes, it does. I mean, what is productivity? Productivity at the end of the day is the amount of hours that someone can work, right? And there is a study here in Spain that more than 40% of the sick leaves are related not to physical issues, but rather to mental health issues. And with the partners that work with us, we clearly see this impact, and we can calculate our return on investment, right? So apart from the therapy chat return on investment, there are also some studies like Deloitte. They release like every year a very nice study which is called Mental Health and Employer, and they clearly state that for every euro that you invest in mental health, you will see 5 euros back in return. In what? Productivity, again, lost working hours, motivation of your team, retention of employees, and also like attracting new talent, right? There are companies that, again, are using therapy chat that are even putting in their job description, you have therapy chat as a benefit, right? And that's, I think, just to close the question, there are still too many companies, I think, too short-term focused, but every year we see more in therapy chat, we see more company looking in the long term, and this makes us grow and, of course, very happy.
Thank you. Damien, do you want to add?
Yeah, so I have, I mean, again, I can speak about the US, I don't know about Europe, but the US is fucked up, you know, in mental health, and also, you know, in the corporate world, you know, as you all know, it's a lot different than in Europe, from vacation time and break time and all that, so a lot of people are burnt out over there, and it's, again, one of the reasons that there are right now, you know, big companies trying to find new ways to help their employees, and some of them don't have all, you know, sometimes traditional methods take a long time, so that's why they're looking for an alternative. But I would say the biggest thing that I'm seeing is, and at least what I'm personally passionate about is that, and what I learned so far is mental health the traditional mental health paradigm is broken, right? Like in the US at least, the way we treat mental health hasn't changed in 50 years. I mean, psychiatry or psychology, the approaches haven't changed in 50 years. And now, there's obviously a lot of new research showing that there's really no such thing as mental health. It's like your entire body needs to be taken care of. So I think one of the things that we're seeing is, programs that are sort of more holistic in approach, that not only, try to tackle sort of the person's mental state, but also, everything about the person. And that, that sort of will lead into a more healthier, balanced life, that will lead into more happiness, and more fulfillment in life, that then would also translate to work. So I think that's a little bit what we're seeing ourselves, and also is what we're trying to do, generally speaking, as a solution, and try to promote it, even in the traditional mental health space, because most psychiatrists in the US, again, are extremely frustrated that the solutions they have don't work. I mean, they don't want to give someone a pill for the rest of their lives, right? Or in some cases, talk therapy is taking too long. And sometimes it's not too long. Suicide rates in the US are skyrocketing, especially some populations like we deal with, like veterans, like we have a lot of PTSD with suicidal ideation. So I think, to answer the question, I think a more holistic approach will lead into sort of happier human beings, and those would, yield, more productive or more fulfilled people in their roles. And especially as we deal with things that are coming, I mean, obviously everybody here is probably aware of AI and sort of all the nervousness that is around AI today in the workplace. So I think having someone that is more fulfilled and accepting of who they are and their role in life would lead them to actually be better and more, productive people at work.
Yeah, I do totally agree with you. And even though in Europe we have a better welfare state, we are also fucked up. Yeah. So I think that it has a lot to do on how we are while we are working, and how companies are giving us access to be a whole being while we are working. I think that a lot of people is starting to feel completely disconnected while they are working on who they really are as a whole. And I think that a new paradigm has to emerge. I think that companies have to understand that people is breaking down, and that has not a very bright future ahead. So McKinsey, I think it was McKinsey, like a couple of months ago, they were also saying that a lot of people in big corporations are saying, don't tell me about more money. It's not about more money. You are really killing me. This company is killing me. And if you start feeling like huge anxiety while you're working, or if you start feeling a depression, the company is killing you, and you are letting the company kill you. So I think that at some point it has to be refixed. I don't know what will be the formula, but I'm so sure that we cannot keep on going like this, because people is really suffering. So I think that the thing is, again, about purpose and awareness. If you know what you want to do in life and you can relate to your company on those terms, that's something really good. But you also really need to be aware. And we are living under huge stress, all of us, and we don't know it. Because for us, that is normal. It's normal. We have normalized it. So if you don't know that you are under a lot of stress, and what are the consequences on your brain, on your tissues, on your being, you cannot do anything. So I think that the thing now is raise awareness on, hello, this is not a level that we can live with for decades. We will be ill, and I've been ill, and I've been enjoying my entrepreneurial career a lot for 27 years, and I've done it one and another time, and I've been enjoying it a lot. But I wasn't aware on how hard was that race for me. And you have to find yourself on a bed, like not wanting to do anything, not being able to have a smile on your face to say, what the fuck is this? So what I've been doing with my body and my mind for all these years. So people, wake up. That's not normal. We cannot be like rushing all the day and just thinking like, oh, you know, I have so many things to do. And the company seeing that that is the normal way to operate. So I think that as a society, we really need a wake-up call.
Yeah, according to what Carlota says, we have found that normally the companies and many teams are losing their objectives. No? They are rushing the business, daily business, and what Alessandro says, no? That we have to build a strong culture. It's a long term that should be sustainable, not now. Should be sustainable when we are not here and the next will be here and could maintain. No? We have seen that the coaching with a report done by ICF improve the productivity because of this, no? Because focus on the objective and people left the company and others stay but says, okay, I want to move to another position, or I need someone more in my team, and improves between 25 and 30% the productivity. But this is because the people realize what they need, and they put as a chain, no? and push to move on. Let me ask you the last question, because if you want, we can give them 5 minutes or 3 minutes to a Q&A. What's a piece of advice that you can share with all of this audience to maintain long-term strategies in terms of mental health? And how, like, one thing that all of the people that are here could say, okay, my idea, or I'm going to start tomorrow doing this, or this afternoon doing this. You want to start?
Okay, well, nothing new under the sun, I'm sorry. No magical formula. I think that we really need to find calm spaces, doing some mindfulness or just relaxing or whatever every day. We need to slow down our brain activity. We need to focus on our nutrition, our food. We cannot eat whatever, that's our fuel, and we need to take care of that. We really need to have an 8-hour sleep every day. And we need to control the techno-stress. We really need to get control on the relation we have with technology. And then spend time with the people you care about. I mean, I think that's the formula. It's difficult. We are very busy people, but we can be happier.
Thank you, Carlota. Damian?
All that plus do psychedelics. But kidding aside, I mean, look into the science of it. It's really overwhelming. If you like Huberman, I don't know if you know who Huberman is, Dr. Huberman from Stanford. He's one of the most famous neuroscientists. Like 3 or 4 of the last episodes of his podcast has been on the science of this. There's actually a great one with Robin Carhart-Harris, which was the lead researcher at Imperial College. Now he's in University of California, San Francisco. Look at the science; it's pretty compelling, and see if there's any of it that fits your lifestyle. Again, the good thing is there are going to be more options that are going to be open, and I'm happy to also, be a sounding board of advice on anything like that, because I'm a big promoter of that. I think it really could help open up a lot, but it has to be something that you feel comfortable with, and in the right setting. That's as important as the actual molecule. Is set and setting is how you approach it. So yeah, try it if you think that's something that could be good for you.
And I'll probably start with a question. How many of you have done psychotherapy? If you can raise your hands. Okay, quite a few. So answering your question, the ones of you that haven't raised their hand, I think you should really try it. You're going to find out a lot of things about yourself. And with Therapy Chat, you can do it very quickly. If you download the app, in literally 10 minutes, you can be speaking with a therapist in English or in Spanish or in Italian. And for those of you that have raised the hands, I think you already know what I'm talking about. And again, with Therapy Chat, I think it's simply easier because you do it online. And that's pretty much it from my side.
Okay, and my opinion is keep your objective in mind always, and know how you are investing to take your objective, and if not, you have to balance and know what's your invest to achieve it, and if not, you have to move to another objective or to another idea. Let me ask if someone has any question.
Question here? Actually, me? Yes.
So I'm curious about what is it? So I'm going to restart. Okay. So I'm just curious about what is the most common psychological problems you have ever known, and what is the target group? Thank you.
For me, our entrepreneurs, we are dealing with entrepreneurs only, and the most common is chronic stress, anxiety, and depression. The three of them, we have measured them above the average by far.
Yeah, we see a lot of self-esteem and anxiety, even though it's quite funny because many people come to Therapy Chat thinking that they have this and that they have something else, right? So. But I would say that these two areas, together with depression as well, are probably the biggest three ones.
But who are they? Like, what kind of people are they?
What do you mean with what kind of?
For example, they get the. So, for example, they are women. Like, how old are they? Like, they have this problem because of work, because of personal life,
Yes.
or what's the context?
Yeah. So talking about Therapy Chat. We see more women than men, for example, and the age range is pretty much from 25 to 35, the core group. And most of the issues used to come from work. And that's why we were born as a B2C company, for example, and then during COVID, we didn't switch, we just simply entered into the B2B because we saw that a lot of issues actually come from work.
One thing that's curious about my company is most of our patients are treatment resistant, meaning nothing else works. And this is the only thing that works. We see it from 20 to 70, and pretty much half and half male, female, so pretty prevalent.
Okay.
One quick question here. Sorry, it was you actually, sorry, yeah. Just quickly, and then we'll wrap up on that.
Hi everyone, great job. I'm just curious, because I think a lot of us here have suffered from burnout, right, or might be going through burnout. And I think that a lot of us just say or we hear, just stop working, stop working, don't take too many hours. But I'm curious, you talked about the symptoms, but usually what are the reasons why we get this burnouts, right? Like, is it just because we put in too much work, or I think there's other reasons behind it, right? Like, how can we identify what is going on that is triggering this burnout?
Yes. I think it's because people lose the objective, what I told before, that you lose what you need, and you are putting more effort than your revenue. It's like a function that your profits start going down because you are putting some energy in things that are not going to the real objective or what you need for you or even for the company. I think it's my point of view.
Yeah, I would also add that for entrepreneurs, we are like marathon runners on flip-flops. So, hello. How the hell are you going to be for 10 years doing the marathon without having any tools? So I think that is about awareness and preparation. And then you will have many, many other things. Probably, depending on who is suffering the burnout, but...
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Any other questions, please, do connect with them. the speakers. Thank you guys for a brilliant, engaging panel. Okay, so this is our next final panel before lunch. That was very interesting, relating to mental health, such an important topic. And we're going to be talking, our next panel will be also based around mental health. We'll just wait a minute before, let people go out a minute. Okay, so our next panel will be about beyond medication, nurturing healthy bodies, and discussing the role of nutrition, mental well-being, and physical activity in optimizing healthy outcomes. In what ways does nurturing our bodies beyond medication have a positive impact on the treatment of chronic illness? And joining us today on our next panel is Melina Nicki, who is founder and CEO at Body Collective. Melina, welcome to the stage. Melinda, sorry. Melinda. Not Melina, Melinda. Apologies for that. Julio Sanchez, Head of Innovation at Sinfa. Welcome to the stage. And we've already seen you this morning. Second time. Great. And then Mariella Glant, co-founder and CEO at Owner Health. So, who will be moderating the panel. So over to you guys. Thank you.
All right. Well, pleasure to be here. It's always fun for me to talk about health and nutrition because this is what I do. Just maybe what we can do is start at the beginning, each one introduce themselves so that we can know who's talking. So why don't we start, Melinda?
Thank you. Great to be here. So my name is Melinda Nicki. I'm CEO and founder of a company called Body Collective, and we are a women's health platform providing personalized wellness support and advice and guidance for women from first period to last. So we have 2 consumer-facing apps. One is called Baby to Body, which is for conception, pregnancy, and postpartum, and the second one is called Embody, which is for perimenopause and menopause. And we have 5 million women on our platform, so a lot of women.
Super. Sounds like it's growing fast.
Yeah.
It's an exciting thing to hear in these times. And
well, I'm Julio Sanchez. It's the second time I talk, but for those that were not in the previous chat, I represent Sinfa. Sinfa is a Spanish company that is the leader in the Spanish pharmacies. We do medicines, that is our core business, but since many years ago, we started to launch a nutritional business unit because the relation between what we eat and our health is super, it's completely 100% correlated. So with this, we have a presence in the Spanish pharmacies with more than 40 nutritionists that pay services to the customers of the pharmacists. We have been also implementing many innovation in that field, working with the Universidad de Navarra, that is a referent in the nutrition field, developing nutra-genetic tests, and also identifying what is the best diets and the best programs for each health condition. That I think we have many synergies to talk about today.
Yeah.
great. So I'm Mariella Glant. I'm an endocrinologist. I've been treating diabetes and obesity for about 25 years. And what my main tool for doing this is nutrition. So I mainly use the ketogenic diet as a means of reversing metabolic disease, and it applies not just to diabetes and obesity, but it applies to just about any chronic disease that we see today. Yeah. So, along those lines, first, let's start with lifestyle, right? Lifestyle and prevention. You're dealing mainly with women. Can you tell us a little bit about what's different between men and women, and what is your focus when you talk about lifestyle for women?
Well, I think the first thing you think about when you think about women is the unique stages we go through with our health. So that is sort of conception, pregnancy, postpartum, and that separates us from men who at the moment don't have babies. That might change. And then the perimenopause and the menopause. So the particular female hormone profile and the things that we go through at each one of those stages, but then also within 1 month, and sometimes even within a day, can switch. So women have, up until 1994, it was not law to include any woman in any drug trials. So most of the drugs that we have today on the market have been tested on men. And women's particular hormonal profile has not been taken into consideration previously. So I think that, you know, moving, like, and now the emergence of, like, understanding the way that women work and our hormones and how that affects everything we do, from the way that we think to our cognitive ability to our emotional state, including our ability to function physically, has a huge amount to do with our hormones. So for us, it's really important that we understand women and we allow women to understand themselves, which is really the key to making any longer-term behavior change and make it last. So we basically help women to recognize their symptoms, understand their cycles, understand how their lifestyle can affect everything from cognitive ability to emotions, sleep, performance on all of those levels, relationships, everything, and then advise them based on their particular hormonal health profile and their lifestyle. So a ton of data goes into, like, our algorithms, and then we provide them with that personalized insights.
Let's give us an example. Like, let's go more specific. What do you mean lifestyle? Because that's a big word, right? So what do you mean by that?
Well, we focus on 3 key areas, which is movement, mental health, and nutrition, which are the things that, you know, we can actually change, right? So we can affect our mental health by taking steps to make sure that we're keeping mindful about things. I mean, the past people were talking about therapy, that's also a tool. And then movement, obviously, is within our ability to change, and then also nutrition. So we focus on those 3 areas, and we help women to understand how whatever they do in those 3 areas can affect their general lifestyle, and how happy they are, and how healthy they are, how long they live, how, you know, what their quality of life is. And it's interesting, even like for perimenopause and menopause. So 50% of women after their 5 years after menopause will get some kind of osteoporosis.
Yeah.
50%.
Estrogen goes down.
Yeah,
Happens.
estrogen goes down.
Estrogen
That's
is
what
important
happens,
for bone
exactly.
building.
So if their lifestyle is, and this is, you know, you both know this, right?
Yes.
So things that you can do to prevent that from happening is lifestyle related, and also HRT, obviously.
Vitamin
So
D
we can,
levels.
yeah, we can go into the kind of the medication.
And vitamin D levels in that case as well.
Yeah, but protein intake, protein intake.
So it's all intertwined. So you can take medication, you can go into HRT, you can supplement with estrogen, but then at the end of the day, you need strength training as well, right? And good nutrition and good hydration, and so it kind of works together. So
Yeah. So when I'm speaking to you, you know, you work in a pharmaceutical company, correct?
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're saying, how do we treat without pharmaceuticals?
Yeah.
So please explain.
I mean, it's normally in the industry we have seen things like there is someone that has a disease, let's go and treat it. But since many years ago, many companies start relating in the concept of holistic health or total health. Is can I prevent? Can I put actions in order to prevent or to avoid this to happen earlier? Because there is one thing clear. All of us, we are going to be patients. At some point, we are going to have a disease. And probably, if you look at now the life expectancy, we will have a chronic disease. The point is how we start preventing and treating in a different way. You have all the metabolic syndrome, chronic disease, that nutrition plays. I mean, you mentioned diabetes, hypercholesterol. I mean, you have many that you can control or try to avoid and make the treatment more efficient. Because right now, imagine, you go to the doctor, no, and you have 200 in your glucose level. First thing, diet and exercise. Yes, diet and exercise. How? I mean, we need to educate people to start doing this diet and exercise before we are in a pre-diabetes level. But from the industry, I see this as an opportunity because, for instance, in our case, we develop a service through the pharmacy to help people to manage correctly the nutrition, not from a, let's say, beauty point of view, from a health point of view. Because normally, at least here in Spain, during many years, the category is about, I mean, people talking about nutrition is summer is arriving and I want to be in shape. No, no, no. This has an impact in your full health, and you can put particular nutritional programs for a disease that you are starting to develop, because you can adapt. So with that, we launched a collaboration, for instance, with the Navarra University, that we have more than 2,000 different diets that, depending on your profile and on your objective and on your biomarkers, you can adapt. No? So for us, it's important. It's a different business unit. Then there is the part, of course, of how can we supplement, that there is a lot of debate because some people say we are supplementing too much, others say we are not supplementing enough. But from our point of view, it's not an opposition. I think it's complementary. Because if you, for instance, are treated for one of those diseases, and on the other hand, you are maintaining a correct nutrition, you are probably avoiding to go to higher doses, you are avoiding to have more complications. And diabetes is the perfect example. I mean, diabetes has many complications from I mean, even to the diabetes retinosis. You have many things that you can avoid through nutrition, not just through the treatment.
Oh,
Sorry that I extend a bit.
No, I completely agree. I would say, you know, the question, you're saying 2,000 diets. I would kind of argue a little bit there, okay?
Yeah.
Let's make it a little more interesting. I would say, you know, would you say that a dog has 2,000 different options of a diet?
No.
No, I'm saying I'm not you. I'm saying people, all right? In general, we tend to think that we need to personalize the diets, okay? And I just want to bring a little bit of a contrarian approach here and say that we're kind of missing the big picture, in my opinion, because mostly of what we need is protein and fat.
Yeah, well.
And once you get what the body needs, then what happens is that we stop searching for stuff, because since we're not meeting our requirements, we keep searching. So I think that part of this personalized medicine, or personalized, I definitely agree that at the edges, we need to fine tune this, okay? So some people will need to supplement with different things.
I mean, folic acid intakes for women has not to be the same that for men, probably, right?
I agree, but you know, had we been eating the right food, we wouldn't have a problem with folic acid, right?
Probably.
So the problem is that we're so far away from eating what from our evolutionary standpoint, we're supposed to be eating, that we've kind of medicalized everything. And I think that this is something that it would be really great to go back to. And I'm very curious about the studies in Navarra, because I think that if we really fed people, this is what we're seeing in metabolic disease. When people get basically very un-PC to say today, animal protein and animal fat, a little bit of vegetables, okay, and not much else that comes from a package.
There is a big debate here. Probably need to call my full team of scientific, etc., because I'm an economist, I'm not a nutritionist.
Okay.
So I'm playing in a different level. But what I can say is
yes.
that we don't tend to medicalize, but we have a lot of tools to track what is going on in our body. I mean, there are a lot of startups right now that are promoting the constant glucose monitoring. This is, for instance, for top sporters, is now a must, because they realize that they know that if they eat an avocado 2 hours before the match, they are producing a better peak of lactic acid that is giving them a 10% extra power. So what I say is that we need to use the science to apply into our nutrition in order...
So the monitoring is a helpful tool. Yes.
But also I think, sorry, I'm going to be a little bit contrarian to what you said as well. People coming from different countries also have a different capacity to kind of metabolize things as well. And there's a lot in our DNA that suggests that, you know, the way that our genes express themselves are different, and the way that we metabolize certain supplements or vitamins and minerals is very different.
I agree.
So I think for the personalization aspect, and I think you're right, like it's the other question, and I have the comment more, is, if we ate that diet, we'd all be much healthier. But then we wouldn't be having any alcohol, we probably wouldn't be having any sugar, and like that's what is in the modern diet, and that's where we are right now. So I think it's hard. But then also, if you're in the Northern Hemisphere and you get food that has been transported across the world and frozen or in cold storage and is like a week old, it's very different in terms of the nutrients that you're going to get compared to like picking something off the ground and eating it. So it's not all equal.
No, it's true. It's true. No, I agree. I agree. When we think about the controversies that we have here, it's kind of I feel like we've gotten lost in the weeds. Bottom line, what we see is that people's disease reverts in every single randomized controlled trial, actually, when they're fed a protein and fat, basically, in different ratios. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant, the ratios. So it's my question is, to what degree do we need to supplement? What is the elephant in the room here? The elephant in the room is that we are eating mostly things that are very, very far from what we ate for 2 million years.
Yeah, but also 2 million years we were not having heat at home. And life expectancy 2,000 years ago, I mean, was not as is today. We are living today. We are living today 85 years old. So I'm sorry for being controversial with this.
No, I'm bringing it on purpose.
I believe that we are healthier. We are healthier now than 2,000 years ago, and these are the numbers.
We are healthier.
I think we are much healthier because
we live
have
longer.
a different approach. What I said, and independently of each diet, for instance, for some people can work. I think there is also something that is, I will say, social or atmosphere, because this is also related with the strong beliefs of people. I have a friend that now is eating everything raw. And he said, I'm raw. I don't want to cook because this is how we ate many years ago. And the guy is perfectly safe, but I have another friend that is eating McDonald's every day and he's good. So it depends of many things.
Yeah, I agree.
What we try to do is to personalize for people that have things that can be corrected. For instance, glucose level can be corrected, cholesterol can be corrected. We have a deficit in most of our societies of omega-3s, omega-6, omega-9 that can be corrected with improving the nutrition, and for those moments that you cannot reach just with the nutrition these levels of basic nutrients, we can apport BMS or any formula. But
so tell us more about what's about the nutrition.
No, I mean, I can tell you my case because we were working in a vitamin D test that we are about to launch, and I was thinking, I mean, I'm outside a lot of time doing things outside. I ate, I mean, quite healthy, and I was thinking, I mean, my vitamin D level is going to be perfect, and I was in a severe deficit.
Severe deficit.
So it was like 4, and the normal level is 25. So, I mean, supplementation for my case was a must. And the problem with this thing of nutrition is that we don't see the impact in the short term. We see it in the medium and long term. So some people say, no, this is not working or this is not important. But when you see these studies, you need time. Because, I mean, probably we are suffering now things that started in our body many months or years ago. Yes. So it's not the same that with a treatment. If you have cholesterol and you take an statin, your cholesterol, from, 15 minutes. But treating things with nutrition take this patience and this constant action from your side.
Right.
So a similar thing happened to me. I thought vitamin D, I'll be fine. I'm out every single day walking my dog. I'm super healthy. Did a health profile recently because I'm on HRT for perimenopause. Low in iron, and my vitamin D was somewhere around like 6 or 7 as well. I know I live in the UK, but
that's really shocking for both of you. Honestly, that's really low.
I know, exactly. So, and I was advised to go on iron supplements, and I'm a red meat eater. I'm South African, so yeah, very surprising, but
right. So that goes back to what you're saying, that our lifestyle is so different.
Exactly. Yes,
and where we live as well. Maybe I'm out for half an hour a day. I should be out for an hour a day. Maybe I shouldn't be wearing sunscreen. Very controversial, I know, but.
No, I'm with you.
Sometimes you don't need sunscreen. You need to get the rays.
Yeah, I think it's all about also to avoid going with the trends and the fashions. If you think during COVID, everybody was taking like a huge amount of vitamin D that was not even, their bodies were not even able to absorb, because when you reach a level, you cannot absorb more. And people was like, no, this is for my immunity system. Then you have the, PEA now, the this supplement. Now, what you need to do is things with logical and, from my point of view, with a professional support. If you have a professional nutrition that knows about this, and you can also check with your health records, is where you can start, taking the most of this, and taking also the psychosocial thing that you were saying, because how we rest is super important.
Yeah.
I would say it's as important as how we eat, probably not as important.
I think almost as important. When you, it looks like food is actually 80%. That's how important food is. And from various studies, and then you see that sleep, of course, is important, stress, of course, is important, everything.
But the other one is hydration.
Yes.
Huge, huge issue. I mean, how many people here know how many glasses of water you drink every day? Who tracks it? Not many hands going up. I bet you that 90% of you are not drinking enough water.
Yeah.
And if you do drink water properly, and sip throughout the day, you'll notice a huge difference in your cognitive ability, you'll notice a huge difference in your mood, you'll notice a huge difference in your energy levels, and you'll sleep better.
Of course.
So, and that's something that like no one talks about, right? So that's, we try and do that in our apps, is to help people to look at all of these different areas and build in those healthy habits that will help them actually be aware of how they're feeling and how things affect them.
It's interesting. There's a new research that came out this year by Richard Johnson that looks at water's effect on weight loss. Okay, and actually there is, the myth that drinking water causes weight loss was never really proven, or the mechanism behind it, until this year. So I think that's pretty cool.
What was the mechanism behind it? Did you eat less?
It's through a hormone called DDAVP. But anyway, I don't know if it's interesting. It's fascinating, but nobody ever thought that this hormone had that effect, and apparently it does. But anyway, the point is that drinking water is also, and I agree with you. There are so many different aspects to health. Like you said, sleeping is critical, and et cetera. But I still want to drill down into what exactly you guys are doing, because I'm interested to hear this.
So imagine that, something that for us is important is that we are leaders in the Spanish pharmacies. We have a relationship with the pharmacists that is super close. And the pharmacist in Spain, at least, probably the UK model is a bit different, but in the Mediterranean countries, is one of the first point of health that people goes. A lot of people here in Spain, when feeling something, they don't go to the doctor, they go to the pharmacist.
Yes.
And they have this relationship over time, because normally, on average, one Spanish citizen goes to 2-3 pharmacies in their neighborhood. And they know them, especially when you have small kids, you are always in the pharmacy. I don't know if you realize, at least it's my case now. So what we saw there is a big link to be able to promote these health actions through the pharmacist council. So at the beginning, we started working directly with the pharmacists, training them in nutrition, but we realized that there were a market space for having our own nutritionists, that they attend people on the pharmacist. So it's good for the pharmacist, because for the pharmacist it's an extra service they can offer to their customers. It's good for the patient, because this is cost-free for them. So at the end, we are assuming this cost in order to create this leverage with the pharmacist. And also, for us, is first of all, is something that is promoting as well our rest of sales, of course, but is promoting good habits for the situation. So this patient, when they enter there, they get an study, first a biomarkers study, so they get an extraction, we analyze it in a lab. You are starting to work with data and with science and with physical levels. And based on this, we can take one of those and personalize 2,000 diets and to personalize. Other aspect that we are developing that is super important in nutrition is how absorb things. Microbiota is super important in all the things that we are speaking, because our daily life normally makes that our biota, all the bugs that are inside of us, if they are not working well, you can have a lot of problems that are strictly related with nutrition, because they have a big impact in how we metabolize and how we treat the nutrients. So we have also a program in order to test this microbiota of the people through the pharmacist. So in combination with this, we can offer like, let's say, even though you don't like the word, this personalized nutrition.
No, it's not that I don't like the word. It's just that it's just that you know how the fastest way to treat the microbiota is. I go back to the same thing. You know, give the intestine real food, and the bugs start to sort themselves out. So
and we go back to the life expectancy of 40 years old.
No, I'm saying when we do it now, okay? When we do it now, people have a lot of GI complaints, right? And when we change the diet to real food, I'm not. In 99% of the time, it actually sorts itself out. It's just that we're kind of treating things. We're patching things up more and more, you know what I mean? So anyway,
but there is a big relationship with microbiota and other parts. There is now, a researcher in the CSIC in Spain, that is the big center, that is Yolanda Sanz, that is investigating about the relationship between the microbiota and the brain and the mood. And this is fascinating, how this can impact how you are feeling, what's your mood. It's crazy because, I mean, it's all science. At the end, our head is not, mental health is science and can be related with biological markers and therefore with nutrition.
I'm a psychologist, and a sports psychologist actually, and there's so much of what I studied and that sports psychologists do to do with the gut-brain connection, right? And understanding how athletes and sports people at the top of their game actually kind of listen to their gut and how that connection is actually kind of optimized for like peak performance.
Yeah, isn't it amazing?
Yeah,
like, who would have thought that? I think it's fascinating.
Yeah.
And there's so much interesting research coming out of that. Yeah.
For depression as well and anxiety, it's huge. Yeah.
Yes. So we have to change the microbiome in order to be relaxed, you're saying?
Well, it's also, I mean, it's a mixture of everything. It's not just one thing, right? This is what we're all saying. So, I mean, we haven't really spoken about movement and physical activity much, but that's just as important.
I mean, and
for all of that, yeah.
I will say that in any things that we do, miracles normally doesn't happen. So if you want to be healthy, you need to eat well, you need to rest, you need to take controls. It's something holistic, because it's not just because I'm gonna, have an intake of 80 pills a day of extra nutrients, or just if I eat this every day. No, I think balance is something really important in all these aspects.
Yeah. So what about men and women in sports? Do you have any thoughts on that? The difference between the sexes?
The ability and the...
No, I'm saying as far as the recommendations for well-being, is there a difference in recommendations between the sexes?
Yeah, absolutely, because our hormones are different, right? And that's what separates us. So the hormone profile is different, but it's different in every person anyway. So I think understanding your hormonal profile and the way that your lifestyle affects your body, I think those are the keys. So I'm with the whole personalization aspect.
Yeah.
I am too, but I am too. I like the personalization. We have no ways about it but to personalize, because I totally agree. I'm just giving the overall picture that in the end, we can be talking about we can be missing the big picture here, okay? In nutrition, I think we do. I think we miss the big picture of nutrition, with the personalization. So I believe that there are definitely different ways of absorption and many, but here's the deal: there is no person in the world allergic to meat, okay? And when you come down to it, okay, so when you pare it down, and most of the world is going against this. So I'm like trying to bring out this message that, wait a second, guys, we don't have to personalize so much. I mean, we don't have enough data yet to personalize, even though we do have a lot of genomic studies, et cetera. I don't think do you think we are?
I think we have. I mean, I think that the industry is having a problem of how to manage the amount of data that we have. right now, in many aspects, we have, I mean, if you look at the amount of snippets that we have when we do a DNA profile, the amount of data that we have of our health records, the problem is the interconnection, that sometimes we are not able. But, I mean, how many data of our health is around there and we don't know? How much is in our smartwatch? How much is in our Fitbit? I mean, there are tons of data. The problem is that probably we are not using it in the correct way.
Right. We've got hundreds of millions of data points about women's health through the conception, pregnancy, postpartum period, hundreds of millions. And you can see quite clearly when people are exercising and when they're sleeping correctly and what their diets are and how much water they're drinking, and it all correlates.
No, this, of course, I totally agree with this, okay? I know that we can monitor and track and see. I'm just, I completely agree with this. I'm just saying that when we, when we look at the degree of arguments that we have in the personalization of food, look, 90% of people are eating mostly processed food. Okay, let's agree that if we take out processed food from the equation, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying in the beginning.
That's for another conversation with Carlos Rios.
We're going to have to close the conversation for our next panel. But a very interesting discussion going on.
It was a discussion, eh?
It was.
No, but I wanted to make it interesting.
So with lots of difference of opinions, which is what we want. So thank you, guys. And thank you, Mariela, for moderating, and Julio Sanchez and Melinda Niki for being part of it. So thanks, guys. Yeah, onwards and up. Thank you very much. So our last panel before lunch, we're going to be talking again about health. This time talking about careful tech embracing the patient. So from cutting-edge technologies to groundbreaking treatments, explore how innovative approaches are reshaping the healthcare landscape and placing patients at the center of attention. And with us, joining us today, I'm going to welcome to the stage Johannes Blask, principal at Calm Storm Ventures. Welcome, Johannes. Lionel Elbas, who is founder and CEO at Alison. And our moderator, Shashaf Sneer, great name. I hope I pronounced it right.
All good.
Yeah, Director of Internal Innovation at Clalit Healthcare Service. So welcome, guys, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you all for joining. My name is Shachaf, and I'll just run you through about what we'll be talking today, and then we'll all present ourselves. Careful tech. So for the last couple of years, we're seeing a lot of accelerated growth in very advanced technologies around healthcare. We're seeing different uses of genomics and personalized medicine and AI, of course, and predictive medicine and so on. But it's not really just about the tech, right? But what happens in healthcare is that these technologies kind of transform the way this healthcare system works. It creates like a redefined shift of the core roles of patients and doctors. So on the one hand, we have the patients that are now much more engaged in their healthcare journey. They have opinions, they have more data than ever at their fingertips, and they take a very meaningful role in preserving and managing their health. On the other hand, there's the doctors. They're expected to provide service. They're expected to provide proactive, personalized health, and those come with huge challenges and huge opportunities, and that's what we'll discuss. We have two different perspectives that are complementary and extremely interesting. So I'll let us introduce ourselves, and we'll start with Johan.
Thanks, Shachar.
Johannes.
Also, thanks South Summit for having me here. We're already just in the speaker's room bonded through wearing funny socks, but still you were quite sharp on making it a quick intro. So really quick first on Calm Storm. We're a small and a young fund, but I always say small but mighty. We're only 3 years old. We are by now the most active early stage health tech investor in Europe. we have around 70 health tech portfolio companies. That's around 2 investments per month, so super, super active. We focus on digital health only, so usually no hardware, no biotech, also traditional consumer goods are not in the sweet spot either. And currently we're raising Fund 2, so fully up and running, having first closing in the next 1 or 2 months. If you know anyone who would like to invest, please reach out. Secondly, quickly myself, really briefly, background on the one hand in consulting, worked for the Boston Consulting Group out of Zurich, and consulted big pharma and medtech companies, but also before joining Calmstorm as a principal, I worked at 2 other VC funds, one of which is Speed Invest, another Vienna headquartered fund, where actually I got to know our founder around 5 years ago, who was one of the first general partners there. And the second fund I worked at is called Oxford Sciences Enterprises, where we operated a little bit at this interface of academia and entrepreneurship. So we really spoke to PhDs, professors on a daily basis and invested in the health tech research, helped them with commercialization, but also the spin-out process from university.
Thank you for the introduction. So I'm Dr. Lionel Elbaz. I'm a doctor in dental surgery, actually. And I founded Allison, which is an AI company that analyzes dental x-rays instantly to actually show everything to the patients that most of the time you don't get it, what we try to explain to you. And on the other side, also improve the accuracy of the doctors to analyze those x-rays. Previously, after just being a doctor, I also opened 22 dental clinics in France with over 200 dentists working with me. And that's how also I had the idea to improve patient process workflow and also the communication between doctors in all those clinics.
Cool. And I'm Shachaf Snir. I work at Clalit Healthcare Services, which is the biggest provider of healthcare in Israel and the second largest integrated healthcare provider in the world. So we have 14 hospitals and 1,500 clinics, meaning we combine the whole health continuum for patients from cradle to grave, as you say. In Clalit, I run the internal innovation unit, and one of my main roles is to identify human needs for patients and doctors, and then try to find the right match of solution, either developed internally or through open innovation, to answer those needs. And again, I think these perspectives are very interesting. So let me start, Johannes, with my first question. So we're seeing a lot of disruptive changes that are happening in the market. What do you think is the biggest change, and how do you see the companies that you work with try to cope with it?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'd like to answer it from 2 angles. I think, firstly, we see a lot of changes in the VC landscape. It's not 2021 anymore. There's not 2.5x upticks in valuation round for round. There's not a general abundance of money out there anymore. It's not the case anymore that you get your dream investors, and it's actually very tough out there at the moment. We always speak at Calmstorm in sailing analogies, so it's at the moment for the startups, it's not smooth sailing. A lot of them feel like a broken ship without a sail, so to say. And reality is, these days, lots of down rounds, lots of bridges, lots of internal rounds. So instead of raising from new investors, actually a lot of companies raise from existing investors and just try to bridge. And this is what we're seeing from a VC perspective, but I think it's not fully bad, because those golden times 1.5 or 2 years ago were not only good. Actually, a lot of startups shot themselves in the foot back then, because what we need right now is this correction, so you can actually grow into your valuation and grow the business somewhat sustainably. From a healthcare perspective, I think there's also a lot of developments that we're currently seeing, and also see how our portfolio companies adapt to that. And given that we're speaking today rather about this, what we call digital health front end, so solutions that are more tailored directly to the patient rather than, let's say, to the healthcare provider, like the general practice, or the hospital, or to the payer, like the insurance company. This is what we call the digital health backend. I think there, particularly since COVID, we've seen a lot of changes. First of all, people all of a sudden are starting to get engaged in their health at home. I remember doing my first COVID test at home. I felt like a doctor. I was like, okay, this is a no swab. Wow, this is crazy. I'm actually doing this. Now it's the most normal thing ever. And this even sparked this large at-home diagnostic or also remote diagnostic and monitoring market, which is also big from a VC perspective in itself. So that I think is one point. Secondly, people are more open to speak about their health these days. Obviously, it helps that a lot of, let's say, prominent people, celebrities are coming out, speaking about stuff, including mental health. I think that helps as well. And lastly, there's a lot of solutions out there popping up, also solutions that we invest in, that all of a sudden enable people to critically think about healthcare and not just see it as this massive black box, just like back in the days, a doctor tells you this is how it is and you can't even question it because the doctor used to have a monopoly for healthcare, which is not anymore the case. So people start to critically think about their health and also get enabled by a lot of solutions that help them to engage in their health, manage their health, and so on. And obviously we see a lot of companies out there that want to cater to that demand.
Interesting. Cool. The same questions for you, Lionel, but maybe on the startup perspective. How do you cope with these challenges?
On the startup perspective and also on the doctor's side, I will keep telling my patients what they have to do. Joke aside, what we see on the side, on my side actually, that's obvious that the market has changed either on the VC part. There is a lot of downward and so on, but there is also a great opportunity for some companies to grow and acquire some others. We just acquired a company 6 months ago, and it was like the best moment to do it. So it's also, we have to find opportunities also on those kind of moments. Regarding the health industry, so I will talk from the health side. We see that doctors are more and more engaged into technology, and they want to learn, they want to understand how it works, as the same as the patients want to understand what we are providing as treatments. But the thing is, we have to go a bit back from the beginning for doctors because they are not as mature into technology as you guys, and they need to first understand what's technology, what's AI, what's a software, how does it work, why it will not replace me. So we go from the very beginning with this type of population, and it's very, very interesting, but also we have to work at two different speeds when we talk with the patient. So there is a lot of new companies that talk directly to the patient, consumer directly, and other companies that talk to the doctors, and it goes way faster with the patients because they are like, I would say people that are not involved into the health, when doctors are trained like that since 10, 20, 30 years and have never heard about what's AI also. So it's very complicated for them to first change the habits and understand how they will reorganize the whole workflow of their office, practice, clinic, whatever the size is, and also depends on how many people there is in this clinic. So that's two difficulties for them, changing the habits, which is the most difficult thing, and also understanding how they're going to introduce new technology in the new way of work, actually a new way of treat patients.
Cool. So we're seeing everyone embracing new habits. I like what Johanna said about questioning everything, because for many years no one questions how the system worked, and now we're questioning everything. Should we go to the doctor to do this test? Should we believe the doctor when he tells me, hey, I have to take a treatment? Right? Because Google said something better that I prefer hearing from him. So these are really in-depth changes. What's the role of the VC perspective in supporting these your startups in embracing these challenges?
Yeah, I think first of all, on a personal note, we as VCs, and not too much tapping on the shoulder, I know VCs do that too much, but at the end of the day, we are multipliers, and we have a massive responsibility in that role. And me as a kid, I can remember seeing all those super influential, prominent founders out there. We're talking about people like Musk, Bezos, Zuckerberg, and so on. And quite early on realizing for myself, okay, these people can actually change realities. And if you look at the current reality, I think you can make a case that it's not the best reality we're currently facing, with environmental challenges, with healthcare challenges, with a war going on, social divide, and so on. And that's why I thought, okay, it would be actually the best thing to do when you're a multiplier, to channel the people that have the potential to become this influential and change realities, to actually channel them to the right questions of life. And I think this is our responsibility as investors, and this is what I want to do as an investor, to be honest. But this is a little bit abstract. On a concrete basis, I think what we should do is, next to, of course, the capital infusion that is also extremely crucial for an early stage startup, but is definitely to have an open ear, really align on the ongoing path with the startup, provide advice. Again, usually we are not the investor who would push the help to the founders, but rather it's a pull. So if they want something from us, we help. But what we have institutionalized, and this is beautiful to see it in action, is our academy. So in our academy, it's our plus 150 founders coming together on a quarterly basis. We had it last week in Vienna, and they help each other. So we tell them, hey, this is the ecosystem, the largest ecosystem of health tech founders in Europe. We don't tell you how it's done because we don't know. We're a VC, we're not in the product. We're not playing football. At Max, we're the coach on the sidelines. Please learn from another. And this is what we facilitate. And I think what we should also do, particularly as health tech investors, is understand the space, because what you've seen is that during COVID, where the space got somewhat hot, a lot of VCs or investors started jumping on the health tech train, just for the sake of it, because it's a hype, but not really 100% understand it. And I think this is where a lot of friction can come from. We literally have portfolio founders that tell me they have VCs in their board that tell them, hey, why can't you be more like Revolut, where it's a top-line traction, you have to be faster. Health tech is not fintech, it takes time, it's difficult. How do you see it?
Yeah, actually, I 100% agree with what you're saying. And I have faced so many different type of VCs that speak like that, actually, and don't really understand where they want to go, like what the field and the industry they want to step in. Actually, health industry, even if the product goes very fast, the AI improves very fast, the people we're talking to are not that fast. First of all, because they are not behind a computer. Most of the time, they're in front of the patient, can be at the chair or at the hospital. But anyway, they are not spending 100% of their time behind a computer trying to improve the product. So very important to understand what is the industry, who we are talking to, how they're going to embrace this technology or not, and to also not go too fast with these doctors, because this can be very difficult for them to accept. So they have to accept not technology, but how to embrace technology to be able to work with it, to manage it, and to master it. Actually, that's what I'm trying to explain with the dentists that we are working with. And we did a small mistake, actually, at the beginning of Alison. We went very fast into the process of the treatment planning and so on, and doctor was like, oh, you are trying to do my job, and so on. So actually, it's not the case. We're trying to improve the process to make it faster, more accurate, and being able to share that with the patient. So we did a small step back, not because the technology, but because the population we're talking to, and that's extremely important to understand. So very important to understand who we are talking to, and to have a VC, and we have the chance to have raised 10 million euros 6 months ago with VCs that completely understand the field, our vision, what we are trying to build, and the way we are doing it. So you can think about and say that we are going very fast, very, very specific on elements, but you have to also work with the field. So that's also why at Alison we are not developing a technology that we provide to doctors, but the strength, I will say, is that because I used to have 200 dentists working with me. I know a lot of dentists. I'm a dentist and working from the field. So we took all the pains that we can see in the clinics, in the offices, with the patients, with the doctors, assistants, labs, and so on. And from those problems, we developed technology that help actually the workflow and so on. So that's how impactful it is, because you are not just providing a new tech, you are providing a new a solution for their needs and how to improve, automate administrative tasks and so on. So it's not just about building a strong AI, it's how AI empowered the World Dental Office or the World Clinic and so on. So that's what I think is very important to understand when we talk technology with doctors. It's not like this new part of technology, AI, just take AI and do whatever you want. No, it's how you integrate AI in the workflow of your practice.
So there's this discussion, I would say even criticism, about AI in healthcare, that it's really far from fulfilling its potential, right? So we're seeing this all new amazing applications for AI in the last year, for ChatGPT and even more, and it's raising exponentially, but we don't see that much AI in healthcare. Why is that? Why? Can you explain that to me, Lana?
Actually, it starts to arrive, and I think first it's very difficult to enter the health industry because you have to understand it's very specific, it's very difficult, and you have to either find doctors that, and now I'm speaking very transparent, you have to find doctors that earn a lot of money, want to work into a startup that basically they have to start from scratch, being 100% involved, and so on. So first, it's very difficult to find that kind of person that have the knowledge. That's the first thing. The second thing is obviously finding the funds that understand this also, why it takes time, why it's not so fast, why you're not making the 1 million annual recurrent revenue very fast, and so on. So all those elements, so you have to have enough resources to take time to improve with doctors, improve with patients, find the right process, not the fastest one, but just the right one that matches the need. And it's when you don't understand, I would not say know the industry, when you don't understand the whole industry from A to Z, it's very, very difficult to enter. Now that it started a bit, there is other difficulties. It's to find data, health data, that's very difficult to find. And you have to be generalistic when you want to do AI. You cannot just be good on one X-ray brain, for example. You have to be good on all the X-ray brains. So you have to be generalistic, find all the elements, wrong X-ray, good X-ray, and so on. And when you have all that, then you have to go on to regulations because you want to go and to be a medical device and so on. And then there is some things. It's sad, but sometimes it's not in your hands. You have to match with the regulation, and you can be as fast as you want. Sometimes technology just has to slow to match regulation.
I can really relate that. We have different AI solutions that we're developing at Clalit, and one of them is an engine that can provide decision support systems for physicians, right? So it can analyze all the data around specific disease and give you recommendations, right? So first of all, I was amazed that the biggest challenge is convincing doctors to use it. Right? The second challenge was how do you create an algorithm that you can really, really, really trust with even recommendations? The doctor always agrees and stamps it and pass it forward. It takes about 6 months to develop just one algorithm or around one disease. And these are top-notch developers. So the complexity of working with data, of medical data, you have to be a doctor, you have to understand the data, and then you have to absorb the data that's always created all the time, not just the medical data, but the professional from any journals that is developing all the time. That creates real challenge in creating a solution that you can really, really trust. And that's the challenges that we're seeing at Clalit, so I can really relate.
I mean, just really quick, I know we're running almost out of time, but I can fully second that. My answer to the question would actually be just really short. Healthcare is also very broken at times, and that's why AI in many cases is not even needed, just because quite often it's easier digital solutions that also make the cut at the beginning. One example is one of our recent investments. It's called Healthforce. It's a company that does automatization AI for hospitals, clinics, to automatize non-clinical or more administrative workflows. And do you know what they're starting out with? And it's the best AI research on both. They start out with making sure that nurses, for example, don't have to spend time on ordering toilet paper anymore because they automatize that. That's not the most sophisticated AI out there, but
it's the biggest need.
Yeah.
I can, again, really relate. I always say that when you try to digitize broken processes, you get broken digital solutions, right? And if the system is broken from day one, digitizing it will not help. So I'm also seeing a lot of digital solutions that we're trying to promote, and we have to fix the system in order to enable them to even provide value, because it's not enough just to digitize what we already have. It was faster than I thought. We have 30 seconds, so just in one sentence, what kind of tip or advice would you give a startup that's working now in the healthcare industry, coping with the future?
Mm-hmm. Maybe really, really quick. First, build something that you're super passionate about. I know it sounds cheesy, but be passionate about it, because this is not for 2 or 3 years, but rather for 10 years, and VCs really want to see that fire. And second, be in love with the problem and not the solution, because the solution will change. The market might not even be there yet, but you should be deeply passionate about the problem, and this is what you should be solving for.
I will try to be fast, but basically be close to your customers, very important. Move fast, break things, and restart.
I'll add it, close to your customers, and remember that the patient is the customer. It's not just the person that does what you tell them to do.
That's the final question.
Yeah.
I like it.
I really had a good time.
Yeah,
thank you guys.
So much. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Cheers, guys. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Sharif, for moderating, and Lionel and Johannes. Very interesting and very informative on Careful Tech. So we'll be back here after lunch at 3:30 to continue our talks, and the first one on circularity and clean energy is Your Passport Green at 3:30 back here. So please join us at the SANDBOX stage for this afternoon's talks. And also don't forget to go and get your Green Warrior stamps so that you can earn some free beers at the social events. And join us for the social events. Do come along this evening. We have events happening every night, so just check out the app and have a look and see what's going on outside the summit. So see you this afternoon and enjoy lunch. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the SANDBOX. Hope you had a wonderful lunch. My name is Trish. I'm going to be your MC here for the rest of the day. I hope that you did manage to use the app and find out everything that's happening, because that is your one-stop. Everything you need to know you can find on the app. Okay, so we're going to go straight in with circularity and clean energy. Is your passport green? And we're going to be looking at the intersection between sustainability, clean energy and investment. Please give a warm welcome to Samantha Anderson, CEO and co-founder of DePoly. Yes, you can clap, come on. Jose Angel Costa, CIO at Exeter, and Joseba Sarisogoda, Managing Director at Mondragon Business Development Centre.
Do you want me to move down? They say it in the... Okay. Jose Angel is missing.
We're saving the best until last. Jose Angel Costa, CIO at Exeter.
Okay, hello. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Thank you also to South Summit for the invitation. So my play role today is to be a coordinator in between our discussion or chat that we have in between all three, and I'll try to coordinate the timing as well. Okay, so I think we will be sharing a little bit before what would be the main challenges that we have in between our different businesses, and I would say that we have in common at least to find, I would say, the way to go for future generations to go to a greater and more green let's say, businesses. No? And together with that, also, we have the same objectives in terms of looking for the transition of some of the technologies that are enabled to doing that from different perspectives. I hope we would be able today to let's say, to talk and to see and to share with all of you also this from different perspectives, as I said. And I would say that this will be the summarizing the main objective. No? For doing that, I would maybe ask some first question. First is the presentation of our companies and which is our vision. Maybe Sam, can you start?
Sure, of course. I'm Sam. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Depoly. We're a chemical recycling company that is tackling the global plastic problem, and we do this with enhanced recycling, so we can break down the polymer to the main raw materials that make it up. We can sell that back to businesses as a drop-in, for example, to make new plastics, or we can do the polycondensation reaction itself to create, new shoes, new household items, kind of whatever is in that plastic sphere of items that the people are buying.
Okay. So I'm Jose Angel, I'm CEO in Exita Be Circular. Our company provides after-sales services, maintenance, repairs, refurbishment, in guarantee of warranty extensions, and all around services in after-sales services, including software solutions. Our company currently repairs around 500,000 units per year, and our main purpose is to increase the lifetime of IT devices and minimize the impact for the environment. Well, one of our latest solutions is a digital green passport for electronic and non-electronic devices, which consists in a sort of solution which includes a lot of information, including traceability of the items, certifications, environmental certifications, carbon footprints, repair history, which will be a future requirement of the European Commission for the coming years.
Okay. Well, in my case, I'm coming from Mondragon Group. This is a multi-sectorial business group with around 160 companies right now. Number one in industrial cooperativism and working in very different sectors right now. I represent the Mondragon Business Development Center. Our main task in our group is trying to enhance the entrepreneurship, mainly through these kind of activities in open innovation, but also historically from what we call venture building and today also venture capital. No? The areas in which we are very involved are several. I mean, from industry, the entrepreneurial, let's say, industry in general. This is transversal, or what means production of products or process lines is something that we like to do it. But then, of course, the health is becoming important, agri-food, and mainly, and above all, probably, is the sustainability. And in terms of sustainability, also touching different sectors, I would say that all our production and consumption models should be going to a sustainable, let's say, stage. And for doing that, all what is related in terms of energy, we are very active on that, creating through the entrepreneurship projects, probably new activities regarding the climate change as well, and moving also gradually to what is sustainable mobility, and in some cases also storage energy and so on. No? So very open and very broad activities, but I would say that specifically the topic that we have today is one of the most important ones in our businesses right now. Okay, well, regarding the technologies that we each have in terms of probably, well, for the chemical point of view also, in the recycling of the chemicals, but also in the ICT sector also, in your case, you have also some other examples that we believe are very interesting as well. What is, in your opinion, the strength that the technology is giving to the new model of businesses?
Yeah, I think that it's sort of it's something that we all have to tackle together from different areas of technology. Looking at from a chemical point of view, we rely heavily on the stuff that already exists to make it better. There was a pitch earlier today, and apologies if I forget her name, but she made a really good point, is you're not reinventing the wheel for all the back end, you're reinventing it to make it just better to accommodate what exists currently and what needs to be tackled. And I think we need to have this kind of view on our technology and new technology on how to bring this to the market so that it can be brought into the consumer realm fast and simply, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, in our sector is IT, obviously. Our customers are already kept in the dark about the repairs history of the devices, and we can help them to make better decision to whether if they have to buy a refurbished item or buy a new one. So to get that, we need a lot of information, as much information as possible, to provide the customers. So, and this should be reliable information, and they need to trust them. So to get that, we use our IT platform with blockchain technology, artificial intelligence algorithms to provide them reliable information to take the decision better. So.
Okay. Well, in terms of the business model, how innovative should be the business model in your opinion, in your two businesses, for instance, and what are the main risks? In our experience, it's not very easy to find in this specific topic sustainable, and I would say sustainable business models. So what's your experience on this?
I mean, for us, the technology for us has to be sustainable. We're fighting against oil and gas, so if your technology is worse than what already exists, then nobody's going to accept it. So we have to focus on making sure that our life cycle analysis is really good, we can explain it to people, demonstrate it, but then that we can also complement the current existing system, for example, in a B2B model, which is where we mainly exist, so that we can be a drop-in solution for them, so that they don't have to reinvent or change their infrastructure. It's really easy for them to adopt our product. And I think at least for chemical industry, you have to have this sort of pathway, because if you require people to completely change, billion-dollar infrastructure projects that exist, it's going to be a lot harder to get that into a B2B market than something that's just drop-in, for example.
Okay. In our case, the information is key, and a kind of project like that, there are some barriers we need to solve. And one of them is to gather information in some parts of the life span of the devices, in particular in the last one, the recycling one. Is really difficult to trace the units item by item, and we need to try to solving that with companies like Mondragon, for example, as you know, and about the business model is really important. Don't forget that to many companies is instead of using a technology like us, which is really a well decision in terms of impact to the environment. There are another solutions with fewer impacts, environmentally talking, that could be easy to choose, which is called greenwashing, obviously, and we don't need to forget that it's really important, because the customer can choose one of those at the risk of customer finding out that the company not seems greener than they really are, and finding to don't trust them at the end. No?
Okay. Well, changing the topic regarding the partnership and the investment, no? I maybe will comment about the investment as well. But in terms of partnership, how important are the partners in your business, if there are? No.
For us, it's extremely important. We want to work with customers and companies that their focus is sustainability, that they're trying to push their product to the next level, and that they internally they know what they need to do and how to get there. So having those partnerships are great to develop new products, new lines, kind of everything in the recycling market for them. It also gives startups, I think, a little bit more credibility, and it de-risks us in the eyes of other investors. If you can say, I'm partnering with some big name company to tackle their sustainability issue, to get them to reach the Paris Agreement and all the other accords that exist right now for CO2, for example. When we approach an investor and we discuss this with them and we say that, I think there's a little bit more of credibility on our side than just we can, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. For us, any partner in any size is really important because our challenge is huge. You know, is provide as much information as possible to the customer to make then the best decision, environmentally talking, and we need to solve a lot of issues in a lot of parts of the lifespan. So for this reason, we work with manufacturers, with industrial companies, with recycling companies, and with their software, with integration with us. Our company is, our software is API first, so integration is in the core of our technology to save to specific tools with specific information to improve our value proposition and features and provide then as much information as possible to raise awareness to the customers in the environment.
Okay. Well, at least from our perspective, we are also an investor, a corporate venture investor. Even though we are a tool, a group of cooperatives, we found also very interesting these new ecosystems that are running right now. I mean, the speed is one of the things that we like a lot on this. And then also the enormous number of opportunities from different profiles. No? So as mentioned before, in sustainability, we are very active. We have many companies that are being impacted by the news that are coming from this specific topic. The use we invest is something around we find one of our businesses, usually it's a cooperative, who is also interested in investing in this opportunity, and together with that, we put also our corporate capital risk fund. And we used to go in minority. The idea is to make bigger and stronger that specific opportunity. We like to say also that we offer to the market our industrial profile, also our commercial profile. We are in many sectors, so we can help to go to the market. And finally, of course, also the financial partnership. No? But not looking for majorities. At the end of the day, we are looking for a confidence and to have a long relationship. No? This is probably the strategy we're implementing during the last already 7 years, and it's doing very well in our organization. Okay, so I would say I also put something about good cases, no? Good cases. I would say some good examples that we have in our hands that maybe is interesting to share with the audience.
In terms of recycling and everything like this, at least from the chemical world, it's probably amazing the amount of plastic that everybody interacts with on a regular day that they don't realize is plastic. And the more you get into like the recycling area, you realize the more of this actually isn't being recycled. It's either incinerated or landfilled. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's technology out there right now that is able to take, you know, your blazers, your pants, your shoes, everything you're kind of wearing on yourselves right now, and break it down to the main raw chemicals and make, you know, oil-free plastic. And that's what we do. This is what we're trying to aim. So. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't think about their garbage. I think a lot of people don't think about their waste. And if you get a chance, you should really look into it. Start looking at the bottom of everything that you can recycle, that you can give away, and just you'll start seeing it exists everywhere, and it needs to be recycled.
Okay, good.
Yeah, for us, we have already some success case with using our technology in some customers. From different sectors. For example, we have a client which provides a lot of smartphones, refurbished ones, yes. To customers in France and in Spain, and they want to provide a reliable and transparent information about the tests and the process that their smartphone has passed in their laboratory, mm-hmm. So the customer can choose better this kind of devices provided for this company instead of another one, very important companies, because they have more information to have a better decisions and more environmentally aware about the impact of these devices. Another success case could be to reintroduce in the supply chains of some manufacturers a specific component in the recycling process and reintroduce in the manufacturing process with a second brand, a more sustainable one. No?
Interesting. Okay, well, in my case, I like to mention the partnership that we have with Exita. In fact, we knew each other about a year and a half ago, and we tried to do something together. And the result of all this reflection is that today we have built a new NUCO, I would say, by the beginning of this year. It's called Circular Reply. Is now in the audience, so you will be probably noticing about what's going on this. It's a NUCO that is trying to combine, let's say, the forces that Exita has in the electronic sector, the long years experience, already 20 years around this, working on that specific vertical, and our feeling that the proximity that we have in the industrial sector with different components, equipments of all our activities, can have a good connection together. So Circular Reply is trying to offer a value proposition, is combining consultancy to companies, I would say, trying to move in the transition of the Industry 4.0 circular, and trying to create KPIs and also an action plan for getting that, but then also offering specific tools which are already tested and are in the process. And those tools are coming from the IE platform, which is already tested, and is giving all the cycles view of the different products that the company could have, and the traceability is assured with that to take, let's say, the components that are the interesting ones for a residual, let's say, utilization. And then also in this case, the Digital Pass also is another product that is being offered by Circular Reply right now, and is becoming more and more interesting. Certifications are already there, and what we have found also in the market is that it's not easy that the current business model are profitable, in the sense that it's very easy, if not by this technology, to get all the information in the line of the production. No? So I think there are different value propositions, and we both, I think, we hope that it will be a successful history for all of us. No? Okay, so I also mentioned to my colleagues that maybe there is an inspirational company that can be interesting for us to mention today, that can be interesting to see as an objective for when we are older, let's say, on these businesses, no? If any.
In the chemical world, there's a lot of startups out there that I think are really interesting to watch, that are tackling the problem from different ways. We're from Switzerland. There's another startup called Bloom that does not the same, but something similar to us with lignin. I think that's really interesting, and I think at least in the chemical world, the startups are always the ones to watch, because they're the ones that are really starting to make, new technology, new waves, and new processes.
Okay.
Thank you for, we were all, so, because I consider all already.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, maybe not so inspirational, but definitely we need to do that. The European Commission are trying to join some project groups or associations to solve this problem, to minimize the waste of the electronic devices, joining forces with governments, manufacturers, associations, recycling companies, and we need to follow them, and they're working, because it's a long term, because the next coming regulation in the following years, maybe in 3 or 4 years, it had to be mandatory for the manufacturer to have a solution like ours, in this case. So we are working now in this solution and providing to the market, but we are following this association and some integration methodology, transactional features of these products. But not only this kind of association, every company, every startup could be an opportunity to add and product, give more solvency to our solution, and include these opportunities in this part of our value proposition.
Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, then, well, in our case, it's a little bit what I have already said before. I mean, many new companies are about to enter in the market. For all of them are inspirational. The one that I know more of you is both of you are very interesting. The problems that we have are very close with the solutions that you are offering. So I would say, I don't know if you want to add something else. Otherwise, we will sum up for today.
No.
It's okay.
Any question or something like that?
That's it. If you have any question. Interesting to see, we are about 65 years already in market. You are 20 years, you are 3-4 years in the market. So different perspective, different transitions for the same, let's say, objective, no? Any question that would you like to share with us? Otherwise, it's finished. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha Anderson, Jose Angel Costa, and Joseba Sagastagordia. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you. Well, certainly plenty of food for thought there as we think about clean energy, and is our passport green? We are now moving on to sustainable delivery, innovating last mile logistics. And if I could just welcome to the stage, please give a warm welcome to Nabil Malouli, SVP of Commerce and Returns at DHL. If we could have you here, please. And E.L. Schatz, co-founder and chief strategy officer at Simply Root. And if we could ask you to please be quiet if you are leaving the room so our speakers can continue. We thank you for your help. Over to you, gentlemen.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, just post lunch. Hopefully everybody has energy. Eyal, great to see you.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good?
Good.
So what we're going to do today is we're going to do a conversation here, and we'll give you also certainly the chance to jump if you have any questions. And we're going to talk about last mile delivery. How many of you have bought something online the last 2 weeks? Can you raise your hand? Okay. Last month? Okay, almost everybody. So we all are consumers of last mile delivery services, even if we don't necessarily think about this. And what we're going to do the emphasis today on is really the topic around sustainability and innovation in last mile, which even if you are not in this business necessarily, we should all care about, because at the end of the day, it has a huge impact on the environment and also has huge impact on traffic and cities. So Eyal, do you want to tell us a bit about Simply Route, maybe? Let's start there, what you guys do.
Yeah, sure. So we're based in Latam mainly. Just moved to the US. I moved to Miami. Also in Europe, so we have an office in Barcelona. So what we do is exactly the last mile deliveries, but we don't do the hardware, right? We are not doing the deliveries. So that's like always the first question I get, right? So you are like DHL? No. What we are doing is the software. So why do we need software? So we need software exactly to optimize, and we are going to talk a bit about it later. But we are doing the software to be able to plan the deliveries. So you think like the deliveries, it's really easy things to plan. So I'm going like point to point. So we all have been using also like Uber Eats, right? And in Latam, Rappi, and we have different companies. So you see like point to point, so you have one delivery, you can track the delivery, everything works like perfect. So you can get your food in 60 minutes and sometimes earlier. But when you have different multi-points, and you have different conditions, and you have traffic, and you have weather, and you can imagine in Latam, you have much more complication, right? In the US, maybe less or maybe different conditions. So you need to put all those conditions in a system and be able to plan it. So finally, our goal is to be able to say, okay, Nabil, you will get your product between hopefully 9 and 9:10, right? And then you can track it. and then you can understand exactly when and how and maybe why are you going to get the product. So that's the software we are doing. So we built our own algorithm, machine learning, a lot of data. We have more than 1,000 clients. So each one of the customers is like a use case different. So we put everything in a big machine, develop a huge algorithm. It's huge, but it's really fast to use, really easy to use. And then we can have smart planning in the cities.
That's great. So a software, we have a software entrepreneur, and we have also, on my side, I lead e-commerce solutions at DHL globally. So we do also the fulfillment and last mile delivery, where some of it is asset-based and some of it is with third-party assets. And so I think we're going to get like a very interesting conversation here between the startup world and also the large organizations. So maybe let's start, Eyal, with the topic of the core topic. What are some of the key innovations that we see today, generally speaking, and then we'll deep dive on sustainability?
Yeah, so of course we have seen electric cars and we have seen drones, right? And we have seen a lot of innovation in terms of like I call it hardware. It's hardware and software, right? But in terms of vehicle and truck. And then, of course, you can tell a lot of details about it. In our world, what we have seen, a good example and good data, we only 5% of the fleet of our customers, and we have more than 1,000 customers, are electric cars. So what we are trying to do is like, okay, we have like a challenge, right, in the future. So we are going to use drones and we are going to use electric cars. What we can do today? So, and I'm going to ask you later what you can do, and I know you're doing a lot of things. But what we are doing today, it's like trying to put everything in the software and try to optimize. So we try with our intelligence to put less trucks in the street. We try to optimize so each one of them will know exactly when and how we need to travel. And so less contamination. We are trying to give data to the cities and to the government so they can plan a smart city based on our data and our intelligence. So that's what we are seeing today. From your side, I know that DHL also have like at least 4 innovation centers in the world. So maybe you can tell us a little bit what you're doing in terms of innovation.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the end of the day, what we try to really focus on is to be offering options and innovation that are really solving a problem, right? And so what you see today is more and more, and we are all consumers here, but more and more consumers want more flexible model. So traditionally, last mile was from a distribution center to a consumer door. Now what you see is you find many models, what we call out-of-home deliveries, which is parcel lockers, as an example, or places where you can pick up or drop off product, becoming really more convenient for many people, because you have certain categories of product and you have certain countries where you cannot actually just drop off an iPhone at the door of a consumer, as an example. In the US, you can do that. You can drop something that is like worth $10,000 and they would just leave it in front of the door, but in many countries you can't do that because of theft and just because of regulation. So out-of-home deliveries, and particularly parcel lockers, are very interesting solution that we've been pushing across the globe. We have already more than 10,000 of this type of solutions within the network, and we think that's something that is more sustainable. It allows you also to optimize the deliveries, and it's also more convenient. So that's quite interesting because it combines all of the elements. Another thing that also seems to be in the future, but it's actually already developed in quite some countries, is delivery bots. So we just made an announcement with a company called Cleveron to start to do deliveries. That is more for like small radius and for like single delivery, but that is something also that is a reality. I live in Florida. Well, we actually both live in Miami. It's pure coincidence, but we both live in Miami. And in Miami, you have already companies also using that in the restaurant business that are doing deliveries, and you'll go in the city of in the street of the city, and you'll see like already bots doing deliveries. So this is coming. Also, it's not anymore something of the future. It's something that still requires some regulation and requires some advance around technology, but this is coming for sure. And I think the other thing that is quite interesting is the amount of possibilities you have in terms of vehicles you use. We're doing a lot, for example, and that ties really well into sustainability, cargo bikes, alternative vehicles. So it's not only about now delivering with vans, but it's really delivering with what is the best option in terms of delivery type that you can use in order to reach the consumer, depending on your volume, your product type, because that's really how you optimize. Because at the end of the day, if you deliver one package with a van, even if the van is electric, you actually have a negative impact in terms of, because you're going to create traffic, you're going to create a additional movement into a city, and even if you're like carbon neutral, all the rest of the environment you operate into might not be carbon neutral. So you really want to think about, I think again, you were talking about like this optimization is very important to think about it upstream. What is the best vehicle type before I actually think about, oh, well, I want to put electric vehicles, because that's kind of like a secondary step. Do you see it the same way?
Exactly, and so yeah, it sounds like easy. Okay, let's put electric trucks or vans, but exactly as you mentioned, in our algorithm we have a lot of conditions. Right? So the basic are like, okay, the volume, the weight, but you have a lot more. Maybe you have like really like a heavy product that you cannot put over other product. You need to like build the Tetris, I call it, in the Tetris inside the truck. So you try to optimize each one of the trucks, the vans, or whatever you're using to get the maximum from it. Because if you're going to put a van there, as you mentioned, like with one package, even if it's electric, you're doing bad job in sustainability, right? So, like interesting case, today we are working with a company, and we are routing and doing optimization with helicopters, right? So you need to, like a condition, you need to consider the weather, you need to consider a lot of different stuff. So as you mentioned, it's much more than only a van that you imagine, okay, let's put a van, let's put few packages. So we try to combine different kind of packaging, different kind of vehicles, different cost, different technologies, and putting all in one package, it's really complicated, but you always like get like two equation that you need to solve, right? One is of course the cost. Maybe it's more than two questions. The other one is the service. So you need to get like an excellent service to be able to deliver time, and of course the ability, right? So I just was talking with my co-founder here, and I was telling him it's amazing. So you like half of the talks today are about the sustainability, right? And we are in last mile, so we can affect it really hard with what we are doing, like from the software side and from all the innovation that DHL are doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So let's maybe jump a bit more into the topic of sustainability. I think it would be great to have your view. So out of like your 1,000 customers, how many of them already have sustainable and environmental friendly solutions? And it's in Latin America. Most of the customers are in Latin America, some in Spain and some in the US.
Yeah, we have in Spain, in the US, in Latam. Really few of them. I'm now talking with we have like SMBs and mid-market and enterprise. I'm talking with the enterprise. And they have like sustainability department, right? But it's really working in different environment. So I'm working with logistics, with operation, and sometimes marketing and business, and I'm trying to, okay, let's talk to these guys, right? Because we are doing really interesting stuff that affects their goals. But it's really hard like to connect all the dots. So that's what we're trying to do. What we invented, for example, we invented our certification. So what we did for the mid-level that don't have like people in charge, so we measure the baseline, what they are doing today, and we are measuring constantly what they are doing with Simply Route as optimization. And if they are getting to the goals that we set with them, so they get certification from Simply Route. So our goal is like that, of course, today it's our own certification. We want that certification to be much more global.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. How many people here do logistics services in your company? Can you raise your hand? Or work in companies that are moving stuff? Okay. How many people actually have like concrete initiative to improve sustainability in your organization? Yeah, very few, right? And I think we start to really see, you know, sustainability, I think, is an important topic that has been in the agenda for a long time, but you start to really see now companies really making commitments with dates as to a day that they will be, you know, either carbon neutral or they will have reduced X amount of percentage. But the starting point for you to improve is really, first of all, to measure, right? Because if you cannot measure, you cannot improve. And consequently, having either software partners that can give you carbon reporting, as an example, in last mile deliveries, or whatever type of transport you do, or even, you know, you can report carbon on buildings, on employees, on travel. I mean, all the dimension is really the starting point. So I think it's quite interesting that you're already offering that. And do you see companies really moving and becoming more active in this space?
Yeah, for sure. And then they also understand, and it's interesting to know your vision, because they understand that in the near future, they will need to pay, right, more taxes, or they will need to buy carbon. And so they understand it in the future. I think the challenge is to affect the operation of today, right? So because maybe the question is how you manage, because usually when you're in charge of it or it affects you, it will be more costly, right? So how you manage the equilibrium with the cost and being able to get in charge of the sustainability?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, today, an electric vehicle or sustainable vehicle will be more expensive to buy. But when you look, we are getting to the tipping point where when you look at total cost of ownership of these vehicles, they are now becoming return on investment positive, right? So that is a very good news. However, you still have to pay more upfront because the cost is still higher. Plus you have to invest in infrastructure and so on. And so it's quite interesting because we had actually a conversation just yesterday with our CEO, and you really need to be willing to pay more for a certain period of time until you reach a certain scale, and then you will have a competitive advantage, right? So I think it's an investment that you have to make initially, and then the others will follow, because this is all about scale, right? And once you have scale and once you have adoption, then all the costs will reduce and the access will be easier. But you need big companies, and not that smaller companies cannot do but you need big buyers to be able to really influence the industry so that OEMs, the cities, the infrastructure see this as already a big addressable market, so that people start to really put money behind. So I think we are at the point where our CEO said, well, if it's going to cost more, we'll pay for it. We try to recover some of the cost, but we will do it. Of course, all into certain level of investments, per year and so on. But we announced, for example, 7 billion of investments towards this additional cost between now and 2030. So that money is dedicated exactly to that kind of situation where you have a gap and you have to invest more. But at the end of the day, it's the right thing to do for the world, and it's also the right thing to do for the business also, because it will become, as you said, regulation is coming, and also the clients you serve, they care about this more and more, right? I think if we ask this room, who would like to have more sustainable solution, can you raise your hand? It's almost everybody, but not everybody. So I think we have some interesting profiles in the room today. We can chat after. I would be interested to have some perspective on why not. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's the right thing to do. And I think the businesses, they have to invest into this. In terms of software, what else can you do? What is the next level of things you can be doing in helping companies to get there?
There's so many things that we are doing and we can do. There's not enough time, right? So we're still a scale up, so we are scaling. We are opening more countries, but we have a lot of new technology that we can do. So, but mainly, I think it's all about in our world, it's putting intelligence in the chain where we found. So today it's a last mile, but we also have some initiative in the first mile, warehouse. We have really good partners as a startup, so we think it's about a community, right? So building in our case, really smart solution, but connecting to different kind of solution to be able to build hopefully like an end-to-end solution in a smart way.
Great. I think we're almost on time, so I'll make a closing. I think I'll make a closing statement, and then it would be great, Ariel, also for you to give us also your closing view. I think when you think about like last mile deliveries and sustainable last mile deliveries, oftentimes we think about the transport part of it, and the most common thought is the electrification of the fleet. However, there is a lot that can be done. Route optimization is big. Vehicle optimization is big. Packaging optimization has a huge impact as to how you can really improve. So I think whoever has to take decisions or think about this, you really have to look at it holistically and from an upstream perspective, not only on the delivery itself and the execution, but really all the planning that comes with it in order to be really able to be actually offering something sustainable. So I think that would be my closing thought. Eyal?
No, thank you so much. I think it's great conversation. And as you mentioned many times, in our world, it's optimization, right? So I think I agree with you. We can optimize today route, but in the future, in the near future, and we need to understand where we can put more intelligence in our case and more optimization and combine both sides, like business and sustainability. It should be combined, and it's best for all of us.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we have time for one question or two, or we are...
No, you're out of time, unfortunately. I know I'm the bearer of bad news. I feel awful. Ladies and gentlemen,
no worries, but we'll be here for anybody that wants to
a big round of applause to Nabil
Nabil
Malouli and Eyal Schatz, guys. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to adopting sustainable infrastructure for a greener 2030. Now, everything is about being green. And don't forget, on your badge, we have the Green Warrior badges at the end. You can collect these and you get free beers on Friday night. So please give a very warm welcome to Ignacio Garcia Gonzalez, Chief Operating Officer at Sarces Concession Spain. And our moderator for this session is Tim Smith, Senior Reporter at Sifted. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Just give people a couple of seconds to sit down. Okay, but we'll crack on because we haven't got long, Ignacio. So the title of today's talk, Adapting Sustainable Infrastructure for a Greener 2030. So the premise of this is that infrastructure is not a clean slate as we move towards a more sustainable 2030. We can't just start from scratch. We already have a lot of infrastructure in place, and that means adapting what we already have. The infrastructure previously has prioritized economic and social growth more, and now we have to find ways to make that infrastructure sustainable as we maintain, update, and adapt it. So, yes, as we said, we've got Ignacio here from Sarces Concessions. Sarces is a developer of large-scale infrastructure projects that uses a public-private partnership model, which we're going to get into the sort of advantages of how that can help this effort to improve infrastructure for the sake of the planet. So, first of all, before we get into some of the examples of what you're working on, Ignacio, can you just talk about what are the main issues affecting the development of green infrastructure? Because we can't just easily replace our roads or our bridges or our transport hubs. What are the kind of the big issues facing us that you guys are needing to address?
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, South Summit and everybody here to spend some time here listening to us. And I expect that we can share some knowledge to you. But as we spoke before, I think there is a challenge with the existing infrastructure because everybody assumes that when you are building new infrastructure, you already think in 2030 in complying with every kind of sustainability goal and criteria design. But what happens with the infrastructure that already exists? No, there is a challenge there in order to go there and improve and reduce the footprint and the impact. And in that way, I was telling you, here in Spain, we have several examples of infrastructure with more than 15 years that was built 15 years ago, and now we have to operate it, and during that operation, we face the challenge of how to reduce the impact we are creating in our entourage, no? And in that way, there are several ways in which we can comply. We can try to reduce that. And first is when you have to attempt to make a repavement of a road, for example, pues you try to use new materials. There has been huge advantages in the use of materials that allow us to reduce the quantity that you need, and also it allows you to use some of the material. You are reusing them. You are introducing circular economy, because you are using some of the waste, and instead of throwing it away, you are getting it together, treating it, and putting it back into the infrastructure. So that gives you a longer life cycle, and at the same time, it allows you to reduce your CO2 footprint and the rest. And also it's efficient, because right now, today, transport is very expensive. That's one way. There are some other ways in which we have buildings, and up until now, being energy efficient was not really an issue. But today, with the energy prices, we have to try to look for different ways to try to optimize and reduce our consumption. So, for example, here in Madrid, we've got the Moncloa Transport Hub, which I think everybody knows how had used it during the last years. Climate, to be able to provide cold in summer and heat in winter is very expensive. So we are introducing new technologies like the use of geothermal energy. We are using geothermal interchange with the ground we have a project like that. It's called Geobat. We are also trying to use solar energy, but instead of using the typical square or rectangle glass panel, we are using a film that film can take different forms. In this case, it's circular. So we are using it to try to improve and get more from less. No? And I think there are two examples. And what is interesting from SACIR point of view is that we are using, we are committed to innovation, and we are doing it with the collaboration of several players, startups, that we go to the market and we say we have several problems, and that's called SACIR Challenges. And this year we have more than 200 proposals. So with those proposals, then we select a few, the few that we think are more suitable, and we invest in them, but not from the lab point perspective, but in real projects, so we can be able to check whether they are or not successful.
Yeah, well, there's lots to get into there. Let's talk about this geothermal example, because I'm always, as a non-engineer, slightly baffled by the idea of how you dig underground under an existing city. Like, what is the challenge? Explain how this geothermal system works, because it's quite amazing.
Well, I think that's a very old technology, but we forget about that because the Romans used to warm their houses geothermal, no? And in Finland, in Iceland, they use it too. But here, what is true that the ground is a kind of natural regulator. It always, more or less, when you dig in the ground, you find more or less an stable temperature. So what we are doing is we make some digs into the ground in order to exchange heat or cold from the surface with the ground. And it's kind of battery, a water battery.
So it's a kind of passive heat regulation system.
Yeah.
And I suppose that's a lot of work to put into place, and it's something that you're kind of doing currently now. And
well, yes, we have a project. We started with startup, and it's called Geobat, and we have implemented a pilot in Moncloa, and so far it's doing very good. We are getting cost efficiencies of almost 7%, so I think we are going the right way.
Yeah, and your roads one that you mentioned earlier, that example where you use the old road material that has gone out of date and needs to be replaced, you use that to go into the new road surface, right?
Yes.
What are the kinds of, can you quantify the savings on behalf of the environment and financially for the company?
Well, that one is a pilot, but we've got another product that is called RAREX, and RAREX is also a new material that uses in part of their formula or composition. We use used tires, which are a difficult waste to treat. You usually have dumpers of tires, so we use them and we put them into this new formula. And this formula allows us to get a better, how to say, a better endurance. So we've got better endurance, and also we've got less material to use. So with that, we've got efficiencies that help us both. You need less material, that's the first one. You need less transport, and also, as it has a longer endurance, you've got a longer life cycle. And that was so successful that right now we are opening a plant in Mexico to provide this solution to the Latin market.
Okay, so recycling
Yes.
wasted tires and putting them into the road
Yes,
surface.
that's called RAREX, and it's a very interesting product.
And your company has quite a big Latin American footprint, doesn't it? You've got
Yes.
some exciting projects going on in Colombia. Tell us what's going on with the water systems that you're doing there with that infrastructure.
That's the last project we have been awarded. We are very proud because when we speak of sustainability, we usually always see infrastructure of a thing that is always against nature, because it's true that when you connect two points, you have to alter the terrain, the ground, and that has an impact both in the communities and everywhere. But this project was an idea from the Colombian government, in which a decade ago they had some floods that affected a population of 1.5 million people. So when you say that, you see that's a huge lot of people. And this is a canal that was built in the 16th century to connect Rio Magdalena, which is the biggest river in Colombia, with Cartagena port. And 5 centuries of water going has produced two things: floods, because the river sediments don't travel anymore to the sea, but are along the road. So when there comes a lot of water, it results in a flood. And second is a change of the ecosystem, because at the beginning there were marshes near Cartagena city that were sea marshes. So they had a high level of salinity, and they had accordingly a fauna and flora used to that. With the fresh water coming from the Rio Magdalena, those marshes are now freshwater marshes. So there is a new ecosystem. It has been in place for the last 200-300 years. But with this project, the government has two objectives. It's not to increase the commerce through the river. It's not that. It's to control the floods, and also to restore the ecosystem to the original ecosystem. So, and it's very difficult, but we are, I mean, and that's a great challenge. But in our company, we are very, very happy and also expectant. And also the investment funds, the financing world is, we are seeing that with every single day they are looking for more projects that are green. I don't like the green word. I mean, they are sustainable. And they look to reduce the impact. This Colombian project also, we have the obligation to work with the communities. There are 1.5 million people. There are very poor communities, and we are working with them in order to help them improve their way of life. So we've got everything that when you are speaking of sustainability, which is part of our DNA, they wouldn't allow me to lie, which are people, environment, communities, and also corporate governance. So we've got everything there in one single project, and we are very excited.
How do you do that? How do you turn around 300 years of ecosystem change that humans created with this canal?
Well, we have to be patient. We have to have innovation. Any solution, we have to control the water level, engineering, and also to work very closely with environmentalist people, no? Because it's a project that has to reshape the environment of one part of the country.
And you mentioned that, you know, there's an investor climate and, you know, environment now where you are much more likely to get money if you are working in a green way and working in a sustainable way. How does that affect your business? Tell us about, like, you know, is that for you about winning government tenders? Like,
not so much, because I think that governments are starting to look for companies that are green, and we've got several indexes in the most important sustainable indexes. But I think from the financial point of view, the banks and investment funds are allocating part of the resources for projects that, according to them, are green. And these kind of projects usually get better financing rates. So at the end of the day, it's just money that you are improving your project, with.
So you go out to a bank to help you finance a project, and that conversation is easier.
It's easier because they see that it's a project that has that complies. I mean, this South Summit is about 2030 being today, no? And I think that's because everybody around here is interested and is invested in changing our future and trying to make it more sustainable. And that's the force that is behind most of the projects and behind the banks and the money, because they see that we are looking to change the world and to try to recover it and make it a better one for our children. And I think that the banks have listened to that. Money is very quick to listen. And the society is the biggest stakeholder behind sustainability change.
Yeah, and it's certainly true that perhaps their biggest power is they vote with their wallets, right? And consumers more than ever are keen for sustainability and sustainable propositions. And I just we haven't got too long, but, you know, it's an interesting structure that your company runs, the public-private partnership, and, you know, tell us why that's a favourable way for a government to run an infrastructure project.
Because when we enter into a project, we see the whole life cycle. We don't just see the design, we just don't see the building, or we just don't see the operation. We just see the whole life cycle, and we design them to endure the whole life. And usually this helps because there is only one vision. Could be wrong, of course, but one vision is usually better when you try to put an infrastructure which affects, because usually the person who designs doesn't think in the long term. Probably sometimes there are no resources, so that's why some infrastructure is not well preserved, because it's easier to allocate resources to things that you can inaugurate and be on the news. But to invest money to preserve, that's very difficult. To invest money to treat water, you don't see water being treated, but it's necessary, it's a need, but usually you prefer to build something new, no? So I think when you take into account the whole life cycle, in your design, you try to be more efficient and reduce cost.
Yeah, so you have a better overall picture of a project from start to finish. And just to finish up, I mean, there'll be, as you said, there's a lot of innovators here in the room at South Summit, and you guys work with startups. What would be your advice to a startup that wants to work with Sakir? Like, what are the things you're looking for when you assess these projects?
Well, I think we usually are very clear with what we need, and we have a very good people in innovations, and most of them are here supporting me. Thank you. And and we have several ways of letting the people know we are on YouTube, internet, but the e-challenges is something that it really is very important because it's where we say, we have these needs and we need help, how can you help us? And we are open to different solutions, and when we select one, and we select several every year, we invest in them and we work with them, because it's not just, okay, you've got this problem, give me the solution. No, you are working with us, you are working with the business units, because at the end of the day, sustainability has to be efficient to be really the future.
Yeah, well, you've been efficiently right on time. We've only got 10 seconds left, so big round of applause for Ignacia. It's fascinating. Thank you very much. Cheers.
And also a round of applause, beautifully moderated by Tim Smith there. Thank you. Now, it seems that everybody is talking about Portugal at the moment. In fact, I've had 2 conversations about it today. So it's quite fortuitous then that our next session is Portugal, new opportunities to start and scale up. Please welcome to the stage Marcelo Libra, co-founder, the first chair please, co-founder and COO at Remote, Mario Compolargo, Secretary of State for Digitalization and Administration, Modernization of Portugal, and our final speaker, Antonia Dias Martins, Executive Director at Startup Portugal. Over to you, gentlemen.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to this panel. It's a pleasure being here talking to you about Portugal and what the country is doing for startups and scale-ups, and what a journey these last 10 years. Portugal currently, in terms of proportion, is one of the European countries where startups and scale-ups more represent in the economy. We have been attracting investment from external and international investors at a record level. Currently, in terms of proportion, we have more unicorns per PIB and per population, 3 times what Spain, France, Germany, and UK have. So this area, entrepreneurship, startups, and scale-ups are now a big part of our economic and general activity in the country. So they are a big priority. And I'm happy to have here with us representatives of the responsibles for these results and for these achievements. And first, the entrepreneurs and the businessmen, the ones that primarily make this happen. So we have here Marcelo Levre, COO and co-founder of Remote, one of the Portuguese founded unicorns, Remote. And it's a pleasure being here with you, Marcelo. Thank you for coming. And we have also here the other co-responsible for these interesting and very positive results of Portugal in the last years. We have the Secretary of State for Digitalization and Administrative Modernization, Mario Campolargo. Mario, thank you very much for coming and joining us in this panel. I would start with Marcel for a first question. Marcel, tell us all about Remote and what has been this journey in the last few years since Remote was founded by you.
Yeah, thank you. So Remote is a global employment company. Companies all across the world, in whatever country you want to hire people remotely, or in other countries, whatever works. And we do that. We help them process, manage, and pay people across the world. We started January 2019, so roughly 4 years ago. And today we're over 1,000 people, literally all across the globe. And we operate in over 80 countries at the moment. We help and manage and pay people literally everywhere in the world. So it's been a huge adventure as well, challenging, but also very, very passionate for sure. We started with 2 people from Portugal, working on this very tough, crazy idea that no one has ever thought of or worked on. And that's why we decided it was even more exciting and why it was more worth the challenge.
And meanwhile, you had COVID, so...
Yeah, every year there's something crazy happening. There's a pandemic, a war, banks falling left and right. And so, every year you sort of have to brace yourself for impact. Something's going to happen. I swear we have nothing to do with it. But because we're a global business, we have to handle all the outcomes of it. But it's been great, and it's been a fundamental privilege to be able to build such a diverse global business, especially outside of a country that is usually not thought of as, the first destination for unicorns or new technology or startups, which was the perfect grounds for us to even feel more motivated and challenged to break the mold.
Great. Well, Mario, the existence of a Secretary of State of Digitalization in Portugal, specifically dedicated to that, reporting directly to the Prime Minister, reflects the importance of this area in the country. How important and how significant is digitalization for the development of a country like Portugal?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I mean, it's particularly good to be here, to be with Marcel. We are one of our unicorns. And despite the name remote, it's good not to have him remotely speaking here, but being here with us, because he can provide a first impression of all what he lived throughout those different crises. The government had nothing to do with that as well, just to clarify. Portugal is a digital nation. I mean, it's not by accident that we are belonging to a group that is actually called Digital Nations, the 10 most advanced countries in the world in the provision of services from the public administration, digital services. And that's one of the reasons why the government and the Prime Minister himself wanted to have attached to him the area of digitalization and public modernization. The two things go one with the other. Some of the things that sometimes Portugal and some of the southern countries are perceived to be is having costs of context for people to come to install. What we want to pass here as a very important message is Lisbon and Portugal is the place to be right now. You are an entrepreneur, you want the best environment to develop your ideas, come to Lisbon, come to Portugal. Portugal offers you a good economic environment, a good fiscal situation, as a startup law that just passed recently that is extremely favorable. As the ecosystem. The ecosystem is particularly important because the more people around, the more cross-fertilization. So, guys, come to Portugal. We have a political objective of transforming Portugal every day in a more digital nation and to create the environment that will allow startups to thrive. And this is particularly important as an objective and is supported, as we can see, not just by a big number of startups, but from the startups that have been scaled up and today belong not to Portugal, belong to the world, because actually they serve the world.
No doubt about that. Totally agree. Marcelo, from the perspective of being a leader of a company that grew exponentially in the last 4 years, you have certainly a lot of challenges in what relates to management people, management of culture, organizational culture. How do you do that in an 100% remote company and pass through this exponential growth?
That's a great question. It also depends, it's fundamentally focused on the relationship between the employer and the employee. I think one of the things that most companies take for granted is just because people come into the office and through the door, that they have some sort of allegiance or mandate to perform. And that's fundamentally not the case. The best thing it's an investment. It's an investment from the company within the employee and from the employee into the company because the career is worth so much these days. And from that perspective, you need to be able to be clear and transparent, because it's not the same thing. What are the expectations from both sides? Rather than having a business that is run on, that mumbo jumbo of we're family, or this, or that. No, I mean, there's a clear expectation from both sides. People want to get paid, have a comfortable life and comfortable job, and businesses have their goals to be met. So as long as those are clearly defined, then with freedom, with responsibility, with autonomy, comes the best of both worlds. You have a relaxed environment, you can manage yourself, your own life, and your work in parallel, and it's much fruitful because you go from living to work to live. It's very, very different approach for sure. And so you don't, and you can be your best self, right? You don't need to go into the office and put on the mask every day before you leave the house and take it out when you come home to this weird severance-like situation. And so that is the most fundamental. And cultures are very different. You go from one country to another. People's expectations, beliefs, understandings of things, communication. You don't make jokes in the same way. And it's about fundamentally inclusiveness and respect, but also assuming positive intent, because people are different all across the globe. And if those two are accepted as part of the get-go, it's better for everyone.
Yeah. And don't you feel that we have currently, with the new generations and the new necessities and challenges of these youngest people, you have to break some old barriers of labor relation, of taking into attention what are the perspectives, the ambitions, the personal expectations of each one individual. How do you cope with that? I mean, in an organization with more than 1,000 people around the world, how do you get attention to each one's perspective and each one's desires, let's say? You have to break through the old labor organization rules and mechanisms?
Sometimes because we're bound to local labor laws and regulations, what we can do in many cases is actually work with government and bring the remote is just the first step into the future of work, where people can work, dedicate themselves to the things they're passionate about, not necessarily just worry first about the things that can put food on the table. Yeah. So that's a big difference in mentality. And with all these changes in labor across the world, with all these incentives from all these countries, and of course, the balance of power from employee to employer and regulators are changing too, because they need to adapt more to each other on a faster pace. And of course, there's a lot to be done within that space, but absolutely, there's always two things that you can do, avoid apart from breaking the law, which is one is work with what you have, and second, work with the governments to make sure that they do understand what is the path forward. And of course, the people will push in that direction too. But the opportunity is for both sides. It's for people to have a better, quality of life, including work in that, but also for countries to be able to reap the benefits of this ever-increasing diversity, people flowing in and out and enriching the country, moving in from different cultures, helping to grow the economy, local economies. So we truly lived in this global world where people flow more easily. So that begets, of course, more flexibility, more adaptability, and understanding of the new needs of the new labor, market labor.
Yeah, no doubt, absolutely. Mario, well, I think you agree with me that the main responsibles for this performance of Portugal in terms of entrepreneurship are the entrepreneurs, the main responsibles. But I think the public part also is important for this. So I'm talking about a kind of a joint effort between the ones that are in the field, working, launching companies, making their ventures, but also the right public policies directed to this area that support and that make this growth as a country to happen. Can you give us some examples of public policies dedicated to this area that you have in your action plan?
Yeah, Antonio, but if you allow me just a bit of reflection on what Marcelo says, this adaptation between society and technology is actually mutually influencing. I mean, you learn as a society with new, technologies, AI, very disruptive. What is the future of work with AI? Does it replace people? Does it multiply the intelligence? Will be this binomial between machine and person important? The laws, the understanding. I think it's important. In Europe, we have this, and in Portugal, we have this perception that is very clear. Yeah. First, our values, our ethical values, the values of our society, the values that guide our continent. Those are very important. And the rest is adapting continuously. And so the public policies reflect exactly that. We started with the transition for Digital Transition Plan that already foresaw a number of initiatives like supporting startups, like creating a Startup Portugal that you lead these days, getting a really important ticket at European level with the European Startup Nations Alliance that is actually based in Portugal, but intends to bring a startup environment that is more standardized at European level, that is able to attract talent to Europe and therefore to Portugal, to Madrid, looking into how we do the things in an European way. But above all, to use later on the resilience package to reinforce those policies. And so when today we have very high incentives for almost all the startups that you may have in Portugal, all the accelerators, when we create mechanisms like test beds, it's very important. Test beds are sometimes hard to have because small startups, spin-offs of universities don't have the opportunity to test the things in practice, either physically or virtually. That's what the program of test beds will allow you to do, or the digital innovation hubs that will allow you to experiment with cybersecurity or with artificial intelligence, or even when you look to sandbox approaches that in Portugal are called like technological free zones, where you can actually operate side by side with regulators to test new things. All of those are investments that we do. But obviously, what is behind everything is the investment in people. That's why we are looking to programs of literacy, advanced literacy, like the upskill and reskilling. This is particularly important. We don't want to have, I know that you are an engineer, I'm an engineer, we are both electrical engineers or electronic engineers, we are all in the digital. No. The new systems, the new enterprise will not come from us, will come precisely from the mix of different people that, yes, understands the IT perspective. And so upskilling and reskilling is important. But even going back to the school, and programs that will allow you to understand the computational thinking are now being developed in Portugal. So we have a very good generation of technical people. We'll have a better generation in the future.
Oh, great. Well, about ESNA, European Startup Nations Alliance, tell us a little bit about that. What is the role of ESNA towards an entrepreneurial Europe?
I tend to think like it's a kind of it's not an European agency or whatever, but it's kind of precursor of that. So it's bringing everybody together to reflect about how Europe can be a land for innovation, a land for startups. And if we can align these various things, including the investment, this is particularly important. It's very interesting to see moves of OpenAI, for example, trying possibly to come to Europe, recognizing therefore Europe for intelligence, for artificial intelligence, offers a number of elements that are distinguished around the world. That's what ESNA has to play. And we in Portugal, we believe that this is crucial for us. Look at this. This is called South Summit. The South is not the center in Europe. Portugal is a peripheral country in geographical terms. But do you know what we want to be? We want a new centrality in digital terms. That's why we are investing so much in submarine cables, in opportunities to bring digital and green together, to have the most advanced, the most economic, the most energy-friendly, the most sustainable data centers in Portugal, because we want to complement the attraction of talent with opportunities to develop in practice new systems based on high-performance computing, in high-speed networks, and having the world as at the distance of a submarine cable, I mean at the distance of a few milliseconds.
No doubt, and the infrastructure is a really important point that is valued by everyone that wants to move business or start a business in a country, no doubt about that. Marcelo, in your perspective, how do you see the Portuguese startup ecosystem, and how is remote contributing or giving back to that ecosystem?
You know, compared to, let's say the US, it's very nascent, but given the stats that we're taking out of it, of course, the number of unicorns is a good metric. Of course, it's not a trailing metric saying, hey, this is the best, but it's a really fundamental, great indicator of what has happened in the past, let's say, 10 years. Like the evolution, the creation of new companies, of new businesses that are, and this is very important, that great companies, great startups do not necessarily need to be a unicorn. These companies, they create a very thick and important fabric of industrial business that sustains a country, that creates more jobs, that fosters innovation and brings as well diversity into a country, because we know that the ecosystem is always, these sort of startup ecosystems are more welcoming towards others. And so this improves literally everyone's lives around it. And I could see from the moment at sort of early stages where, all of a sudden you now have, startups working next to each other, or, creating this sort of environment where you can go into a coffee place and meet someone working that is creating their own new idea. And all of a sudden a conversation is sparked, and you're also building something that you can have synergies with. And of course, these later stage companies such as Remote, I think, we all live in society. There's always this sort of business versus community, but one cannot live without the other. And so the only way to push forward both sides, both bigger businesses, smaller businesses, and the rest of the community, is if we all work together. And so there's, us that are sort of trailblazers in that sense, we have a lot to, share. Not necessarily to teach, because, it worked for us, may not work for others, but fundamentally show, this is what worked, and this is where we can help. And this tight connection, rather than building businesses back to back and not having, a synergy going on, because that helps no one. And this, all of a sudden, creates this, emergent, almost living ecosystem of businesses that help each other. They collaborate not just financially, but from technical as well. And in the past 10 years, it's been insane. Remote is across the world, but right now, everywhere I seem to meet, they say, well, I'm starting a business in Portugal, or I moved in and I'm hiring a company out of Portugal. Out of the, the proximity of, bridging both continents, right across the pond, but also the fact that, everyone speaks English, and food is nice, and that kind of stuff. But it all helps, and it is all part of the primordial mix for success.
Wow, great. Mario, last question, 20 seconds to finish our time. But, well, it's great to see politicians dealing directly with entrepreneurs, coming here with startups. Sometimes startups think a little bit wrong about politicians. They think, well, those were the days when the politicians did their policies inside a cabinet. How do you value to be close to the field, to be close to the entrepreneurship? How do you apply that in your day-to-day work?
Just walk the talk. Just come and talk to people. Know what is the challenges. Try to solve them. I'm here as a servant of the public interest. I mean, the public interest in this domain is by this fabric, this amazing fabric of entrepreneurs that is developing in Portugal and elsewhere. So I have to listen to them. I have to be with them. I have to try to favor the establishment of more companies in Portugal, big and small. Big because they will profit from the ecosystem, small because they will profit again the ecosystem. The bigger the ecosystem, the more new ideas will come across the different scientific fields or technological fields. That's where the innovation is coming. And your example is a particularly good example. You start small, go fast. This is the ideal world for a startup. Lisbon, Portugal is the ideal world for you to invest next. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to you all. That was it. I hope you liked it. And welcome to South Summit and to Portugal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Marcelo Libre, Mario Campolargo, and beautifully moderated, bang on time there by Antonio Diaz-Martins. Thank you. We are now going to move on to the butterfly effect of a corporate culture. So please give a warm welcome to Maria Alonso, Head of Innovation at CX and ING Bank. Thank you. Thank you. Francisco Martos, co-founder and CGO at Exponentia, middle seat there, thank you. And moderator by Jeffrey Gerard, General Director at the IE Foundation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, thanks everyone, and we're gonna let people get in and out, but let's tackle actually this fantastic theme, no, that everyone can expect about what is the butterfly effect of corporate culture, no? We're seeing more and more effects, more and more of transferences of like sometimes smaller happenings that have a huge global impact, no? And we were kind of reflecting on, okay, how can corporate culture be the butterfly effect for innovation or for the grants? So I wanted to start and ask, we know that in every company, we need, in order to be innovative, we need a big amount of structure or a small amount of structure and a big amount of chaos and innovation and structure. So I wanted to ask you both, maybe start with you, Maria, in a big corporation and then more in the startups. How is that on a day-to-day? How do you actually push those two boundaries of generating sufficient chaos, but at the same time building sufficient roots in order to make it work through corporate culture?
Yeah, thank you. I would say that culture is what helps us to align to each other, no? And align that chaos. At ING, we have like very strong purpose and very strong core values, and that values makes us be aligned on what we want and how do we want to achieve it. So being aligned on that we want to continuously improve and make new solutions for our clients, for them to really excel their expectations on our service, and also align on how we can achieve that, no? By collaborating, by making the teams be in a safe environment to test and learn, or by improving the people's curiosity and creativity is what makes everyone to be aligned. And if all these things that are very important and are based for the culture are clear, you will have an innovative culture and we will manage that chaos of collaboration and create new things, no?
Okay, great. And actually in Exponentia, because you probably, I would say, more in a startup, scale up, and actually a great company now that is going digital transformation for other companies and everything, but all that's work in that spirit. How do you interact in that? How do you create that?
Well, first we have to create this environment to allow people to feel safe, to propose innovative ideas, not only to create new solutions for our customers or new products, but also to improve our own internal processes, for example. So it is a very interesting question, how to deal with the chaos. Now, as a very small company so far, maybe it's a little more close to chaos than the ING, of course. So we don't have a very rich structure, for example, so communication flows in all the levels easily. So that's very key to encourage people to innovate and propose new ideas. Yeah. And our culture, which is based in trust, which is based in responsibility and open mind, really creates this environment that encourages people to innovate. Yeah.
Wonderful. And actually, so I would call maybe one of the big claims that you give at ING is to be a customer-centric institution, no? Really think and being actually, I think it was not obsessed about the customer, yeah. No? And somehow. Yeah. So how do you interrelate like that final obsession for the customer with actually the attitude, the skills that you're looking in people, and the sense of belonging of the people in order to generate that? So what is the relation like? Oh, is it work from the inside for the outside? Because at the end, being a digital bank and everything, you don't have like a face and a contact direct with people. So how do you generate that?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we've done in the last year is open the innovation experience to everyone in the company. So what we are doing is, no matter what's your job in the day-to-day, we make sure that you can participate on innovation challenges. So every quarter we open the main challenges that we have to everyone, so they can ideate, so they get in contact with this. And also we make sure that they participate on inspiring talks, or even on connecting with clients. No, we have like different activities for everyone to participate and to connect with clients and to ensure. Actually, we have a KPI that is that everyone has to connect with a client at least twice a year. So we make like systems, organized systems for them to collaborate and to be able to do it, even though they are in legal or it's the COO. So it's everyone in the bank.
That's great. And in the, I wanted to say, in Exponencia, you're actually applying a lot more, I would say, like centered on the data, centered on AI, centered different tools that you bring to your customer for those automation process, reference process, etc. So in terms of giving services and being a service company to others and everything, how do you cultivate that innovation? What are the tricks? And maybe also, like for both afterwards, but just explain like how you materialize that space for innovation, like in your companies. Like it's great in challenges that you can participate, it's great in things, but is there any spaces, like even in the work environment that enables that?
Well, regarding the first question, how we contribute to create innovation in our customers. Well, we we create solutions based in data analytics or artificial intelligence. For example, we offer solutions to automate certain processes to reduce the manual time for repetitive and low value added tasks. So we leave a lot of time for those people, for those teams, for high added value activities. On the other hand, related to data analytics and artificial intelligence, we create solutions to identify relevant KPIs, so to help the management of the company to make better decisions, for example. And we also create recommendation systems that can be applied to different parts of the company, like sales, maybe purchasing departments. Okay? So regarding the second part of your question, our culture is based on, like I said, on these three values that are trust, that are responsibility, and open mind. So trust is translated in that people feel they can propose new ideas without the fear to fail. We say a lot at Exponente that sometimes you succeed, sometimes you learn. So this is applied all the time. So in terms of responsibility, we try to involve everyone, not only in their own work, in their own tasks, but to contribute to improve their own processes of Exponentia, proposing new ideas. Like for example, one of our colleagues recently said, why don't we make hackathons, internal hackathons, to solve complex problems with a prize even. And the third one is open mind, of course. It's related to the first two. So everyone is encouraged to think out of the box and to propose these new ideas based on data, based on evidence, so we can analyze and implement new solutions, new processes, and even try new technologies that can help us to develop new products.
Okay, great. Actually, like this morning in their talk, Pablo Isla and Pogasol were really mentioning about the importance of teamwork. And the importance of teamwork, but not only to have good leaderships in team from a leader, but also to cultivate the fact that you can have disruptors in team. People, that sometimes we would tend to avoid, because or they don't agree with the rest, or they don't answer and go in the same direction, or they're always kind of bothering. But they were actually insisting on the fact that it was really important to have that diversity in teams and to get actually those different opinions, those counter opinions sometimes, in order to create, to innovate, and to get into new solutions. So how are you in ING cultivating this, or is it part of the process?
Actually, when you were talking, I thought about something that we are working right now that is a kind of framework where we decide which... what we did is just define what kind of profiles do we need to innovate. Ones that are more disruptive, as you were saying, one more analytical. So there are like 5 different types of profiles, and we are developing that to also identify who is each profile, and to identify if all the teams, mainly the teams that have to really innovate, have all types of profiles, because all are needed. No? If you have a team that is very, very analytical and you just have that profile, it's not enough. No? So we are trying to do this kind of framework to really decide if we are fine in this kind of diversity. No?
And actually, now that we're facing more and more, some people were talking about remote, others were talking about flexibility in companies, others say decentralized communities in which actually everyone connects from his home or whatever to work. And sometimes we could think that actually that sense of belonging, that corporate culture, goes a bit like in the opposite, no? Like, okay, when people mingle together, when they have and they share, when they have values, whenever they interact, they normally build that sense, no, of belonging, that sense of being part of something. So how are you addressing actually this? Because I know both of your company offers actually total flexibility to your employees if they want to. You mentioned to me on a call the other day that actually probably among with salary and project, it was definitely the flexibility and the possibility of remote key at to attract talent. So how can you combine actually building culture with actually those decentralized community?
Well, yeah, you're right. Like I mentioned the other day, it is a must for certain positions in the company. When we open a position for the development group, so we know for sure they will be looking for salary, for interesting project, and for remote working. So it is a must, and we have to deal with that. So we faced that during the confinement, during the lockdowns, dramatically because of the COVID crisis. So we try to implement different tools to complement that. For example, we try to make some guidelines for every day so everybody could check what have you done today. For example, trying to encourage healthy habits. Okay, have you had healthy food today? Did you make some exercise? Did you use Duolingo today to learn some language? Foreign language, and we applied other tools that were already there. So we only used technology that was already at our hand. For example, these collaborative tools, or for example, video communication. We made every day one video call with all the team just to share how they were living this strange situation. So part of these things we have kept today because we have some of our colleagues, part of the team is working remote full time. But we know part of the team will be working remote full time, but we always look for people living not more than 2 hours by car, so they can come to the office at least once a month, twice a month, so they can be with the team. And we keep some of the tools we applied during the lockdowns. For example, this video conference of all the team, we make just once a week because otherwise it's crazy. And other, maybe more funnier things like gaming, for example. Like
that was interesting,
yeah.
So they game every day in the development team. Thought that fascinating.
No, all the team.
All the team.
Yeah. So we create, this funny moment, 5 minutes before lunch, everyone stops and we play an online game.
Okay.
So from the CEO to all the rest of the people play, and we play Mario Kart too. Okay, so we can send bombs and all this stuff. So we get a lot of fun the time, and it's an activity we make all of us together. So
that's great, but in a big corporation, I mean, those momentums may be more like a small team and everything that are able to do. But like, how do you reconnect? Because also, I think there's an added factor in a company such as ING, which is actually not only the employee can be flexible or remote, or you don't exactly know where or know he is when he connects, but actually the customer is also in somehow remote because like he can be attending or whatever from wherever because it's in the digital space a lot more than the physical office that had in the past. So how do you combine that and how is it?
We call it, to our model, we call it 100% flexible because the important part is that it's flexible, meaning that it's up to the teams to decide if they go or not. When the physical person is really adding value for them as a team. And that's also an important part of the culture, is trusting in the team's accountability to decide that. Our experience until now is that the teams have managed to do it well and to really decide which moments are those moments, no? Like when someone is onboarding to the team or they have to collaborate closer or they have problems or whatever, they decide and they have agreements. Each team has their own agreements because each team have different types of works and some of them work more remotely and some of them less. So that's something that we saw that is important for them to have that flexibility. We saw also that that's a trend on the society, that we also value the value added of the physical presence, but we are more able to discriminate when it's really worth it or not. And another thing that we do that is very important for us is all the time that we devote to team building, very, very close to what you were saying. This is something that we devote a lot of time even before the pandemic. The difference now is that after the pandemic, it became more structural. So all the teams go through different team building activities, and we have like completely crazy and different types of competition, dancing, singing, cooking, whatever. It helps us to really collaborate in different ways and really link the bones, no, on the team in a more fun way, no?
Great, so we had to put a showy title, the butterfly effect. And so I could not talk about another big showy effect, like I would say maybe made in the US, which is the Great Resignation. And a factor that is happening more and more in companies in which actually people, after the pandemic or just because of the flexibility or whatever, can decide at a certain moment that, looks, this is not enough for me, that is whatever, I want another life. So would you say also that maybe a kind of a butterfly effect of corporate culture is that retention of your people, is like a sense of belonging, a sense of being part of something, a good asset to have for companies at a moment in which rotation is bigger than ever?
Yeah. I'll go.
Whatever.
I'll go.
You can fight for the answer.
Yeah, I would say for the new generation, to understand them, the important part is that the linear life that we used to have, no, study, work, marry, have children, is not a must anymore, no, and that's the same for the professional lives. They are not looking for linear professional lives. So I think it's very important that we build like open ecosystems for them. And we have a good example in my team. Last year, we realized that there are people from other teams really wanted to learn and to understand about innovation. So we opened what we call a Beca Erasmus. So everyone can join our team for 6 months. And that's good for them because they learn and they train. It's good for us because we have more help, and it's also good for the other area because once they go back to the area, they have like a broader view on innovation and more skilled people. No, so these kind of initiatives I think are good to really have open paths inside the company and not like the linear career no, that we used to have in the past.
Okay, and actually, well, to go on, because you were touching a point of new generations. So actually being, representing a university, I cannot ask about, are we tackling this issue too? No, because like we're seeing more and more our students when they graduate willing to, decide on their project, having a philosophy in which I'm a lot more attracted by what am I going to do in the company that maybe that fantastic salary and that good Mercedes that I wanted to aim for when I was in a previous generation. People want impact, people want to have responsibilities and everything. Yeah. So how do you handle that in terms of those projects onto creating a space? Because I understand that also for a company, retention is key. So you don't want the people that to jump from one you know, work for you 3 years, then leave to another project and whatever. So you want to cultivate and you want to retain them, but all you work that mix. So.
Yeah, and it's problematic.
And you told me that actually you got a lot of young people in your team.
Yes.
And you're learning as a young one, no?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid I am the oldest member of the team, by far, but when we try to attract new talent to our team, we always propose a long-term relation. We want people to feel part of the project, and of course, like you said, we have to offer an interesting project especially for the people that will be part of the development group. They get bored many times because, okay, I now know all about this technology, I know new challenges for me. So we are open to this flexibility to allow people to move from one project to another so they don't get bored. They find new challenges. They find ways to learn, to apply and learn new programming languages, for example. And on the other hand, if one member of the team feels they have the skills to manage a group of development, we open the possibility for that. So we offer different schemes for people to develop inside the company, to develop a professional career. And one other important part is that we always try to let them know that we want to have a positive impact in our environment, and we want them to feel part of that. For example, collaborating to NGOs, we developed one software to manage the volunteers and the schedule for the volunteers for Mamás en Acción, which is an organization to accompany children alone at hospitals. So we want to create this impact in society too, and we want people to get involved in this kind of projects too.
Great. Actually, I think that one of the things that I listen for both of you, and it's key for any company, is like that base of project of innovation. No? Through project and through project of innovation, actually, it's kind of a glue that makes cooperation together, that builds corporate culture and everything. We have a lot of entrepreneurs, we have a lot of companies that here might be seed, like small companies, some are one of scaling and getting a bit bigger. Maria, I wanted to ask you, for your experience and everything, what would be advice that you could give, like if you want to build a corporate culture, even in a small environments, in small startups and everything, for those factors that we all discussed about innovation, about retention, about cultivation of your people, what would be the things to always think on?
For me, devote time and resources to build it. So time in the meaning, time to decide what's your values, what you stand for, and also to do all these kind of activities that we've been talking about. This takes a lot of time. Open, what I said at the beginning, opening the challenges for all the company so everyone can ideate. I have a team behind that to really organize all that. So it takes time. Of course, if you are smaller, it's easier, but anyhow, culture is not something that really flourishes. It's something that you have to cultivate. No, that's
fantastic. Yeah. You have something you want to add?
No, it's easier for a small company. Yeah, I agree, but it takes a lot of effort too. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So you have to make it with with a lot of love.
Okay. Well, we all hope that we're getting into the finish. We hope we had a little butterfly effect in all of you today, and that's what we talked today can instill and push many other global changes in our company. So thanks a lot. Enjoy Summit. And see you around.
Thank you. Exactos en tiempo, ¿eh?
Hi there, guys. I'm Trish. Oh, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going on to 2030 equals seamless travel experience, which I'm sure we'll all agree is something that we would all really love. I'd like you all to give a big warm welcome, please, to Jose Maria Pestana, High Performance Organizational Director at Hotel Beds, Angel Lorente, Director of Corporate Strategy at Amadeus. Make some noise. Carlos Bello, Innovation and Technology Director at Il Union Hotel. Ignacio Tovar, Digital Transformation and Innovation Director at Iberia. Woohoo! And Alvaro Duraman, who is our moderator today, Customer Experience at ANA. Thank you, guys.
Hey. Hello, White. Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having this amazing panel today. So, yeah, well, we would like to share some thoughts with you on what we have as visions on this industry, because the travel industry needs to embrace transformation, trends, and innovative solutions. It requires a holistic understanding on the journeys. Customer-centric, creating these new experiences, and we are all part of this journey as the customer touch all of us in this experience. So looking ahead to 2030, it is essential to align our efforts under the same common framework, the big companies and the startups. So for that, we would like to see how can we collaborate and embrace the shared goals and explore the immersive travel experiences that define the future of these seamless travels. So, well, how do you foresee future of travel or customer experiences for hotels, airports, and airlines in this case? And what are your priorities and current exploration to get there? So,
okay, may
we will start with you.
So let's talk first about what do we think is the traveler of the future. No? This is, I mean, we see this is connected. So connectivity is going to be one of the key drivers of choosing a destination now. I will not say in the future, I will say it already now. Second one is sustainability, and this is not nice to have, it's a must now, and we have seen that one in our database in Hotel Beds, that 30% of our clients at the end decided which hotel to choose based on the sustainability. We got this green code of hotels, no? So we see now it's a real demand of the traveler. The fourth one is the value for the money, you know? So it's much more demanding. All of us, we want to get the service that we have paid for. And as we are much more informed, we are much more demanding of the value of our money. No? It doesn't matter it's not a question of luxury or not, it's a question of the money that we expend is the return that we want. And the final one is other elements that are influencing a lot at the time of choosing a destination or choosing the travel, which is, for instance, the influence that we can see on the TV and on the series. No? So, for instance, in Movistar, talking about a company in Spain, all the TV shows that they create is a element that now people want to travel to those destinations. No? What they see on the TV is where they want to go. And we have seen that, we did a survey, and we found out that 60% of the answers that we get is that they decided the destination based on that. And which is most important, 50% of those said that it was the first element of decision ahead of family and friends, which is the normal decision that it used to be. No? So those elements, I think those four elements, somehow is how do we see in Hotel Beds the definition of the future of how the travel is going to look like.
Thank you very much, Jose Maria. And well, Nacho, how do you see this future?
Yeah, well, I work for an airline, so I work for Iberia Airlines in Spain, and aviation linked to innovation is pretty tough, but you know, things are changing a lot. You can see that. And the way, I don't have like a crystal ball, but what is happening in the next decade, I think is going to be totally different, the way we travel. Starting with, you know, the way we are going to offer personalized experiences, and that is basically mainly linked to many things, but AI and data. It's like the word now, so AI, ChatGPT, whatever. So imagine that we all we'll have like an advisor, a travel buddy next to us, try to show and to improve the way we explore, the way we discover, the way we do like customer servicing and this kind of stuff. Another big area of change, I think, is related with the digital channel. So the way that we are going to interact with the different chains in the travel value chain. For example, is the evolution of the mobile to things like the way we explore today and exploring in Google to doing that in AI, ChatGPT, or doing that in TikTok and social media. I think that is going to change and impact a lot. Of course, this metaverse concept, I see that not as something that is going to change the way we travel physically. That's going to stay, hopefully. Please fly a lot, fly with Iberia or with whoever, but fly. But yeah, I think that it's like the new internet, it's like a new website where it's going to be much more immersive, and there you will be able to to imagine that you change the call center and a queue and a music in the phone to being, in front of a company with different impacts, a nice one, using this kind of Apple Vision Pro that we saw the other day that is going to be launched. So I think Metaverse is about, improving and enhancing experience, and it's another digital channel for sure. And then, long story short, I think you will expand a little bit more on what is happening at the airports. Airports, the future is about no wasting time. It's about seamless experience is the topic for today. So imagine that you have like a shared identity where you do not need to show any kind of passport or boarding pass. You don't even need a boarding pass, and you can go through security, through a boarding gate, and just get on the plane. And the way that you are going to experience the experience, everything on board in a cabin is going to be totally different. I see that as something that is related with the way you feel at home. So you are in a sofa in terms of comfort, you have connectivity, you have a great entertainment in front of you. You can, select, decide, you can eat much better and change the way you are serviced in a cabin. Of course, things related with health, with sustainability, the flights and airplanes are changing and are going to change a lot. And I think that's basically it.
Not bad, by the way. Yeah, well, taking that, it's true that the airport, in this case, for us, we want to be part for these challenges of a new future, like the center of this ecosystem in order to be the platform serving new experiences, working with all of them, because at the end, we share this journey, as we say at the beginning, this journey of the customer, the traveler, we want to name it. So at the end is identifying our customers, because at the end it is like we have different clients, different customers. The travelers, the community, the airport community, operators, resellers, airlines, handlers, operators, even hotels and hospitality is a big part of this. So our big challenge is to go far away from the airport, break those walls. So go further, as Nacho has said, connect with the city, connect with the authorities. At the end, how this journey is really seamless from the very, very first beginning, as Nacho was commenting, till the end, till when they just go to rest or to have fun at the city or go to the hotels and to take rest or have a greatest time. So that's really how everything can connect. And for sure, this is going to be another thing, the technology, how this helps this technology leverage in order all this.
Yeah, well, it's true, no, that we think of ourselves at Amadeus as the technology underpinning a lot of touch points of the traveler with hotels, with airlines. And well, when we think about the vision of 2030 or how our future travel may look like, well, I guess we all agree with what you said, Ignacio. We want it to be frictionless. We want it to be easier. I don't want to be stressed when I'm going to the airport, thinking what's going to happen, or when I'm taking a flight, or when I'm going to a hotel, or when I'm doing anything related to travel, right? So taking the buzzword of the day, ChatGPT and conversational AI, Gen AI. So I'm going to give you an example of one project that we are exploring on when it comes to search a flight. When you need inspiration to determine where are you going on holidays, or when you know when you're going, but you just want to make sure you select the right hotel, or you select the right airline. No? So right now we live in a world, well, at least I do, or my family does, in which going on holidays or planning holidays is a nightmare. I don't know if it's your case, but in our house, we take weeks just to determine, shall we go here? Is that destination better? Well, no, but look at the reviews. I'm not so sure. Well, the experiences there are not so interesting, right? And why is that? Because now, basically every time you want to look for a flight or a hotel, you're in front of a form. And the form has 5, 6 fields, origin, destination, date. That's fine, no? But I need more. Maybe I have a heart condition and I want to be close to a hospital. Or maybe I want to go to a destination that has, I don't know, sand beach, because I hate rock beaches. Or anything else, right? So this means that there are some variables that are very important for me that I cannot input on the form. And hence, I need to do some legwork on my end. Now enters conversational AI and ChatGPT, right? And we may be now in a world in which I can define on a prompt what I need, what's important for me. And if we are able to design the technological layer to be able to answer those queries, then I no longer need to visit airline.com, TripAdvisor, Kayak. Wow, I lost my mic. Sorry. Is that me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. So I'll try to speak a little bit louder while we sort this out. Here we have. Take a rest. Thank you.
For the seamless experience.
Yeah, seamless experience on conferences, right? Next topic on the agenda. But yeah, the whole point is that when we change user interfaces, very connected to what you said, we are making the experience easier, right? And we are going to be able to leverage technology to do that. Perfect. And I think as an example, that's
good
enough.
And well, last but not least, Carlos, what do you see this future?
Thank you very much. I don't know if this is working or I have to use the microphone.
It is.
This is working?
Yeah.
It's only me.
Technology guy. Yeah.
Well, from Illusion Hotels, I would say the idea that we have is that the purpose is very important. So we agree with technology. So all what has been said here, we agree with that. You know, technology and innovation, they are enablers. So we think we have to think in the strategy level. So in order to have this seamless experience, we have to align the purposes of the companies. So what is the purpose of the company? The company has to define that, and then he has to foster, find the need of the customer and match the need of the customer with the purpose of the company. So once this happens, then we will achieve the seamless experience. This is what we think.
Absolutely.
How can we do that? Well,
I
guess that there are many startups here.
Yeah. Well, it's good that you asked that because it's a good moment. How do you achieve that? How are you doing all that stuff?
Sorry,
how are you affront this?
Well, in our case, for example, speaking about startups here, when we find a startup, for example, today I went to a pitch, and in the pitch, there was only one startup speaking about the purpose. So it is difficult to find, startups and companies speaking about the purpose. So when we find one startup in this case, and he's speaking about the purpose, then we can do very easily the match, Because if we have a match in the purpose, then we know that whatever you have, the service, the solution you have is going to happen, is going to match, our purpose. And then what we have to do is we have to build an alliance of the different stakeholders, like we are here, in the customer journey, in order to ensure that we align all our purposes. Once we have all our purposes aligned, we match the need of the customer, and then we will ensure that he will have a seamless experience. He will be jumping from one stakeholder to the other one, everyone with the same purpose, and then we will achieve it. I don't know if this is going to be in 2030 or maybe in 2025, so this is something that we have to start right now, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much, Carlos. Jose Maria, how do you face this on Hotelbeds?
Well, what we have done is we have launched the Travel Tech Lab by Hotelbeds. This is where we have put all our strategy around innovation. And we have bet for an open innovation, and we have signed corporate agreements with Wayra, is our partner here from the corporate point of view, and also we have just signed another agreement with NYU, and thank you, we got here the Dr. Karabuyan from NYU, who has came over here, and we are trying to make this type of alliance to try to innovate together. No? We want to go to the market to find disruptive solutions to the challenges. We have just launched or closed our first launch, which was a challenge, which was this travel experience, seamless travel experience. And today we have done the pitch day here in the South Summit, and we have identified 4 startups that we are going to be working with them. No? So this is, I mean, we want to make it with as many as partners as possible. We want to not forget about the future travelers, which are the Gen Z, and that's why we have done this collaboration with NYU also to try to benefit from the ideas coming from the students. No? We are doing proactively hackathons. We have done just one in Baleares with more than 200 students with 11 universities here in Spain. And the idea is to fund those solutions, trying to identify those ideas that are there and support them with, if possible, with investment as well. No?
Okay, that's great. So, Angel, how are you facing? Hopefully, everyone is alive.
Well, I think that the beauty of our industry is that it's global by nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that makes it complex, but probably interesting. So I'm a great believer on technology as a way to bridge among corporations, cultures, regulations. And now we are moving into a world in which probably the geopolitical environment leans towards fragmentation rather than integration. No? So there, I believe that what we need is, I don't want to use the word platform, but I would say a methodology in which data can be shared, and we can begin to deliver those experiences to the traveler that rely on the hotel knowing that the flight is delayed, or on the airport knowing that there's going to be a change of aircraft, and hence can advise travelers who are waiting there. No? So we need to build those bridges, and I think that technology has always been there in order to do that. Well, maybe it has not always been there, and we need to ensure that it's there, no? that we are able to bridge a PMS with, I would say, an airline inventory system or with an airport ACU system in order to ensure that as a traveler, you know that things are under control. Let me give you an example, given that we have a little bit of time. No? So probably some of you are corporate travelers. And one of the things that personally I hate most of corporate traveling is the expense report, right? Say, I need to go on, I'm not sleeping at home, I'm not seeing my kids, and then I come back and I need to do bureaucratic homework just to get money that I fronted my company. All right, so think on how technology, and let's speak about payments here. If I knew that I'm going somewhere, I could get a virtual credit card issued and available on my phone that is designed for me to pay on the, let's say, hotel in which I'm staying, or in a certain type of merchant, so I don't use it for other purposes, and in which my company knows exactly when and how I'm using that money. There is a direct integration in the whole accounting systems and financial flows, and I don't need to care about expense or keeping the receipt, because everything is first prepaid and then immediately available on my phone. So with this, you're bridging payments, you're bridging hotels, and you're bridging your own, let's say, corporate planning system. So it's things like that, more integration among all actors, that probably make it easier, and this is the kind of initiatives that we are trying to pull together, connecting different actors and ensuring that they deliver, as a whole, a better experience for the traveler.
Great, thank you very much. So, well, and final couple, I think, because at the end we are much closer together with all these initiatives. Nacho, how do you see the airline role in all this future?
Well, I see, we think of innovation as generating real impact. I think that is the word. And the way we're doing this, also related with startups, and I know there's some of them here, is like our acceleration program is called Hangar 51, the way we tackle open innovation here. So we are open to work with the best talent for the most relevant and important topics globally. And we also like to link innovation to the transformation of the company. So we are pretty the same team managing the way we transform Iberia internally, with different pillars and priorities. It's basically, customer, operation, sustainability that we didn't mention before, people, the way we develop our hubs on Madrid as a company. And yeah, with great talent, part of them, I can see them around, so thank you so much. You're doing an amazing job. And we are, also finding some challenges, issues, some things that we need to work a little bit better. I think that, also connections is the word. Yeah. So we need to collaborate more, guys. It is impossible to get to the next level and to think of this seamless travel experience if the airports and all the airports globally, the airlines and all the airlines globally, hotels with the support of technology work together together. I think there's some other issues like those related with security, the ethic part of AI, where many people is a kind of so apocalyptic around that, and I think this is just going to help us. I think we need to be happy of what we are developing as globally as a humanity and specifically in every single startup and corporates. Then I think we need to also have a look at the talent and the digital bridge that could be generated in this step that we are taking. It seems like life has changed in just 6 months since ChatGPT went live in November 2022. And I have the feeling that we were actually sometimes generating a digital bridge with some of the guys in our company that because they are, focused on process or there has been inside a hunger for 20 years, they are incredibly smart, but they are not so close to technology. I think that that's the challenge. We need to build a technology that makes our life easier. It's like my grandma using WhatsApp to do some things. So, technology is really related also with, it's oriented to elderly people and whatever. Why? Because it is cheap and it is easy. So I think that is two points where we could show clearly that technology is there for everyone. And then maybe security. I think I work in a really, safe and security-focused industry. So it's the most important thing for all of us.
Correct.
And we also need to have a look also at the digital side of safe and security. So the next pandemic could be a digital one. So we need to work a lot on that. And then I wanted to just finish by sustainability. So tourism and travel has to be greener, has to be more sustainable, has to be closer not just with the environmental challenge, but also the social one. Talking about purpose, the purpose of Iberia, let me see if I can do it properly, is generating prosperity, connecting people from Madrid to the world.
Perfect.
So the world is prosperity, is connecting, is Spain, is Madrid. And I think that could be really linked to all of us because I don't know, you guys are connecting people, Telefonica is connecting people, and we are always discussing about innovation and technology with purpose. With that, we are never going to work together and never going to move up. And I think that's the point.
No, that's great because I love that purpose because at the end you're connecting people and
through airports.
Through airports. So we are creating airports for you. So that's great. And yeah, I think the key word in this for me is people. At the end, it's a transformation processes. At the end, is the technology help us and innovate and not in an innovative way with the customer in the center of all this because it's trying to cover their expectation or their needs, creating new experiences, and then the best way to do that. So I think we are living at the best moment ever because I love these collaboration stages, co-creating all the stuff with the startups too. Also, we are following this path with Aena Ventures with our startups trying to help us in all these challenges that we are talking about. So yeah, the future I think is going to be a more connected world, in this case working for the same purpose with the same values and doing a much better world and greener for sure because it's essential in this case giving green energy with new fuels and all these new energies or ways to do energy I think is the way, and we need to be some people in these value chains really key players in all this challenge. And yeah, I don't know if you want to give some.
Well, maybe I can say something in relation also to startups. I like, that we mentioned sustainability. We agree, all of us, with that. We spoke about environment. You also mentioned social aspect.
Yeah.
Social aspect, I think, is crucial. It's maybe one of the 3 levers that we don't usually tackle so much. In our case, for example, we work a lot with disabled people and vulnerable people. So when we have that purpose, and we are looking for a startup or we are looking for a company, we have to match that purpose with that one, and then the customer who visits our hotels, he will get the simplest experience whenever he knows that the money he's spending is going to be spent in social inclusion, for example, So if I can recommend the startups, when you do a pitch, it's very good to know, the revenue you get. It's very good to know the number of customers you have. or the efficiencies that you gain. But I think the first slide should be what is your purpose. Show what is your purpose, because if you match with the other company or with a potential client, then the rest is going to be very easy to connect.
Right, totally right. So I don't know, I think together we can shape the future of the travel and make seamless experiences a reality for all. And just wrapping up on some ideas, I think all of us, we agree that the travel of the future should be connected. It's going to be sustainable for sure. It's demanding as hell. And it's open to new digital ways of interactions. That I think that's beautiful. We were also talking about the previous Apple devices new, and we will see what's going on, because we were just joking about the TikTok. Buying through TikTok is going to be something from the past. For sure, data and artificial intelligence is going to be more relevant than ever. And the new ways of the artificial intelligence, not only the generation, the new GPT and some other news, also with some thoughts about that. And last, purposes aligned with the customer needs and expectations should be really covered and tackled in all this. Otherwise, it's going not to be any success. And anything else? Just thank you all. I think it was great to share this panel with you. Hope you really like it as much as me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done, guys. That was brilliant. So we're all looking forward to that 2030 seamless travel experience. Don't let us down, guys. We're depending on you. Well, I can't believe it, but we are at the final panel of today here at the SANDBOX stage. What a day it's been, absolutely incredible. And I think it's fair to say we've kept the best to last. What do you think? Yes, I think we have. This panel is entitled Ensuring Universal Adoption of Climate Tech, which of course we need if we're going to reach that 2030 milestone that we simply cannot miss. Please give a warm welcome to Carlos Calder, founder at Splice. First seat there, please. Thomas Caslin, co-founder and CEO at Terra Preta. Come on, a little bit of a round of applause would be nice, thank you. Thomas Caslin, co-founder and CEO at Terra Preta. Christopher Kaderskog, co-founder and CEO at Sun Hero. Woohoo! Florian Chabus, investor at Planet A. And our moderator is Enrique Peniche Garcia, founding partner at Draper B1. Thank you, guys.
An intimate conversation.
Yeah, I think we are going to start before the people is entering the room. I don't know.
And you want to come closer because we feel alone.
I think the people is like going out, and then people didn't start like going in. So we are going to talk about this, like universal access to the climate tech, right? So I think the first thing that I would like you to do is to introduce like 1-2 minutes about yourself and what you are doing, so then we can get deeply into a conversation. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Carlos.
I'm Carlos, I'm from Splice. We work especially in and electricity. We're a B2B solution that especially works with generation and transmission from electrical energy. There is a big issue in renewables that transmission system is becoming the bottleneck of the adoption of renewables, so we are aiming to solve that issue, to get more energy into the grid by letting all this energy that is already there with infrastructure that is already there into the grid to get a better use of this part of the system.
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm Thomas, CEO and co-founder of Terra Preta. We are a climate tech company. We are removing CO2 from the atmosphere and improving soil health through enabling the decentralized production of biochar at scale. So what we're doing is we are providing our small-scale reactors and our control system to partners in the coffee and cacao supply chain, so enabling them to produce the biochar directly at their farmer's site afterwards. So they go from farm to farm, processing agricultural waste into biochar, and then applying the biochar to the soil in order to improve the soil's health, the productivity, and finally store away carbon for hundreds of years. And from that, we then generate carbon removal credits that we're selling on the voluntary carbon market.
Christoph, go ahead.
I'm Christopher. I'm the co-founder and CEO of SunHero. We are helping customers in Spain to electrify their homes in a climate-positive way, installing PV panels, chargers, batteries, and expanding into other product areas that help customers save money, gain independence from their much-beloved utility providers, and ultimately also do something positive for the planet. We're headquartered in Barcelona, have a pretty big team here in Madrid as well. And our customers are really looking for independence, are looking for savings, and are ultimately curious about how to do that. They don't know where to start. The solutions out there are piecemeal, so we offer kind of a one-stop shop with a very clear focus on ultimately delivering systems, making sure that customers can get their systems up and running in weeks and not months. And that is what we're doing by really focusing on the residential customer and extremely focusing on the processes behind that, using a lot of software and technology to ultimately make that process faster, cheaper, and more seamless for the customer.
Yeah. Nice. And I'm Florian. I'm with Planet A Ventures. We're an early-stage climate tech fund out of Germany. We do invest across pre-seed to Series A stages in great founders like Christopher, who actually build businesses that are impactful and scalable. And we started out 2 years ago really with the proposition of saying, how can we trigger systemic change, and how can we support founders that actually do make a difference and don't greenwash or just incrementally make things better. And we were actually the first European fund to get a science team on board. And what we do is that we quantify the impact of every single investment that we do, really looking very deeply into the technologies and the products of that company, having our science team running so-called life cycle assessments, and using that impact data point that we create for ourselves as an important proxy for the impact, but also the financial prospects of the company. Have done 17 or 18 investments so far, and really look very broadly across all industries where we have large potential for decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors, but also working on topics such as biodiversity and waste issues.
Well, before getting into deeply talking about the space, I would like you also to talk, you three, what makes you special? What is your competitive advantage that actually makes you different to any other similar solutions that are into the space? We can go now the other way.
The other way around. So I think from our point of view, most people who are kind of thinking about PV panels, especially in a market like Spain, which is massively underdeveloped in that front and has only recently been liberated from a regulatory point of view, people don't really know where to start. So they go on Google and they search, placas solares and wherever they live, and they find some local installer who may not call them back, who's on the road, who is not able to access the latest technologies, who maybe doesn't understand the trends in the market and doesn't see where what the best possible solution for the customer is. And the other option for them is to talk to their utility, but the problem really is that utilities fundamentally have two problems, one of them being that the customers hate them, and the other one being that they also kind of hate their customers because that's not really the business that they're in. And so for us, we very clearly said, this is a consumer decision. This is a high price, 10 to 15,000 euro consumer decision that every consumer is making for the first time. They cannot call their parents, they cannot call their uncles or friends or neighbors because most of them have not made this decision. So the customer is essentially alone. And the customer really needs someone who has this very clear focus on the consumer and not on the solution. So that is where we started. And the other side of the coin for us is really this view that you have to be quite highly vertically integrated. And because at the end of the day, you need to be able to deliver to the consumer. And if you are, then you really have to have a lot of process power. And you can build a lot of competitive differentiation by having process power. I just read one of our public competitors in their latest Q4 report said, we try to keep installations under 6 months. We do installations in 20 days. Mm-hmm. And that is process power. And that is competitive differentiation.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, for us, it's biochar is mostly produced so far in centralized facilities, very high-tech facilities in the global north. And what we are doing different is that we give the accessibility to local conditions in the global south. So our solution is designed very cost efficiently and mobile in order to fit into the local conditions in the global south to produce biochar at scale, also in a decentralized context. So meaning that our solutions go from farm to farm, processing the residues into biochar. So that's kind of the main differentiator that we have.
Well, in our case, we are going after an issue that is really talking about, and it's not something that many startups are going up, that is transmission system. And we provide this kind of solution with a fully cloud platform, doing all the software with no added hardware, so we can deploy this solution with no downtime for the lines, no putting anything there, just getting the infrastructure that is already there. So that's something that not many people are doing or trying to do. So that's like the main difference of what we do.
Yeah. You, Christopher, touched one point that I think might be kind of like the elephant in the room. You said, due to regulatory, now in Spain, it's a good place to be. So the elephant in the room is, and because this is we were talking about mass adoption of the climate tech, how actually does this regulatory environment impact, and what can we expect on that?
Well, I think, first of all, within climate tech, we have to differentiate quite massively, and I think there's a couple of different camps. In the renewables space, which is where we are ultimately active, we have reached a point where climate tech is not a non-profit altruism case, but there's real, very tangible, very simple business cases. So we are getting to the point, and I think this is the fundamental shift that has gone that we've experienced over the last couple of years, is that we're now seeing, the people that are joining us, they're coming from BCG, they're coming from Booking.com, they're coming from Glovo, they're coming from Airbnb. They've seen high growth, high consumer-facing tech companies over the last couple of years. They're not coming from the climate dogmatist world. They're coming from a very practical world, but they want to do something that has impact. Because the production costs on renewables has gone down so far, the next 10 years, we will see a lot more stability. We will see less regulatory intervention. We, I think, have reached, in that sense, also mass consumer adoption on renewables. We see it now with an election in Spain where neither of the two competing parties are going to drastically change the focus on renewables. That was different 10 years ago. And so I think that's the case for renewables. I think in other cases, we have different technologies where the technology is not quite as mature, so there's more regulatory intervention. And I think there's also more, so both more kind of technology uncertainty and regulatory uncertainty. But that's not my area. My area is a lot more clear-cut for people who want to get into that space, who want to see something grow, to have impact, who don't necessarily come from a science background, but come from a marketing, sales, operational background, and taking those skills and applying them to something that matters. We don't need to go out and find the mission. We don't need to go and find the purpose. Our purpose is our business model.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, guys, regarding to this? I mean, at the end of the day, we as consumers usually see that is really intervention, this the production of energy, the consumption, the transport of the energy, and the consumption is like really touched by the government. So how does this really will impact or not in this adoption?
I think that for a lot of time, we didn't think about where the light come off. We just care that the light is there, and the same about where our vegetables are grown, how they are grown. We just want them now. And that is changing. And that's something that is from the consumer side, from the people side, that's amazing. The part that we have to make with here is make this profitable. So it's not, like you're saying, something willing to do, but it's a business that everybody's winning. And I think that right now, clean tech, carbon capture, solar renewables are in a place that it can be like that. So big companies are going to be built doing renewables. Big companies are going to be built doing carbon capture, and they're going to be healthy companies with an amazing business model and with a positive impact. And that's like the goal that I think everyone shares here. And we are now in a stage, in a point that technology is allowing that, the prices are allowing that. The only thing that is missing is to do it. And I think that we all are trying to do that. And I was saying before about thinking about things. That's something very important, because most people maybe are not thinking about a lot of that things. Make them think about that, and realizing that they can be done better is something that we have also to do. It's like preaching in a certain way.
Yeah, I think it's really about generating those win-win-win situations for all stakeholders that you involve in your solutions, so that really each of them has an economic profit, but also in the end that the whole model profits the environment. And I think on the action side, I mean, maybe the regulatory environment on our side is a little bit earlier, right? It's also evolving, but some companies will still profit from a little bit more clarity on how the accounting for carbon is really going to turn out and how carbon removal is going to fit into that. So even though there's already a huge movement of companies taking action, as recently JP Morgan with huge purchases in the market, others are still waiting a little bit with their action. But I think there the point is the regulatory side is rather an enabler. It's not that it should be based on the regulatory, but the regulatory should enable the corporates to act in a framework where they have clarity on what they should do or what they could do.
Mm-hmm. Florian?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as you said, regulation is super critical, because if you think about the problems we're facing on a higher level, it's really the fact that we're consuming more than we should consume, right? I guess you're all familiar with this Earth Overshoot Day, and I guess we're consuming 1.6 Earths at this point. So that's, I guess, the fundamental climate problem, and that just means that whether we want it or not, regulation plays a big role in solving the climate problems. I guess what that means for entrepreneurs is probably two things. On the one hand, it enables a lot of business cases that otherwise would not get off the ground because technologies are too expensive in the beginning, because there is no markets for high-quality carbon removals, etc. So regulation has to play an important role in enabling those business cases. But for us as investors, it's obviously a very volatile environment, and it's very hard to invest in cases which solely depend on some future regulation to kick in, right? So I guess the ideal scenario is what we see with solar, where there is feed-in tariffs, etc., that kind of like got technology cost curves down, and now you're kind of like this inflection point where it makes sense to install renewables whether there's regulation or not, and you can slowly phase out subsidies, etc. So in the end, we're obviously not philanthropists, so we want to invest in big companies that also deliver financial returns. But I think we have to accept that regulation, at least initially, plays a role in leveling the playing field and allowing those technologies to develop to a level where they really reduce the green premium and are competitive to more polluting alternatives.
Yeah, you mentioned that probably in the renewables, we don't need any more those subsidiaries, that we are going to be more stable, like already is a more mature technology that is giving profits, as Carlos had. But the other day I read an article about what is happening in Norway. Okay? What is happening in Norway in the sense that Norway has been subsidizing in order to do like more electric cars, more renewables, etc. And once the electric cars are already in a nice percentage into the market. They are taking out those subsidies and so on. And looks like, I don't know, I didn't go there and see the picture, but they were saying like, okay, maybe we are not yet there, not yet ready, because in the case of the cars, for example, they said like, okay, blue-collar people is still going in diesel, and only the white-collar, cool, whatever, is going electric. And at the same time, those cars are being charging at night when there is no wind, there is no sun, and they are being charged with the gas that is being burned some kilometers away. So actually, how can we actually have a like really big picture of what is happening and where should we actually be or we will be ready? Yeah. What is the big problem now?
Look, I think especially in the case of renewables, what we see is renewables and a lot of these technologies, they get installed and they get bought where they have been installed and where they have been bought. I talked to someone who is in, large agricultural biofuels, and even in that case, the people are making this decision once the neighboring farms have made that decision. Even if on paper you do a very straightforward financial analysis and you do the calculation, at the end of the day, the trigger is someone else is moving before you. We saw that with the development of solar in Northern Europe, where we've reached a point where solar is being installed where it's already been installed. We see the same thing in Spain. Most of our customers are coming from the areas where we already have a lot of customers because they see other neighbors who have installed solar panels. Now, I think regulation, as Florian said, has this kind of initial ignition, but doing it is, especially if it's on subsidy level, is extremely tricky. We see that, we saw feed-in tariffs in the UK, 10 years ago, way too high, pulled back way too drastically. It creates a hangover effect. You essentially kill the market for a few years to come. In Germany, feed-in tariffs going down much slower. Still, everyone is always up in arms about it because they don't realize, well, the prices have also come down significantly, so actually the math kind of still works for the consumer. Getting that right is obviously tricky, especially in the consumer world where the decisions are, let's say, at scale rational, but individually can be irrational. But I think Norway is playing an incredibly important part in the EV adoption, even if on paper it doesn't make sense to charge an EV at night with gas. Of course it doesn't, but it's still pushing the world to a new technology. It's pushing companies to invest more in these technologies, and it's pushing, in the charging case, solar PV developers to invest into grid-scale storage, kind of enabling charging at night even with renewable energy and not with fossil fuel energy.
Yeah, maybe to your point of where should we head, I think there's no silver bullet, right? It's not like we're going to adopt solution X, Y, and Z and then we have all problems solved. That's a bit delusional, I think. There's going to be a large portfolio of solutions that we will need, and there's going to be certain transition technologies that will get us there. But a lot has to happen to really, get to a more sustainable future on a systemic level and on so many different ways. But saying that we shouldn't invest in EVs now because in the short term there might be some downsides to it will just create certain even more lock-ins to stay with fossil fuels. So I think we have to accept that we will not find perfect solutions, but we incrementally can iterate and get to better solutions to eventually have a fully decarbonized grid.
And I think that this goes to a point that we were talking before about two things. You have to think something that is useful now and is going to get better in the future, and you have to think something that is useful locally and it can be expanded worldwide. So you understand better where you are and you understand better today than tomorrow. But if that is working today, probably is as bad as it's going to get. The future is always going to be better technology, better solar panels that can, I was reading the other day a paper about a solar technology that can use the light in the moon to generate like a baseline of energy. So the technology is growing, is getting better, and we see it. Solar panels, wind, carbon captures 10 years ago, 15 years ago were a pipe dream. Now it's a reality that if you're not already putting money in that, you are way behind. So that kind of small evolutions, the small stepping stones that we're taking, are what are going to reach us to that future that we want. So yeah, maybe we are not charging our EVs with renewables today, But that's going to change not in 10 years, but in 7 days, or in 1 month, and that times are going faster because we are building technology and that can help with that. So we get ideas from the consumer side, from the ground up, from the regulatory side, from the big corporations that also are seeing this, like not only greenwashing, but also a market. Somewhere that they can make money and they want to do it. And if they do it well, like we are going to try to then to do it with the startups, with new technology, that's the way to go.
And I think one point you mentioned before about Norway, which was also quite interesting, you said different income levels have different purchasing power. We can actually protect it on the whole globe, right? I mean, different technologies and different purchase powers demand for different kind of technologies, right? We cannot go with high-tech solutions to the global south. We need to understand the local context we're in. And actually, very often global south is getting forgotten, as we discussed before, right? I mean, when we look at the footprint of the world and of what's going to come also due to population growth in the global south, we should also see that we can bring climate tech to the global south, because that's gonna make a hell of a lot of a difference in the future. And there it's about understanding the local conditions and bringing solutions that are not over-engineered, that are cost-efficient, that function in the local context where maybe the energy grid is not everywhere, right? So hardware solutions which don't depend on plugging it in somewhere, right? Those are the tiny things, but they in the end really matter in those contexts.
Yeah, you just put on the table like really interesting issue, because it's kind of like those emerging markets are actually the ones with the most populations, the ones that actually are increasing the most the energy consumption in the last years and probably in the years to come. So it's really interesting to try to address the solution through that low purchasing power that actually is those markets addressing. So what is the bottleneck in here? Because, I mean, in production looks like technology is going there. There are many different ways on production, renewables and some of the other different ways of production. But looks like there is some problem in storage right now, because it's kind of like, yeah, you can produce, but you cannot storage and put into the grid whenever you need it. Or even if you are in an isolated grid in the south that you are not connected, then how can you storage and use it later, right? So maybe is that the problem, or?
I think at the end of the day, if you zoom out all the way, it's, you know, what you said earlier, like we're consuming more than we should, and that consumption comes with a lot of, you know, emissions and production, and it doesn't happen in, you know, a single server in Helsinki that we, you know, put some software into. And, you know, there are some interesting, super exciting software solutions, but at the end of the day, carbon needs to be captured and stored, and energy needs to be produced in a clean manner, and that requires hardware. And that hardware needs to be built, and it needs to be deployed, it needs to be sold and maintained and financed, and ultimately, that's all possible. And the business cases to do that are also there, but it's not something that has an adoption curve like TikTok or, you know, some other piece of software that you just have on your mobile phone. And so ultimately what we need is more smart people who believe in this, more smart investors who can convince their LPs of investing into this. And
you just call us smart.
Yeah, I said more smart investors. No, but I think you guys are starting, like we see more and more investors who are believing this. And I mean, I love what Planet A is doing, obviously, like with a singular focus, but I love easily as much what you guys are doing who, you know, don't come from that background. And I see that with, you know, our other investors who are not pure climate investors, but who are starting to really believe in what's possible here. And I see more and more young people coming into this market who want to do something amazing. And I think that's what we need.
Okay. I think that you say the key word, that is adoption. Adoption and accessibility with that. That's are like the two things that we need the most, because a lot of the technology that we need, not only to reach net zero, but to be net positive, to get more carbon out of the atmosphere that is already there, you don't have to develop it. Are already there, and we know it. The thing is, we have to get them cheaper and easier to deploy everywhere. So that's like the main challenge that you have to be able to tackle. And to make the compelling case that you are doing that and you're making a business is the best way to get it as fast as possible everywhere, because even if your company totally fails, and you are going to be a model for people that are going to do something better than you, and that they are going to reach that point. So making that the business can work doing this is something that is important in a very particular way.
Yeah, and I think that kind of like speaks to the topic of the panel, right? How can you really ensure universal adoption of climate tech? And I think it really comes down to expanding it beyond a core of very intrinsically motivated or altruistic people who do it for the sake of it, to really getting investors in who are financially driven, getting founders in who are doing it for the business cases, and delivering those business cases that actually add value to customers. I think if we get there and we actually mainstream climate tech, I think that should be the overall goal of all of us, and making people excited about the opportunities there, frankly. I think whether it's the global south or the global north, I think there's so many problems to be solved that, we can't wait to see more investors and founders entering into the space. I think, as Christopher said, the most exciting thing is actually the wave of talent and incredibly experienced people that are going into climate tech now, which is probably unprecedented and which makes at least us very, very excited about the future, because I don't think we have that much of a talent push in any other sector at the moment, which really gives us a lot of hope, and also great for us from an investment perspective.
So just to end, because we have just a few minutes to end, what can we ask to the people in the room, entrepreneurs, consumers, in order to impact in climate? What can we ask to the consumers, the entrepreneurs in the room? I mean, what you would like,
get solar
say
panels
like,
installed.
put some hero in your home, right? But so go ahead.
This is not
your time.
Install some solar panels and go to sanhero.com/careers. I think those are the two things that I would ask of this room. I think I was thinking about Thomas's solution earlier. Like, at the margin, if you make a decision that is a little bit more forward-looking, and you take a risk if you can financially, I think those people who can take some financial risks, they should push for the solution that is a little bit more cutting edge. It's the Norwegians who bought EVs, even if it's governmentally subsidized. I think that's ultimately at the margin what makes the difference.
So at the end, is something that you said at the beginning is kind of like, okay, some people is not adopting these solutions just because other people is not adopting. So just, okay, take your risk, analyze the options, and jump, because actually at the end, in mid-long term, is financially good for you, and it's going to be even better for the planet.
That was your point, right?
Yeah.
It just gets better.
Be brave, go green.
Yeah, and I also think it has to do with the point that you said before, on the investor side, right? To deploy also into hardware more money is, I think that's something I would ask here that you also a little bit mentioned, right? I think that's a big point, because in the end, it's going to take hardware to reduce a large part of our emissions, and it's going to take hardware to remove the emissions from the atmosphere that we already put out too much. Those are hardware solutions, and there we need those brave companies, those that have maybe a little bit more financial capacity to go and take the risk. But in the end, probably everything is going to go into that direction. First of all, technological improvement, so that it becomes better, more efficient, more profitable. And the other part is the regulatory, which is also going that way, right? And if you're moving ahead of the curve, now corporate side talking, not the investor side talking, if as a corporate you move ahead of that curve, you can help shape it. You can help shape it together with the government on how those regulatory are going to look like. You can help shape which solutions are going to win in the end. So that's maybe corporate investor side, both a little bit mixed.
So entrepreneurs here in the room, just jump and make solutions in climate tech. You are not going only to start your business and make a life out of it, but you are going to save the planet. So that's one thing. And the second thing, as consumer, like take that risk and jump and do something that is going to be good for you and good for all the others. So I think we already finished. So.
Well, we actually have a few minutes in hand because the stage has been running bang on time all day. Does anybody have any questions they'd like to put to the panel? Yes, the gentleman over here.
We are not talking that much regarding the consumer footprint and how important is our decisions as consumer in the global footprint. So I think as consumer, we are waiting for companies and government to make actions, but I'm not feeling that there are so much into that. What do you think?
I think it's this interesting solution where everyone is pointing their fingers at the other ones, and the politicians say, well, it's our voters, and the voters say, hey, there's no regulation coming. I think the solution to the problem really is everyone has to do something, right? But if you look at the European Union on what kind of regulation is being passed there, I think they're very, very progressive about enabling a lot of those use cases. But in the end, it comes down to individual consumers and daily choices, right? There is no way around changing those individual choices. I think, consumers have the power to force corporates to become more sustainable through their purchasing decisions, but obviously companies have a very strong incentive from a competitive advantage perspective to anticipate that, as Thomas said, and move ahead of the curve and develop sustainable options. So I think there's not an easy solution of saying a single of those stakeholder groups is responsible or should act. I think everyone has to do something.
Yeah, but I mean, coming to your point, every consumer that is going to buy anything is doing actually, a selection between impact or not to impact. I mean, every time that you buy something, if it's coming from the other side of the world, even if it's a little bit cheaper than the one that is just a few miles away from your home, and it's a little bit more expensive, but then you are buying it and you are doing the choice. I mean, just save few bucks, or make also an impact with those few euros in difference. But it's something difficult because we see every time that retailers that are going like competitive advantage in price, for example, in fashion, you see that sometimes are the ones that actually get selling the most. So that demonstrates that our conscience is not yet there. And we have to do also something from our side as a consumer.
I think that in our side, here, we have to make these things more accessible and cheaper so the consumers want it. And the consumer have to think about these things. I always go back to this point because I really believe that right now there are amazing solutions that they don't have enough press, to say in either way. And I believe that if one consumer buy one panel, that is going to make a chain reaction that can be very benefit. And you are not losing money. You are doing something that is getting you money in the end. So they say, of course, government have to do more, entrepreneurs, we have to do more, and consumers have to do more because everybody is involved in this. We're all together.
May I? Hello. Climate tech-wise, we listen a lot talking about energetic transition, but we don't listen a lot talking about protein transition. Energetic transition implies a lot of investment. Protein transition, you would make it just by reducing your meat intake a few times a week. Why don't you talk about this? Is it because the investments related are not that important?
I didn't actually get the
Can you repeat the question?
Important word that it was the whatever.
Protein.
The thing is
protein.
Protein.
That we switched to
yeah, okay.
protein.
Yeah. We could make this really short, guys, because we are beginning to run out of time. So a little tiny answer.
I believe if I can...
I don't really know why people is not talking so much about that. I mean, I have a friend that he started a ONG in the US regarding the protein transition and started to explain me also how we should, everyone in the globe, change from animal protein to vegetable protein and so on. I don't know, maybe it's kind of like every revolution, it gets a point of start, claims some attention, then goes down, and then actually gets more adoption later on, right? If we think about renewables, I think in the 70s already it was an issue, but it's only now that it's starting to have an adoption. So I think in protein transition probably is something that is going to come, but it's going to come a little bit later. Like you need to get in there.
So ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that you can always continue the conversation on the app by contacting our speakers if you have anything else that you'd like to add to them. Please give a big round of applause to our panel. Carlos Calder, Thomas Caslin, Christopher Kader-Skok, Florian Schab, and our moderator, Enrique Penachet-Garcia. And don't forget to join us tonight at the Social Summit. We have drinks and we have music at Playa de Santa Ana from 8 o'clock. You're all very welcome. It's all free to all attendees, so we hope to see you there. Have a good evening.